Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun, enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Meadows. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proceed, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes are sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning, my friends, and thanks so much for coming to hang out with me today. It's Friday, May 9th of 2025, and we are entering, is this day 13? We're in day 13, and it's Friday. It's like Friday, the 13th day of the upside down, inside out Hunger Games of Norfolk County, Michigas, Shonda, that is the Karen Reid retrial. The re-persecution of Karen Reid, if you will. And we're here for it, whether we want to be or not, because we ain't got no quit. Wow. Just wow. Just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, in comes Yuriy Bukhenik to tell us really how horrific everything was. Because in his words, Michael Proctor handled this investigation with honor and integrity. Did I get that wrong? Did I miss that yesterday? Did he not say that? I'm shooketh. I'm shooketh. Sometimes it's hard to recap a full day after being on the air for a full day. So you know what I do? What I found, I went and I found an excellent timeline because I wanted to recap everything that I heard yesterday because I found it so unbelievable, especially when he talked about loose familial connections between the address of 34 Fairview and the Canton PD. Like, I'm sorry, are you kidding me? Loose familial connections between the 34 Fairview address and the Canton PD. Well, anyway, I found an excellent sort of timeline, fun post from Sleuthy Goosey on Twitter. I know many of you do not play on the cesspool of Twitter. I do not play on the cesspool of Twitter either. But if you do, please follow Sleuthy Goosey, who has a lot of really deep dives into not just this case, but many others. And she has a post from May 4th, and it kind of sums up everything that I would have gone through my notes to find. So shout out to Sleuthy Goosey. And let's take a read through that post from May 4th. Because remember, we heard Yuriy testify on the stand yesterday that after speaking to the witnesses, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert, all at Jen McCabe's house. Remember, Jen McCabe went from Brian Albert's house to her own house to do the interview with Proctor and Bukhenik. Interview that wasn't, recorded in any way, shape, or form. And who knows if they're all in the same room together. At one point during the first trial, she said that Brian Albert was upstairs in her bedroom while she was being interviewed. Really? You let your brother-in-law go hang out in your bedroom? That sounds kind of weird. He said, after talking with the witnesses, like, I had to go get eyes on the body. So I could see what I was dealing with here, Got to get over there. Got to get eyes. Got to get to the hospital. Got to get eyes on the body. That was more important than going to the scene. And when he was asked about the scene, he said, or house? He was like, what house? I had to go last night to pick up my head. It rolled all the way across the Long Island Sound to Connecticut. I don't know. I jumped on a boat and I had to go find it. Dr. Jason Bull is here. Oh, really? Oh, really? Boy, do you know that was my favorite TV show? That was my favorite TV show. I love Michael Weatherly. And was the last audition that I had before the world shut down because of the 2020 situation. So I was so sad when that show ended because I never got a chance to be on it. All right. Anyway, had to get eyes on the body because of what he learned through his interviews with Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe about the injuries. Well, the interesting thing about that is that Jennifer McCabe was allegedly the only person who even saw the body. Maybe. She says she did some chest compressions, but we know he was wearing a long sleeve shirt, and he was found allegedly on his back. She wouldn't have seen any injuries except for the injuries that look like a beating to his face. So how could Jennifer McCabe's interview have indicated to him anything about the injuries that would indicate anything about a car accident, especially when he admitted that he called the medical examiner's office at 10:41 and said that he was under the impression that John O'Keefe had been hit in the face with a cocktail glass. Yeah, he called it in as a domestic. And that's what he wants everyone to believe. So let's take a look at Sleuthy's timeline from, she put it up there on May 4th, but this is the timeline from (129:22). There she is at Sleuthy Goosey on the cesspool of Twitter. At 10:41 a.m. on 129:22, Yuriy Bukhenik called the medical examiner's office and told them there was a possibility John was struck in the face with a cocktail glass. At 2:31 p.m., Michael Proctor and Yuriy Bukhenik are telling patrolman Nicholas Barros that they were on their way to tow a vehicle involved in a homicide, a vehicle they hadn't even seen yet. At this point, the only people they've spoken to are the Alberts and the McCabes. Very first officer on the scene, Saraf, hadn't even been interviewed yet, and neither had firefighter Katie McLaughlin, not until January 30th of 2022 for both of them. Karen Reed's car was towed at 4:12 p.m. Hours later, Proctor tells his friends in the group chat that Karen is effed and there's zero chance that she skates, and the homeowner ain't going to catch any shit for this because he's the Boston cop too. Jen McCabe talks to Proctor for 22 minutes at 9:52 a.m. on January 30th. She gets off the phone with him and leaves her house at 12:13 p.m. to head for One Meadows. She gets to One Meadows at 12:19 p.m. and is there when she receives the call at 4:45 p.m. from Michael Proctor. They talk for 10 minutes, so they hang up at 4:55 p.m. 17 minutes later, at 5:12 p.m., Jen leaves One Meadows and goes home. She denies, but this data ain't lying. She's home for 7 minutes. She then goes to 34 Fairview for 4 minutes. Excuse for this is nonsense, and Carrie denies going there at all, before driving to Mike Lank's house. Questions I have, and these are Sleuthy's questions. One, did something in her conversation with fired trooper Michael Proctor prompt this trip home to Fairview to Lank's? Well, I have a lot more questions than that. And my questions are, how do you go from at 10:41 a.m. thinking this is a domestic and John O'Keefe was hit by a cocktail glass to then getting your eyes on the body and thinking that he was involved in a pedestrian versus motor vehicle accident because he was missing a shoe? Because in your 10 years of your genius investigations of many, many motor vehicle accidents and pedestrian accidents, as he said, and homicides, he knows that most pedestrians are knocked out of their shoes. And therefore, because he was missing a sneaker in the hospital, he automatically thought it was a car accident. Not one piece of taillight had been found. There were no skid marks. There were no tire tracks on the lawn. There were no indications of a car accident. But he wouldn't know that because he didn't go to the scene. And neither did Michael Proctor. Didn't even go there. Didn't even speak to any of the officers that were there. And what does that indicate to you? Motor vehicle crash report was never filled out, despite the fact that this was a fatality. Not just a fatality, but one of a fellow brother in blue, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, which is going to be a problem for them in their wrongful death civil suit for the O'Keefes against Karen Reed and the two bars involved in their lawsuit, their civil case, the Waterfall and CF McCarthy's. It's going to be a problem that there was no motor vehicle crash report and no damages to the car to indicate a pedestrian strike, and no damages to John O'Keefe's body to indicate a pedestrian strike. So there's that. Yuriy Bukhenik is back on the stand today for cross. And can it get worse? Pulling out that sneaker yesterday when he was asked if, do you have the sneaker with you that you found in the hospital? Well, yes, I do. And he gets up, he puts his gloves on, he pulls out an envelope, cuts it open very carefully, big show for the jury, you know, because that's how great they are with sealing up the evidence and protecting the evidence with their 0 logs and chains of custody and 0 logs of who was on the scene, and not even, my head is already popping off and it's too early, so I'm going to try and calm down. Everybody breathe in. Breathe out. Namaste. Namaste, friends. Namaste. Take the sneaker out. Brennan says, oh, that's the sneaker that you found at the hospital? Is that a left sneaker or a right sneaker? He says, that's a right sneaker. Is that you went with the sneaker you found at the hospital? And Yuriy looks at the envelope, the evidence envelope, because they found one. It wasn't, you know, just wrapped up in a Stop and Shop bag with some duct tape that had dog hair on it from somebody's garage. He said, no, this is the one they found at 34 Fairview. We were all like, oh, because we knew the day before Connor Keefe, trooper Connor Keefe, young trooper, early on in his career, seemed very, very nervous on the stand, said that he found the left sneaker. He didn't find it, but he bagged it and tagged it. The left sneaker was found on the curb, inverted against the 6-inch Cape Cod berm at 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022, in the dark hours by the CERT team. That was a left sneaker. And something happened, and everyone ran to sidebar. And I don't know what happened, but after the break, Yuriy Bukhenik came back and said that indeed was the sneaker that they found at the hospital. Despite the fact that what? Despite the fact that what? It was mislabeled on the envelope? Those of you who watched the first trial with me remember that Yuriy Bukhenik testified that when asked whose handwriting that was on one of the evidence envelopes or a search warrant or something, is that Michael Proctor's handwriting? He said, I don't know Michael Proctor's handwriting. Isn't that convenient? Isn't that convenient? And then he tried to abada his way out of identifying any document in the binder he was handed, because the search warrants that were handed over in discovery to the defense were not signed. They gave him the unsigned copies of the warrants. And what he was trying to get at there, Mr. Jackson, smooth as butter. We have an emoji for smooth as butter, Alan Jackson. There it is right there, smooth as butter. What he was trying to get at is that Michael Proctor lied in his affidavits to obtain the search warrants for Karen's vehicle and phone because he wrote in the affidavits swearing to tell the truth to a judge. Those items were seized in Dighton at 5:30 p.m. Because maybe he had to make that timeline impossible for the car to have been back in Canton Sallyport before the first piece of taillight was found. Right? Yep. Let's see what happens today, shall we? Welcome, Dragonfly Diva. Thanks for becoming a member. JCam68 Dale, thank you very much for your super sticker. Big Haas, morning. Good morning. Good morning, Mel and fellow snarkers. Smash the like button, please. Oh, they're here. They're already here. Sister's Day. Hi, Cyber Chick in Boston. Been listening in the car. Hello to Cyber Chick.
You are unmuted.
Sister. All right. I have a repair person coming today. Repairman. So if I jump off, don't worry. I'm going to be back. I know you guys freak out when I jump off screen, but I will still have the feed on for you. And of course, I have no idea what time he's coming. So who knows? So thank you, Cyber Chick in Boston. Sister's Days are the best. God save us from the Commonwealth. And please, if you live in Massachusetts, move. And do not ever, ever get involved in anything that would involve an investigation by the Massachusetts State Police.
Yuriy. All persons having anything to do with Honorable Beverly County, just as the Superior Court, now sitting at Dedham, within for the Commonwealth, draw near, give your attendance, Michelle.
Oh, you're going to have to find a mic, people.
We're saying this court's in session.
Thank you.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
She's so sweet. Oh, look how sweet she is. She's so sweet today.
Friday. I do have to ask you those 3 questions.
She's so
Were
sweet.
you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Could we bring Sergeant Bukhenik in, please? And Mr. Jackson, are you ready? Okay.
Tracy's 48 hours are almost up. 48 hours. We have to do that, Tracy, because it keeps out the trolls. Sometimes. Sometimes it does. Many times it doesn't, but can't wait to see you in here participating. If you are among those who have been following the Karen Reed case and nobody you know has been following Karen Reed case and your friends and family think you're crazy when you start trying to tell them about it, welcome to the Snark Tank. You have found your people. Welcome.
Morning, Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Look at the way she looks at him. You're all set. Yes, Nick Indy, we'll play that clip later. Karen said she saw him go in the house to court TV
May I
yesterday.
inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, when we left off, we had been discussing one of the trips you made out to 34 Fairview, specifically on an occasion in which you met Chief Berkowitz. I want to ask you a couple of questions to follow up on those questions that I asked yesterday. Did Chief Berkowitz ever talk to you about his communications with Brian Albert and or Brian Higgins, either at that time or afterward?
Objection.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated one way or the other without telling me anything that they said? Did you learn whether or not Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Higgins?
No.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Albert? And I'm talking about in the days before you were at 34 Fairview, which was February 4th, from the 29th to February 4th.
No.
You returned to the scene, you indicated on direct examination, on or about February 10th, 2022, to conduct yet another search, correct?
Yes.
And on that particular occasion, you recovered some 6 pieces of red and or clear and or black plastic. Is that how you testified?
There was numerous pieces. The exact number, I don't know. You'd have to refresh my memory with a report.
Okay.
Make a report.
There were several pieces. The exact number, I'm not really worried about. There were several. There's more than one.
Yes.
Okay. There were also some clear glass pieces, correct?
Again, I don't know exactly, but if a report can be presented, it would refresh my memory.
Okay. Let's do that real quick.
He went to the Jennifer McCabe School of Witness Prep. Show me everything. I deny till I die until you show me something different. And then I'll just say it wasn't me either because I didn't sign that. I don't know what Proctor wrote down. Not my problem. I didn't say that. Thank you, Gail. Thank you, B-Rad. Everyone hit the like button, please. On your way in. It's the polite thing to do.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Sir, you can actually let me front page that as well. Just familiarize yourself with it.
Thank you.
Let me know when you familiarize yourself with that report.
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to take a look at this report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection as to the items generally that you recovered on February 10th?
Well, there is a
Yes, it
report.
Did you recover approximately 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic and 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You would obviously consider that to be an incredibly important part of the investigation, recovering physical items at the scene of the incident, correct?
Every piece of evidence is important.
Where are the
Can you
socks?
describe for the jurors exactly where each of the, let's take them one at a time, where each of the 6 pieces of plastic fragments were found?
All items recovered that day were found in the general vicinity where the other items were also located. The area had been excavated. I've been to that location several times, and it was all located in the general vicinity where it was initially excavated, but also where I was told Mr. John O'Keefe was found on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
The general
So-
vicinity.
Other than saying in the general vicinity, did you seek to actually document where each item was found? In other words, by cross coordinates or some other such manner?
What?
The exact location where each item was recovered from was not documented with a picture or GPS location. It was still within the general vicinity of that 40 to 50 square feet or so, by my approximation, near the flagpole, between the street, the flagpole, and the fire hydrant. It was all the same general vicinity.
So 40 to 50.
Is he going to call it a debris field like Brennan did during maybe his opening? A debris field. Wait till he throws that in there. That's one of his talking points, I bet you.
Square feet would be a 10 foot by 5 foot square, correct?
Generally speaking, 50, yeah, 5 by 10, general area.
Is that like the size of a jail cell?
Let me approach this a little bit.
5 by 10?
I'm not going to pull out a measuring tape. Would you agree I'm about 10 feet from you right now?
I would agree with you, yes.
Ooh, it's a my cousin Vinny moment.
And from
Yes, get
the
a tape.
jury bar, probably about 5 feet from there.
Yes.
So we're
Hi,
talking about a
Sean.
relatively
Hi, John.
broad area for small pieces of physical evidence to be found. You would agree with that?
I would, again, estimate it was the general area, maybe 10 feet in one direction, 10 feet in another, and 5 feet out, maybe 3 feet out. They were the general area where it was initially excavated and then expanded with the snow melting, and all the pieces were within that general area.
But you were working on an assumption at that point, on an assumption that there was some sort of an impact at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were working on an assumption or presumption that there was an impact of a physical item, in your view, an SUV, with a human being, correct? That was your presumption at the time.
The evidence was pointing that impact took place because there was damage to the taillight.
You didn't have the car
Large
yet.
chunks of it was missing. And we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I wasn't assuming anything. The evidence was speaking to us.
The evidence was speaking to us. Oh,
there.
really? You've adopted Trooper Paul's language? The evidence was speaking to us. Did you notice yesterday how Brennan's questions all began with, where did the evidence lead you next? And where did the evidence lead you next? The evidence was speaking to us. I'm going to ask you al dente. I'm going to call you out on this because that's how you do it. Please refrain from putting his perverted nickname in the chat, please. It will get you timed out. It will get me demonetized because apparently it is a word that they use in pornography. Okay, so please don't do that. It's not nice. And I've asked you nicely, so please don't do it. It's not hard to be classy. It's really not. The evidence was speaking to him. Okay, let's hear that again because we need a soundbite.
Any fragments from were consistent with texture, color, and size. Fragments that was missing, was damaged. The evidence was pointing that impact took place because there was damage to the taillight. Large chunks of it was missing, and we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size, fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I wasn't assuming anything. The evidence was speaking to us.
You weren't there, correct?
I was there recovering the evidence, yes.
Please tell me the jury's laughing.
Time of the incident.
No, of course not.
So you were utilizing assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
We work by learning information, collecting evidence, and getting that evidence to suggest what happened. That evidence is tested, and then it's all put together into the case.
You used the word to suggest what happened, correct?
Yes.
Another word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you, you then receive it and assume certain things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them.
Corroborate?
A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion. And then we corroborate it through evidence.
We did say corroborate after I did.
You make assumptions based on those suggestions, correct? Yes or no?
We have theories.
Another term for a theory is an assumption or presumption, correct?
I guess in some respect you can say that.
Okay.
But
So the
I'm
answer is
not
yes.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Well,
What?
you agree that words matter, right? I mean, you're testifying, so words do matter.
Words do matter. That's important.
So working off of your, as you put it, your theory, you theorized that there was an impact spot at 34 Fairview, correct?
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something. Initial hours of the investigation, we had those statements, I hit him. We had the statements that, oh my God, did I hit him? So utilizing that information with the evidence at that point that we had was a broken cocktail glass. So a theory would be, why is the cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So that's why my information communicated to the ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim. As a result, we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and we learned more information. So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements and collect evidence that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one, there wouldn't be a process of developing investigation.
So the answer to my question, Sergeant, is you were working off of a theory, correct? Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured male party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
Do you know
I'm
what the word?
sorry, English is like a third language for me. So if you can bring up the Webster's dictionary, I can read it out.
English is like a third language for me. You know who else's show he watches? Broken Baker. That is what Broken Baker said when he was debating yellow cottage cheese. It is too early for this crap. I cannot take this. He watches Broken Baker. English, shout out to Broken Baker. English is like a third language for me. Can you whip out the Webster's dictionary and give me a definition? Because I don't know what a theory is. Yeah, you're hearing it right. Your ears are not clogged. Listen to this again. What a smarmy SOB. Listen to this.
is you were working off of a theory, correct? Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured male party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me, so if you can bring up the Webster's dictionary, I can read it out.
You want me to pull up the Webster's dictionary? You want to take a break real quick and pull up the Webster's dictionary?
Yeah.
To define a word that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago? We're working off of a theory, quote unquote. You said it, not me. You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out for the jurors what that word means?
Objection.
Sustained, let's move along, please.
No, we're not moving along. Something funny, Mr.
You would agree with
Bukhenik?
me, Sergeant Bukhenik, that if your theory was that there was an impact, the site of that impact would be incredibly important, correct?
Very important, yes.
And on February 10th, you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material and 14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Yes.
You didn't photograph it? Is that
No,
right?
I did not.
You didn't do any plotting of cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
You've never learned how to plot cross coordinates?
I don't have the tools to GPS coordinate an item.
You take 2 points that are stable. You know what cross coordinates are? Take 2 points that are stable, like for instance, I don't know, let's pick something, like a flagpole that doesn't move. And you draw a line, pull a string directly over the item that you find. Then you take another item, another stable item that's perpendicular to that, pull that straight, put it down. That's exactly, you measure the distance between the two. That's exactly where that item, where those 2 strings cross, that's exactly where that item's found. That's cross coordinates, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained,
You ever heard of that?
Objection.
sustained.
Look at his
Do
face.
you know what cross coordinates are?
No,
Do you know how to plot cross coordinates?
He doesn't know what
you
they are.
just demonstrated it to me.
Does that sound reasonable and easy?
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't, by the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Your cell phone has a camera built into it, correct?
Yes, it does.
You indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out a forensic photographer to photograph and photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
That's right.
But you could have pulled your cell phone out and taken photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
But you didn't do any coordinates and you didn't take any photos.
I did not know.
Can you show us a report that memorializes where you supposedly recovered these items?
Yes, the report you showed me, number 83, that documents that they were all recovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Right. So that's correct. There's a report after the fact that establishes that they were recovered generally at 34 Fairview Road on February 10th. But is there a report that describes exactly where on the property at 34 Fairview or off the property at 34 Fairview these 20 items were found?
What is he waiting for? There's no objection. Look at him.
That's a question I'm waiting.
He's in a
Oh, I
trance.
didn't realize.
He's in a
but-
trance.
Do you need me to repeat the question?
Was there a question? Go ahead, please.
Sure. Is there a
Was there a question? Okay, is my volume better now, Melanie Little's head bucket? I know you're working overtime, so I'm here to please you. Is it better now? I'm on 35. Okay? All right. If you're wearing earbuds, it might be hard, but love you. He looked at him like he was in a trance. He didn't realize there was a question. Are you kidding? This is so hard to watch.
report that documents exactly where at 34 Fairview on the property these 20 odd items were found exactly?
The report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you've just presented. exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different, if we located these items across the street, different section of the yard, that would have been documented.
What's documented in the report that you just referenced says bullet point 2/10/22, meaning February 10/22 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Bukhenik secured 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, period. That's what it says, right?
Same general vicinity. If there was a different
That's
location.
what the report says, isn't it? That's all I'm asking. That's what the report says, what I just quoted.
That's the description of the items
So the answer
recovered.
is yes. That's what the report says.
That is part of the report. That is the description of the items recovered on that date.
And the bullet point beneath that says February 10th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Bukhenik secured 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments. Correct?
That's correct.
There is no further description of where those items were found, is there?
There is.
What's the further, where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag, describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from. Clearly, the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from. If there was a need to document a different location, it would have happened.
But you didn't see the need to document the exact coordinates where those items were found, did you? You didn't see the need.
It did not happen.
It did not happen. Neither did a car accident. A car accident did not happen either. I put Chaka up there in your upper right-hand corner because we are in the land of the lost. Did anybody see a tranquilizer dart go by and hit him in the back of the head or something? What are we watching here other than a train wreck in real time that we cannot turn away from? It didn't happen. Neither did a car accident. You called to tow her car before you found any evidence of a car accident. Based on the word of Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert, are you afraid of Brian Albert? Because we know you're afraid of Turtle Boy. Because you say that Turtle Boy intimidated you. Are you afraid of Brian Albert too? Because he seems to me to be a lot more scary than Aiden Carney. Just saying, in my opinion.
May I approach you?
Yes.
It's like my third language. You came here when you were 9.
Take a look at that photograph. Some of you recognize it. What's depicted in it?
Yes, I do.
What's depicted in that photograph, just generally?
It's the side of evidence bag that items were secured in. It documents the case number, the date, time, who recovered it, and general description of the 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
I'd like to have that marked and look at that, John.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Hank's awfully quiet today, isn't he?
111.
Sounds like somebody's got a hold of some bubble wrap in the courtroom. They keep popping their bubble wrap in my ear. Is it just me? Right. Lucci says, notice every time he's about to lie or twist the truth, he grins to try and agitate AJ. Thank you.
You
Who's on-
indicated that the evidence bag would help determine where the exact location was that these items were found, correct?
The general location where they were recovered from.
It's good enough.
Can you publish this, Sean?
Okay. Thank you. 2 left
Does
feet.
this look like the photograph that you were just reviewing?
Yes, it does.
That's just been marked as evidence?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Will, can we make that a little larger so it's more legible?
Ooh, Chaka blends nicely with
Can
this
you read that from where
colorway.
you are?
I can.
Moving past the date, moving on to the date. What date is that?
Date collected is 2/10/22.
So that's the date that we've been talking about, correct?
That is correct.
And this indicates collected by, and who's that?
That's myself, Sergeant Bukhenik.
Description of evidence. This is where the description of the evidence is located on this evidence bed, correct?
General description identifying what's inside.
And what does that description read?
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
And that's all it says about the description, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates location where collected. And there's several lines that are available to fill in, correct?
Correct.
On that first line, what does that read?
34 Fairview Road, Canton, MA.
And that's it, correct?
That's all that was put, yes.
There's a lot of room to write.
And you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Oh,
Who did?
I don't know.
You don't recognize the handwriting?
No, I do not.
You don't recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Sustain,
he
Are you
doesn't
aware
know.
that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
sustain.
Were you with Michael Proctor when this was bagged?
No, I was not. I was by myself.
Did you give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor to bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is that?
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
Do you believe him? That he
I
doesn't know?
bagged it and turned it over, and I told him exactly where it was and what time. So someone else wrote the information.
You just said, I bagged it and told him.
Turned it over.
No,
Hold
sir.
on.
No, sir. What you just said.
We got to play back what he just said because he's saying you just said he. Listen.
Did you give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor to bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is that?
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told him exactly where it was and what time. So someone else.
Told him exactly where it was and what time. You heard it, right? Here, I'm going to play it again.
Why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told him exactly where it was and what time. So someone else wrote the information.
You just said, I bagged it and told him.
Turned it over.
No, sir. No, sir. What you just said was, I bagged it and turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's the him?
Turned it over to them.
Who's them?
Them.
Okay.
Whoever wrote it. Whoever wrote it.
So we're just in a circle here. We can turn the lights
Objection
out.
to the commentary.
There's only 6. Remember, he said there's only 6 troopers assigned to Norfolk County DA's office. There used to be 7, but Proctor got fired. And so now there's only 6. And you don't know the handwriting of the other 5 guys or gals that are on your team, dude? Really? And you're the supervisor? God save Norfolk County. Forget about the Commonwealth. We're working on just Norfolk County right now. We have to narrow our scope.
So, Mr. Jackson, no comments, okay? Just
Understood.
question.
I apologize. Ignore my last comment.
Ignore my last comment. We're on real speed, Boston, Mass. 71. I know. It's
You
so-
had items of evidence that you've already described as being incredibly important, correct?
Those are your words. I actually changed. I said every piece of evidence is important.
Okay. Since this is part of every piece of evidence, do you think this evidence was important?
Every piece of evidence is important.
So was this evidence important? Yes or no?
Yes.
Where's
So
the
you had the
socks?
evidence and turned it over to someone whom you don't know and can't identify. Is that what we understand?
It was a member of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to our office. It wasn't just a random person. I can't specifically identify who it was or who wrote on that bag. I know it was a trusted member of our unit and part of the investigative
Well
team.
trusted.
How do you know it was a trusted member of your unit and a part of the investigative team if you can't tell these jurors who it was? How do you know that?
Because I wouldn't have turned it over to a random stranger.
Okay, so let's figure out the possibilities. Who are among those to whom you would have turned this stuff over? Who are among them?
There was 4 troopers in the detective unit at that point assigned to homicide.
Let's name them. Who are they?
It was Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kakowski, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Mike Proctor.
As you sit here today, do you believe or do you recall turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
Objection.
Why objection?
We're going to go through each person.
Yeah, there's 4.
Only 4.
I'll allow this question.
Do you remember turning it over?
Are we going to go through each person? Yeah, there's 4. Call every one of them up to the stand. Does Karen Reed need to hire a handwriting analyst expert to come in, Your Honor? Or can we ask this man 4 questions? Thank you, Nancy Rolfe, for your super generous super chat. You're very sweet. Hot 50 early in the morning.
Trooper
Thank you.
Dunn?
No,
You remember turning it over to Trooper Pikowski?
no,
You remember turning it over to Trooper DeChico?
no,
You remember turning it over to Michael Proctor?
no.
So it might have been just a random stranger,
That's right. Might have been a random stranger.
right?
Got him.
That's a ridiculous suggestion.
What's ridiculous is
Have
you don't
ever
know.
seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting before?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you've seen it, I'm guessing, not dozens, maybe hundreds of times, correct?
not hundreds of times, no.
Dozens of times
Sure,
over the years.
sure.
On
Sure.
evidence bags, on logs, on notes, things of that nature.
Some evidence bags, some notes.
Ask yourself this question. Is this really the hill that he wants to die on? Standing up for Michael Proctor, who's already been dishonorably discharged for his bias in this case? You want to play dumb now? Because you're tanking this case for the Commonwealth right now, in my opinion. Private info says, I don't honestly know if I can take this today. I'm already getting so upset. Thank you so much for your super generous 50. I think everybody is. They should cuff him as he walks outside, out of the courtroom. This is outrageous. This is horrifying. Prayers up for Norfolk County. Hi to Gerard's mom, Jen. Oh, no, Gerard's mom and good friend, Jen. Thank you for watching, Gerard.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Can you take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it?
The whole thing or just the front page?
No, just flip through and tell me if you recognize generally what that is.
Oh, I'd take Elliot Stabler over him any day. You kidding me? Thank you, Edmund. Look at Karen's face. This woman has been dealing with this for 3 years. She's lost everything. Her house, her 401ks, her job. And this guy's sitting up there with that
It
smug
appears to
ass
be a
grin.
bunch of handwritten notes from possibly witness interviews.
Handwritten notes by whom?
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is based on the individuals interviewed. Might suggest that these are Michael Proctor's notes.
Okay, so you're testifying that I labeled that Proctor?
I don't know.
Right, so you don't know.
Well,
So
you provided a document to me, so.
Right, I know. And then you just testified that I labeled that Proctor. How do you know I labeled that
Well, I got it from you.
Proctor? You didn't see me write that note.
Objection.
Wow, he's really showing his horrible detective
Questions,
skills right now.
Sure. That appears to be Michael Bryan, a series.
I gotta hear him say sure sarcastically. Hold on.
Well, I got it from you.
You didn't see me write that note.
Objection.
Sustained. Questions, please.
Sure. That appears to be Michael Bryan, a series of Michael Proctor's notes, correct?
That's what's suggested, yes.
Okay. Can you turn to the first tab? The purple tab.
You handed it to me, so you must have written Proctor's notes on there.
Some
You
of these
must,
came off.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm just interested in the purple tab. Do you see a series of handwritten notes appear to be from Michael Proctor? Not worried about the content.
Sure.
Do
These,
you see a highlight?
yes.
What's the word that's handwritten in that highlight?
Objection.
So why don't we come to sidebar with this stuff, please?
thank you, Mrs. R. New to the channel. Been waiting, been watching. Cringe last few days, and I'm loving it here. Welcome. I'm glad you're loving it here. We love having you here. This is called the Snark Tank for a reason, our chat, because we have to laugh during these days, or else we're all going to be crying all the time. Because this infuriates me. It infuriates me. Somebody, there was a hot mic. Somebody said, seriously? Listen. Did you hear it? Seriously. It's a female voice. McLaughlin?
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take all the moments. Give him a nice pregnant pause.
In the ordinary course of business, is it normal standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item?
What does contemporaneous mean?
It's possible you can do that. If there's a reason that you have to leave, an emergency or weather conditions, you can't write on the bag, you can fill it out later if you have the time and you know where you recovered it from, which is like, you know, in this instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of evidence was collected from, it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Well, except
So
the
it's,
person that filled out that evidence envelope wasn't with you.
well, I passed that information along to them.
I see. So now it's hearsay information that's being passed along to someone else to fill out the envelope.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's secondhand, let's use that word, secondhand information to the person that's filling out the evidence envelope, correct?
No, it's firsthand information. I passed that along to them.
So it went from you to a person filling out the envelope who wasn't there. Let's at least agree on that.
I was by myself, so yes, I told the individual what time, what location, the case number, the date, obviously.
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location, the date? How do you know that as you sit here?
Because that information was then put on and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
I do not remember specifically who I talked to, no.
If you can't remember who you talked to, you don't remember what you said. Goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That's not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged on February 10th, 2022, I remembered. And that's why the accurate, detailed information is on the bag.
Detailed? You call that
You
detailed?
didn't fill out, correct?
That's correct.
And information provided to someone you can't remember.
Today, I can't remember, no.
Funny. Cross-examnesia, they call this. Just so you know, Jess Machado has been tweeting. She's in the courtroom today for half a day. She says that when Yuriy Bukhenik said, when Jackson said, do you want me to pull out the Webster, you want me to pull out a dictionary to get the definition of what the word theory means? The juror in the very first seat closest to the witness is laughing. She says, this is the first time I've seen any reaction from this juror. And then she said, smirky juror was shaking his head in disbelief. She's got names for the jurors, I guess, nicknames, because she can't describe them. Sun's out, guns out juror was openly smiling during this exchange. And then she said, I'm a little shocked at how many jurors are openly reacting to testimony. It took a much longer time during the last trial to see them get comfortable enough to react. Uninterested jurors smirked when Jackson asked if Bukhenik, after testifying that he could not remember turning over the evidence bag to the 4 troopers that we said out loud, could have handed it off to a stranger. Bukhenik said it was a ridiculous question, and the juror smirked. 4 jurors just laughed when Jackson said, you didn't see me write that note. Can only ask for a sidebar. I wonder if it has to do with the jury reactions, but glad to hear it. Moving on.
You're aware that that particular bag, that evidence bag, was not booked until March 14th, 2022, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Those pieces of evidence were never booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Bukhenik, do you know the difference between collecting a piece of evidence and booking it into evidence, creating a booking label, creating an evidence log, things of that nature? You know the difference?
I understand the difference, yes,
Okay.
but you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
Sir, I'm not claiming anything. You're testifying. I'm asking questions.
Trust me, bro. Should be the motto of the troopers assigned to the Norfolk County DA's office. Trust me, bro. Bruh.
Was it booked into evidence on February 10th?
If you show me a document, I can tell you what
Sure.
it might be suggesting.
But you don't know whose handwriting it was. No document is going to help you at this point.
Can I have the actual piece of evidence?
I'm sorry, which one?
The photo. Yeah.
We'll adjust this one later, Mel C. But we did actually pull up
Okay.
the pants from the last trial, and it does look like the pocket was ripped at the last trial. But it looks like the way whoever held it up, I think it was Bukhenik who held it up the pants, looked like he was holding the pockets up together, holding it so you couldn't tell. Maybe there was a little double-sided tape in there. I'm not sure, but a torn pocket on the back of someone's jeans would be a sign of a struggle, wouldn't you say? I would. Thanks for pointing that out. Well, you know, it's like his third language, right? S. Raines, thank you. Thank you, Colleen, for directing me over to Jess Machado's Twitter. We're a little behind, so let's catch up.
I think I just gotten the documents that
Okay.
the sergeant needs. There are 2 documents here.
Did you show Mr. Brennan?
I'm sorry. You can take a look at those 2 documents and tell me whether or not you recognize them.
Yes, Lady Zelda, yesterday during direct, he said an evidence bag behind him was making a noise. That was crazy. He's hearing things. Might need an exorcism. Thanks, New Hampshire dude. I hear that the children are going to testify today, and I'm not happy about that. The children, the niece and nephew of John O'Keefe, have nothing to add to this case other than they heard Karen and John fight a couple of times. They were 13 and 10, I believe, at the time. They add zero value to the
I'm
Commonwealth
going to
case.
leave those up there with you.
Other
Does
than
one of those appear to be the log sheet for the crime lab?
One is a chain of custody report for the crime lab of all the evidence that was processed, received, processed, and returned. Yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a certain day to the lab.
And both of those documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I will have to take a look. It's
be.
going to be some time, please.
Praise be.
Well, you can look at the top. Well, let me ask you, ask it in question form. If you look through the log, it's in chronological order, the chain of custody log, correct?
By item, I believe, but I didn't take a deep dive into it. I have to take a look.
Right. Do you see any item, especially focusing on item 712 or items 712? You see any item being booked into the crime lab before March 14th, 2022?
All right, I'll take a look.
He should have been prepped on all of this because the Commonwealth is trying to keep Proctor off the stand. So this witness is going to say that he was with Proctor every moment. He knows everything Proctor did, except he doesn't know Proctor's handwriting, and he doesn't know who wrote that on the envelope, that he's the one who collected those pieces. And it's not really very specific about location or what was actually even in the evidence bag. So let's take all the time that you need to review these documents, because there's a woman sitting across from you at the defense table who is facing life in prison because of you. Look how much time.
Refresh your recollection as
20
to
seconds it took.
when the items were booked at the crime lab.
According to this document, yes, there were items booked at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In
What-
particular, to answer your question, completeness here, particular, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
So they were booked at the lab March 14th, correct?
The first time the lab received these items for processing, according to this document, is March 14th.
And there's no indication on any document as to where those items were before March 14th.
There is. We displayed the bag, me collecting them on February 10th, and they were in our possession at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Whose possession?
The Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Your possession? Specifically?
At one point, they were in my possession, and I turned it over.
Right. After you turned it over on February 10th, it was the day that you claimed to have found these items. After February 10th, they were not in your possession anymore, were they?
No, once I turned them over, they're not in my possession.
When
No.
you say turn them over, you're talking about turning them over to someone whom we don't know, correct? As we sit here.
Right now, I don't have a memory of who I turned it over to, but it was a
Something funny, Mr. Bukhenik? Look at his laugh, his smirk, his smugness. And he's looking at the jury, and they think he's a buffoon because they're all laughing and smirking at him, not with him, at him.
To someone whom we don't know, correct? As we sit here.
Right now, I don't have a memory of who I turned it over to, but it was a member of our homicide team.
So the next time, Sergeant Buchanan, the next time there's any documentation about those items is March 14th, nearly 6 weeks later, 5 weeks later, correct?
I don't know that to be correct, no.
But you can't point to any documentation. You're looking at the logs. You can't point to any documentation indicating the chain of custody of these items between February 10th and March 14th. Is that right?
This is simply a log from the lab.
Yes or no? Can you point to any documentation?
Ask the question.
Can you point to any documentation indicating where those items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance between February 10th and March 14th? Can you point to any document?
I know that it was collected on February 10th.
Right.
It's documented that it was collected. It was at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office before it was logged into the lab for processing.
You keep answering the same question that I'm not asking, sir.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you have eyes
No-
on it the whole
no
time?
Comments, Mr. Jackson.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you understand my question? I'm asking, can you point to a single document for these jurors as to where those items went and in whose possession they remained, specifically between February 10th, when you lost sight of them, and March 14th, when the crime lab received them?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach?
Yes,
Thank you, Kimberly
No,
McNeil. I think,
I'm sorry, Mr.
just for
Brennan.
the evidence.
Just for the evidence. False start.
I think we all feel the same way. This is so infuriating. This is why they need an expert. Look at him laugh. Did you see his smug ass laugh while he picked up his water bottle? Come back to your screen unless you're driving or on scaffolding or in a precarious position on a construction site or handling heavy equipment. Look at his smug ass face when he takes a drink of water. You can't make this up. If you couldn't find an actor out of Central Casting that could do this well, that could play smug as well as this man, watch and learn what not to do on the witness stand. Ready?
Start.
I have no words. I have no words.
As the supervisor, you're generally aware of the evidence in this case, correct?
It depends, but very generally on most cases, yes.
As a matter of fact, as the supervisor, one of your duties would be to make sure that evidence is collected and processed appropriately and properly, correct?
That is the standard, yes.
You're also aware that all of the physical evidence that was booked eventually at the crime lab on March 14th, 2022, was done so by Michael Proctor, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who delivered it or who booked it in. But if you have a document, I will reflect on it.
You reflect on it. Why don't you pray on it in your first two languages and then come to English? Oksana, thank you for your very generous 50. It was my
Yes.
pleasure to have you here. And I am grateful for each and every one of you who chooses to spend your whole entire
look at that.
frustrating day with me.
Tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
It is the Twilight Zone. We have emojis for that.
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
What is this document you just looked at?
It's the receipt of evidence submission to the crime lab.
And who submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
You're also aware that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of taillight material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview on since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the total pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
You're testifying that they were recovered, but you didn't recover all of them, did you?
I did not recover all of them, no.
Matter of fact, Michael Proctor, according to you, recovered some of those items, correct?
Some of those items were recovered by Michael Proctor, yes.
They don't want to call Proctor.
And you're also aware that he submitted pieces of taillight material that he indicated he recovered as late as February 18th, 2022, correct?
I am aware that there was items recovered on February 18th. I am not sure exactly if it was him or someone else that recovered it.
You indicated, I think in direct examination yesterday, that as of February 3rd or February 4th, the weather had broken, generally, correct? It was getting warmer.
Yes, the weather was warmer. There were rainy days following the 3rd, I believe. No, the 4th it was raining when I picked up that piece of evidence. So yeah, the weather had warmed up.
So it was raining and somewhat storming on the 4th?
There was precipitation when I recovered that item. I mean, I don't know if it was storming, there was a low pressure cell coming through. I have no idea.
Okay, but that's the same day that you were told that Chief Berkowitz was driving by and saw the records.
The day I picked up the single piece with Canton PD present, it was raining.
So he would have been driving by, windows up, water on the windows, in the rain, and saw the red piece?
Gotcha.
Sustained.
With his Coke bottle
You
glasses.
indicated that on February 10th, when you did your final visit, made your final visit to 34 Fairview, you indicated yesterday during testimony there was quote unquote very little snow still present, correct?
That's correct.
Let's recall the weatherman, shall we? Do we need to? Hello to Danielle and her mom in New Jersey. Thank you for watching. Yep. He is a disgrace to Marines. USMC Cowgirl Semper Fi. This guy, you claim no part of him, right? Oh, he does know how to book those little rubber duckies into evidence, doesn't he? Or to log those in.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
The Colin Did It sticker on the bottom of those little tiny rubber ducks. He knows how to go intimidate women by knocking on their doors who may or may not have sent Facebook Messenger messages to Jennifer McCabe a year prior. He did that recently too. Thank you, Teresa, for watching from Canada. Prayers up.
Sergeant, that's a 2-page document. Could you familiarize yourself with those 2 pages, please, and let me know when you're finished?
Karen did used to go to church with John O'Keefe's dad every Sunday. They were very close. And he looks defeated and sad. I agree. I don't know if he's there today. I didn't notice, but thank you. Thank you, Susie. Helen Marie. Yeah, let's hope the jurors who are reacting don't get targeted by Bev. But there seems to be a lot of them. But you know what? There are 18 of them and only 12 will deliberate. So you're right. 6 of them can be alternates. They're not allowed to watch us, but let's send vibes out for them to control their facial expressions.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Goodmans.
Sir, what do those 2 pages purport to reflect? What are they pictures of? Just general, an evidence bag, something else?
The
Grab
first
bag.
one's an evidence bag with
Can
some,
you tell me the date, just so we can cut to the chase, the date of that evidence collection according to that?
on the bag, the date is 2/11/22.
Okay, and what's the
On
second
the
page?
sticker, there's another date. There's a sticker, March 9th of 22.
Okay, what's the,
There's also a date at the,
I'm just interested in the 2 pages, just generally. I need to mark it for evidence. What's the second page look like?
second page is a large piece of red and black taillight plastic cover, and it's identified by a lab number, I believe.
The Goodmans are here.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry about that.
They gifted
So
5
there's one page
memberships.
is an evidence bag, the other page purports to be the item that was in the evidence bag, correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay.
It's just, one's an evidence bag with information on it, and then there's a photograph of a piece recovered. I don't know.
I'd like to have these marked and introduced as next in order A and B.
Getting a little hot under the collar there,
Is there any objection from the Commonwealth?
Yuri, in any language.
No objection.
Okay.
Maybe if his MSP career fails, he can work on an ASMR channel, where people just play like sounds. He like,
Exhibits 112A and B.
is that what that's called? Where people just play sounds of like bottles rolling down the stairs.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Taking a look at this item, can you describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
This is an evidence bag. It is labeled with case number, date collected, time, who collected it, description of items enclosed, the location it was recovered, and the victim's full name. It also has a to scale ruler for the photograph and some identifying marks from the laboratory.
Can you indicate for the jurors
There's also a line that says type of offense, which is blank, right above the victim's full name where it says John O'Keefe. And then underneath it says suspect's full name. That is also blank.
who was it that collected this item according to the evidence bag?
According to this evidence bag, it was collected by Trooper Proctor.
And can you show the date or tell the jurors the date that it indicates the item was collected or items were collected?
I believe it says 2/11/22.
February 11th. So that would be the day after you were at the location, correct?
It would be the day after, yes.
Can we have the full screen, Mr. Woke? You see the designation at the bottom beneath the measuring ruler?
Yes, I do, yes.
Is there a case number or case designator starting with 22?
Yes, I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe it's a LIMS number 22-02184.
And do you see an item number listed right next to that case number?
Yes, this indicates it's 7-15.
And there's another set of initials beneath that, it appears, correct?
That's what, I mean, there's letters. I don't know if there's someone's initials.
Okay.
I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Fair enough.
I do.
This appears to be something that was filled out by the crime lab. The black lettering and numbering, correct?
I would assume. I don't know for sure, though.
Okay, and obviously there's a date down here, 2/17/23, a year later, correct?
Yes,
And then it says Canton at the bottom.
yes.
If we could have the full screen, please.
That was Ashley. I think her name's Ashley Valier. Over a
Okay.
year later.
You also indicated that there was a label up at the top, correct?
Yes.
All right. If we could go to the second page, it'd be page B of this.
She reconstructed the taillight, I think, right, you guys? Ashley Valier.
Can you look at first of all, look at the bottom and tell me if that number designator appears to be the same as on the evidence, as on the previous page?
The limbs or the item number? The item
limbs.
number is 715.
Okay. And that comports with what we just saw in the previous page, correct?
That is the same number.
All right. This would be an exemplar, one of the items in that evidence bag labeled 715, correct? There were several items, but this is one of them. Is that right? It's how the crime lab keeps them separate?
I believe so. I don't know their procedures. I believe so. I know they use alphanumeric identifiers. As I can't testify to their procedures, why they do it, how they do it, or.
It's a giant piece of taillight. It is giant. There's a ruler there. The widest part of it is at least 5 inches long. It's a giant piece of taillight that would have been seen. It's red on the morning of January 29, 2022, despite Canton PD's inept incompetence. They would have seen it in less than 4 inches of snow. Ridiculous.
the sequence in which, or the choice in numbers or letters, I have no idea
Okay.
about any of that.
We can have the lights up with the court's permission. We can leave this up. If you could leave that up, Mr. Wolf. All right. You can still see that on the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went out to 34 Fairview on February 10th, 24 hours before February 11th, right? To pick up a piece of, I'm sorry, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected, I believe 20 pieces in total, 6 and 14, the day prior, yes.
You see the size of this according to the rule. Generally,
Yes.
how big is that? The widest part, that thin.
At the widest part, it appears, if there's no optical illusion with the ruler location, 6 inches.
Okay, that's the 6 inches is the size of a dollar bill, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It also looks like it may be more than that from top to bottom, 6, maybe 7 inches, top to bottom. Did you give us an estimate?
Possibly a little bit more, yeah.
If there's no
Okay.
optical illusion with the ruler. Do you do that often?
You didn't see this item on February 10th when you were there, correct?
If I saw that item, I would have picked it up.
Right. Wasn't there, was it?
That's not what I'm saying. I said if I saw it, I would have picked it up.
But you didn't see it, did you?
I did not see it, obviously. No.
According to the information that we just presented, this item was found the next day by Trooper Michael Proctor. Right.
Based on the information presented, that's what it says, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
We can take that down.
See what he's doing here? Like a surgeon.
May I approach one more time?
Okay.
Thank you. This is
Like a
the
surgeon.
document. If you could
Did you show
familiarize
Mr.
yourself with
Brennan?
it.
I didn't see it.
Lucci's here from South Africa.
Thank you.
I did previously.
Thank you. Agree with you. Exactly. I've said this, Siobhan, since the beginning.
Are you familiar with that document? When I say familiar, that's a bad question. Let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize what's generally in those 3 pages?
I got to take a look.
Sure.
I must have missed your first
Sure.
request.
Sergeant, can you describe generally, just very generally, so I can either mark it or not mark it? Do you recognize what's depicted on the first page, the second page, and the third page?
The first page depicts an evidence bag from labeled date of collection 2/18/22. Second page is a red piece of plastic. And third page is also a photograph of a longer red piece of plastic with a little bit of black molding on it.
Your Honor, I would ask that be moved into evidence as A, B, and C subordinately.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Miss Jessica, welcome to the Mod Squad. You have been deputized. Appreciate you.
Exhibits 113A, B, and C.
It has just started torrential raining
Publish, Your
here.
Honor.
Okay.
Sergeant, same couple of questions, if we could. Do you see a date of collection on this evidence envelope?
Yes, this photograph indicates 2/18/22.
And collected by whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Full view, Mr. Wolk. Thank you, sir. And then if we could highlight the lower portion that appears to be by the ruler. Do you see the same, I think you called it a lens number?
Limbs, LIM.
Okay. The LIM number is the same number, the 22-02184, correct?
Yes.
And the item number in this one is handwritten as what?
7/16.
Okay. If we can go to the second page, please. Do you see it, first of all, on the bottom, the same item designator number?
Yes, 7/16.
And what is depicted in this photograph?
A red piece of plastic.
That would be a piece of plastic according to the item number that would be contained in that evidence envelope, one of the pieces at least?
I would assume.
Okay. Is that a similar 6-inch ruler that's being photographed with that red piece?
Yes, it is.
And how long at its longest point would you estimate that piece of plastic to be?
It's more than 6 inches. I mean, probably 7, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe,
And
maybe 7.
I know this is a little bit of a challenge, but how from top to bottom, what would you estimate the distance to be at its longest point?
3.5 inches, I guess.
Okay. And then the next page, please, the final page, which would be sub C. Do you see the same designator on the bottom right?
Yes, I do.
That's 716, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be out of the same evidence envelope, is that right?
That's what's suggested, yes.
And how long would you estimate this item to be?
7.5, 8 inches.
And maybe what, 3 inches tall? 4?
Yeah, 3. 3.
Okay, we can have the lights up, Your Honor, with the court's permission. Again,
picture.
the last
Where is
time
he?
you were out at the location with very little snow on the ground, you collected certain items of evidence on February 10th, correct?
February 10th was the last time I collected. I said there was still snow on the ground, maybe in piles where it was excavated. There was very little, but there was still snow on the ground.
You indicated that you obviously looked around the area. You talked about the general area. I think you used the word general vicinity, right? When
Yes.
You collected your items.
Yes.
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before it either, did you?
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected. We did not excavate anything. We simply allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal
Itself.
additional items.
Just reveals itself. Trooper Paul's
When you were
words.
there on the 3rd, February 3rd, there was still some snow on the ground, but you did excavate, correct?
Yes, there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yes,
By February 4th, that snow was dissipating some, correct?
it was, yes.
And you were excavating through that as well, correct?
On the 4th?
On the 4th?
No, we did not excavate on the 4th.
You did.
The item revealed itself and I collected it.
It's magic.
Okay, fair enough. Then on the 10th, you didn't need to do any more excavating because there was, quote unquote, in your words, very little snow. Very little, right?
Those were my words.
Okay.
Compared to the first day, there was very little snow on the ground. Yes.
And
Something
in
funny?
fact, you did not see any of the items that were collected or claimed to have been collected at 34 Fairview by Michael Proctor on February 11th, the day after you were there, correct? Did not
That
see
is-
that item?
Did not see that item, no.
And did not see any of the items that you've seen that were claimed to have been collected by Michael Proctor on February 18th, a week later, correct?
Those items were not observed by me or else I would have collected them.
We can take this down.
The juror is writing down notes. One of them smirked when he said he didn't find that big 6-inch piece. According to Jess Machado, who is in the courtroom. How's your day going, Yuri? You want us to open the trap door yet and throw you into the
I want to change
burning ring of
gears for
fire?
a second, Sergeant, if it's okay with you, and switch to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. You indicated that on direct examination, you reviewed video evidence and you had information that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall after leaving CF McCarthy's, correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you about who your investigation revealed was there at the Waterfall when they arrived. What about BRIAN HIGGINS?
Yes, the investigation revealed BRIAN HIGGINS was at the Waterfall at their arrival.
And you learned that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall together, not separately, correct?
That is correct.
About what time did, according to your investigation, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrive at the Waterfall?
I believe it was 11:03, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When they walked in, you've reviewed the video, correct?
Yes, we played it yesterday. Yes.
When they walked in, Brian Higgins was already situated in the waterfall, standing or sitting at a sort of a high top bar table, correct?
Brian Higgins was present. I don't know his exact location. The video would depict it.
You did learn that Brian Higgins on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th, 2022, had what could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Miss Reed.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive certain text messages from Brian Higgins during the course of your investigation?
Oh,
I received extraction of his text messages. I did not receive any text messages.
Did you actually receive an extraction from his phone, or was it simply text messages that he supplied to you on his own?
It was extraction of text messages on a CD and also printed out the same document.
Did you perform that extraction, or was that extraction performed at your request by Massachusetts State Police from his phone?
It was not performed by me, and it was not performed at my request.
Okay. So in fact, when you met with Brian Higgins, he simply provided you something that he said had been extracted from his phone.
Objection.
Sustained.
it's true.
Did he provide you something?
Yes.
Did Brian Higgins indicate that he had taken those off of his phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was your understanding about what the items were, the pages of text messages that you received? What was your understanding about where they came from?
From his device and his communications with the defendant and Mr. John O'Keefe.
But you did not have a forensic extraction performed, correct?
That's correct.
And Brian Higgins never gave you his phone to perform a forensic extraction, correct?
That's correct.
So the items that you received were directly from him and him alone. Is that right?
He handed me the items. I don't know who else was involved. You said him alone. He handed me the items.
That's what I mean. You reviewed those text messages back and forth, correct?
It's been some time, but yes, I had.
And those purported to be, I think you already said, those purported to be two strings, I'm going to call them strings of texts. Some string text messages between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And some string text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed that he presented to you as flirtatious in nature?
You're hot.
Without having recently reviewed them in detail, I don't want to label it something without having complete understanding of the content.
That's so funny.
I'm not comfortable putting a label.
That's so funny. You're not comfortable putting a label on text messages between Higgins and Karen when Higgins was like, "You're hot. I want you. I want more. Where's this relationship going?" But you're totally comfortable in deeming this a car accident before ever seeing the vehicle allegedly involved. You're totally comfortable with that, right? Yeah, got it. Dude.
Label on something.
Well, how would you describe them? I mean, were these business texts?
No, these were, friendly communications. I don't want to put a label on it. There were communications between acquaintances or people that know each other. There was text message communication. As far as flirtatious, I would have to take a look at the content of it for certain terms that would support that label.
Well, do you remember a text message exchange about a kiss that was shared?
Objection.
Sustained.
So Karen wasn't
Do you
flirting
remember
with
any
Higgins?
text message between the two of them that suggested a romantic interest, either one of them may have had based on the text messages?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach your honor?
Yes.
Yes, the defense can call Michael Proctor. Thank you. Sorry, I don't remember my lies. I didn't think this guy could do any worse than he did yesterday, but he's proving me wrong. I mean, fantastic. While we're fast forwarding to real time, would everyone please take a moment and hit the like button so that I don't need to turn off the fan or the air conditioning? Oh, look at that. Are they still on break? On sidebar? So there was a media order that came out yesterday about the testimony of the niece and nephew and how nobody's allowed to have cameras up or talk about or describe the niece and nephew. I'm not sure if I can't recall right now off the top of my head whether it said that they can't talk about the testimony, but that gives me an indication that perhaps the niece and nephew are going to be called this afternoon and cameras are going to go off, which makes me very sad because, like I said earlier, I don't think there's.
Make you wait here, so we'll take our morning break now. We'll take it out
Court, all rise, please. Jury exit, just fold your notebooks. People can hear, please. Just step right up. Thank you.
Okay. How long of a break are you going to take? Are you going to tell us? Or are we just going to guess? Well, you know who's going to tell us? Jess, because she's in the courtroom. One moment, please. Talk amongst yourselves. Talk amongst yourselves for a second. Talk amongst yourselves. Half hour? A half hour. Okay, well, they may be open, they may be discussing things in open court, so we will see.
I need you to stay for just a second, please, Sergeant. So how are we going to get, I know you're very careful about not talking to witnesses when they're on the stand. So you're to give Mr. Brennan copies of everything that we talked about, and somebody's got to give them to Sergeant Bukhenik to review.
I have no problem with Mr. Brennan providing report number 11 and text messages.
Okay. And I need copies as well. So if you can get them to Mr. McDermott so I can have them, that would be great.
I'm sorry?
No, that won't save time, actually, Mike. No, so Mr. McDermott will make copies. Thanks, Jim.
Are they going to try and get
All right,
Higgins
so we'll
text
see you back
messages in?
here a half an hour. If you need me before then, let me know.
All right, so we're looking at maybe 11 a.m. So it sounds to me like they're going to try and get Proctor, Yuriy, to read the text messages. No, I didn't say the SIRI word, sorry. To read the text messages of Higgins and Karen, which would be an interesting twist here. They're going to let him review them because it seems like Higgins may be MIA, and perhaps the Commonwealth has said that they're not going to call Higgins, which is really interesting to me. Turtle Boy tweeted yesterday, I don't know where he got the info. I'm not sure because I didn't really follow up, that the Commonwealth did not intend to call Proctor, Higgins, Brian Albert, and a couple of other percipient witnesses that were in the house at 34 Fairview. So it's going to be crazy to me if they don't call any of those people who had knowledge of what went on inside the house at 34 Fairview. But there we go. Lauren Kinney said that the telltale heart is inside the evidence bag. Yeah, he said yesterday the evidence bag was making noise. It was distracting him. Thank you very much, House 302. I'm happy to keep you from putting your foot through the TV. Yes, lots of lies going on today. Lots of lies. Lady Zelda says, my darling, start smiling. By his actions, he's helping to get Karen a not guilty verdict. If he were a pro and not so ignorant, I would then start worrying. Yes, this is crazy. The truth is coming out. It is. It really is, in my opinion. And this is the time where, the repairman is here. So hang on one second. It's actually perfect timing for the repairman. So let me go deal with that. You guys talk amongst yourselves. We'll be back at 11. The live feed is up. So I will be back before they come back. Everybody go grab popcorn. Go grab your drinks, your snacks. You need to stay hydrated because this is a difficult day. So it's good that we're getting a little break right now. And I will be back before you know it. Okay. I mean, the karma, you know, it works out. It always works out. So I'll be right back. You guys talk amongst yourselves. Ooh, okay, well, that worked out nicely. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. All right. Where were we? Back to the questions. Brooklyn Janet said dropped off on the lawn is a strange thing to say, isn't it? Karen Reed said she saw him go in the house. Yes, 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 she did. That was, where did I find that yesterday? I saw that on, I think I saw it on YouTube. Hold on. Let's play that clip. That is a great idea for something to do during the break. Thank you. Where's my history? Hang on. Did YouTube just change their whole format today just to mess with me? Hold on. She was interviewed yesterday outside the courthouse. Got it. Thank you, Nick Indy, for pointing that out to me. Have you guys seen this?
Karen, there's a debate over the shoes. Do they match from the picture to what John was wearing?
Just look at the evidence, look at the pictures. I didn't collect them. I've seen that though.
Do you think?
Did you see John go in the house?
I did.
You saw him go in the
I
house?
saw John go in the house.
Can you describe him going into the house? Which door and how and when?
No, I have though, and I'm sure the prosecution will play it.
Karen, there's a debate over the shoes. Do they match from the picture to what John was wearing?
It's just a quick loop, so I'll just play it one more time. He's asking Karen about the shoes.
Just look at the evidence, look at the pictures. I didn't collect them. I've seen that though.
Do you
Did you see John go in the house?
I did.
You saw him go in the
I
house?
saw John go in the house.
Can you describe him going into the house? Which door and how and when?
No, I have though, and I'm sure the prosecution will play it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. They have that clip too. You can rest assured that they absolutely 100% have that clip. And they'll play every single clip they can get their hands on to try and make her look guilty, even though physics and science and injuries and medicine says that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, because that's all they have. And they will stop at nothing to convict Karen Reed of murder. You should be horrified. Many of you are. Thank you, B-Rad, for reminding everyone to hit the like button. While we're here, we're on break for a couple more minutes. Please hit the like button. It helps the stream, helps support the channel. That is amazing. Julie says, thanks for having the best channel on YouTube. Thank you so much. Happy birthday to Suze's mom. Scuba Dan, thanks for asking. You become a member. There is a link. If you're on an iPhone, you have to go into Safari and open YouTube that way. But there's also a link in the show notes right below this video. And so that is how you become a member. And thank you for your interest. I appreciate you. Kim is here and wants to say hello to Sean. Thank you, Kim. Liz said, did we all catch Yuriy Bukhenik's statement when he was being a dick to AJ that witnesses with a motive to lie change their stories and make inconsistent statements? Thanks, Yuriy. Yep. Who did that? How many people did that in addition to Jen McCabe? Couple. Thanks, Liz. Shannon says, as a former Massachusetts prosecutor, this is disgusting. We have all had bad witnesses. We have to present them and deal with it. That's the job. You don't get to swap them out. Yep. They don't want to call Proctor, and they're doing everything they can not to. Can AJ ask about the employment status of Michael Proctor? Did they, Ms. Marple wants to know, didn't they cover that yesterday, that he's been terminated? Thought they did. I thought Alan Jackson did. You guys can let me know, but I thought he did, but absolutely, it's fair game. In fact, yesterday, Bukhenik was asked about his own internal affairs investigation and whether or not he was also disciplined, and he was. He lost, wait for it, 5 vacation days. 5 vacation days for failing to supervise Michael Proctor, among other things. But, you know, he said that he was doing traffic duty. He was doing traffic duty. And He got the message on his phone and he just liked it. He just liked it. Bruni Saint is here from Australia. She wants to know why people don't hit the like button. I don't know. I think people forget. No shade. But thank you for reminding everyone and also for tuning in from Australia. CamVat, safe travels on your way from Boston to the Outer Banks. That's a nice trip. Emily said, I wouldn't want the kids to be the last thing heard on a Friday afternoon. Maybe AJ can take all day with Cross and thwart the Commonwealth plan. I don't know if it's definitely a plan. I think that we're thinking that because of the media order that went out yesterday. But what I will say is that last year, when the niece and nephew were called to the stand, they really didn't have much to add to the Commonwealth's case, other than they said that Karen Read did not have access to the ring footage. So it helps the defense, in my opinion. And why do you want to put two kids on the stand who were 13 and 10 at the time, who are now, what, 16 and 13? Maybe something as such like that, to come on and testify about the relationship between John and Karen? Like, do you know how traumatic it is to put a child to have to testify in front of a courtroom of people that they don't know? This part isn't going to be televised, but it's scary as hell. Like, they've already suffered enough PTSD. Their mother died tragically, and then a couple of months later, their father died. And then John becomes their guardian, and now John is gone. And now they're forced to testify against a woman who, by all accounts, was very, very generous to the children, who like homeschooled them during the lockdowns, who stayed home with them, who drove them places. We saw, they showed ring video of her driving the kids around, spoiled them, bought them expensive clothes, took the niece for manicures. And that now the children have to feel some sort of maybe guilt that last time they didn't do a good enough job testifying, that Karen didn't get convicted. It's insane. It makes no sense to me, Emily. It breaks my heart. Having been a litigator for over 30 years and dealing with children who were survivors / victims of childhood SA and the Catholic Church scandal and all that stuff, it is heartbreaking. It's very difficult for a child to get on the stand. I don't see any upside for the Commonwealth from it. And it's gross. Really, you're not going to call Brian Albert to the stand or Michael Proctor, but you see nothing wrong with calling these children to the stand. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Denise, yeah, he's been disciplined once. Yeah, he lost 5 vacation days. Big deal. Lally's throat clear said, based on the information shown in these photographs, they could have been taken on anyone's lawn. Yep. Anywhere. Absolutely anywhere. Siobhan, with this vagueness, who knows if the original pieces found were even Karen's? They could have been just the decoy until they got the real pieces in the Sallyport. Girl, preach. Preach, girl, preach. Michelle, there are holes cut out of John O'Keefe's jeans. Watch pocket side, upper thigh. DNA lady didn't say she cut holes. Where did they come from? I don't know what you're talking about, but when the examiners who examined the clothing come on the stand, you will see that. I don't recall what happened during the last trial. Could they be dog bites? Don't know. Were they swabbed for dog DNA? No, they weren't. Were the tissue samples taken from John O'Keefe's arm to see if there would have been any canine DNA? No, they weren't. No, they weren't. There was a tech who took a Q-tip swab, swabbed a couple of holes around the clothing, and sent the swab off to UC Davis, where no dog DNA was found, but pig DNA was found. So you'll hear about that when Terry Kuhn comes in to testify. And BB, if we didn't have Bev protecting him and the remaining witnesses, this would be over. I've about had it. I know, Aunt BB. I know. This one's hard. Natalia, I love you even more. Julie can't believe she hasn't gained 10 pounds rage eating. I know. It's horrifying. Hank No Brain is here and says she has her sister from Texas watching now. Thank you. Thank you so much. Pose Raven, me and my sister are visiting family in California and woke up early to watch these shenanigans with you because you're the best. Thanks for your coverage. Oh, hi to you and your sister. I love that for you. Although the waking up early part, not so much. Midnight Mike, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. You are amazing. Super generous contributor to the channel. Tina White says, how can O'Keefe's not see that Jackson is fighting for the truth of how John was killed? My retired Massachusetts trooper friend said most of the troopers are, well, I don't know. I don't know about that, but it's insane. Oh, that's funny. Dismissed your. I wonder if Yuri's other 2 languages are Yiddish and Latin. Oh, that's a nod to my theme song. Thank you very much for your super chat. Real deal. Thanks for your $20 super sticker. I appreciate you. May the 4th be with you. Oh, could you? I couldn't even believe that Jessica Hyde said that on the stand. Thank you for your 20. My clients insist I put on your channel. Oh, that's amazing. Somebody sent me an email who works in a salon, or maybe she put it up on Instagram. I don't remember now, that they watch me in the salon in Raynham, I think, or Rentham. I don't remember where. So thank you very much for your, and then somebody else sent me, they were watching it at the nail salon. So we're everywhere, even in Oregon, and somebody had me on at the nail salon. So if you guys are out there and you're getting a service done, be sure to tip whoever's doing your manicure or your blowout accordingly, nicely, generously. Doing the Lord's work over there. Pray on it. Your first 2 languages took me out. Thank you, Live to Shine. Thanks. I mean, we have to try and keep laughing at least, right? Tracy Davis on top of spaghetti. I am the meatball. Thank you, Melanie. Thank you for your 10. And BB coming in with another 20 says, does AJ get to show the inverted video? Yes. And all the cleaner videos we saw in 1.0, even if Commonwealth played their same dirty versions, yes. Example, the tow truck video was terrible. Can AJ play a clearer tow truck video? Thank you. Yes. Yes, I believe he can. Maybe not through this witness because he hasn't reviewed them, but through other witnesses. And they're going to put on a much more robust defense this time. Remember, in the first trial, the defense case was only something like 2 days. And they have a lot more witnesses this time. There's 150 witnesses on the combined witness list. And I don't know, we don't have a fan to watch this time, but I am on real time. And so I think we will see a much longer defense case. May the 4th would have been appropriate if it had been May the 4th, but it was May the 4th because that's what she said. Her report was May the 4th. That's how she remembered it. Roxanne, defense needs to provide a replacement Lexus part for the make model for comparison. You're talking about the taillight? They appear to have found too many square inches of red and clear plastic. Well, you'll see Ashley. I think Ashley's the one who put it together, right? She reassembled it. And so all of those pieces do fit together, except for maybe there's a couple of little tiny pieces missing. And Karen did say in one of those clips they played during the trial that in John O'Keefe's driveway, she picked out a couple of little tiny pieces of the from the taillight and dropped them on the driveway, right? KK Heflin, have you noticed how much worse and unhealthy the witnesses look this year? That's what guilt will do to you. And we're trying not to like comment on people's appearance unless it's a choice. Like it was a choice for Lally to do a baby shark hairdo. That is a choice. And so, you know, there's that. I do not know that Karen was ever offered a plea deal, crazy Italian lady. That has not been made public. But we do know that there were some text messages in Jen McCabe's group between Jen, Matt McCabe, Nicole, and Brian Albert, in which I think it was Matt McCabe who said, if she takes the plea, this will be over. If she doesn't, it will be a whole episode. And that, I think, was on the day of Karen's arrest at 4:30, before she was arrested at 7:30. So what does that indicate to you? Eagle says, every time I see that white fan, I'm waiting to see a dark substance hit the fan. Thank you, Eagle 3. Well done. Well done. That's great. You guys are funny. You're called the Snark Tank for a reason. Maureen says, can't wait to hear the jurors' thoughts on Yuri's testimony after the trial. I'd be exasperated and insulted while also trying to contain my laughter listening to this insanity. Yeah. Yeah, notice how she doesn't ask Yuriy, is this funny, Yuriy? You're right. She doesn't. Remember? Is something funny, Ms. Reed? People, boy, did they clip the hell out of that one. Thank you, Mo, for your 10 and for your compliments. You're the best. No, you're the best. Janice, now the nephew is saying he thinks Karen had access to the ring from the family computer. I saw it in a document last night. Well, is it an official court document, Janice? I haven't seen that. I don't know what document you're referring to. And we like to stick with facts. Thank you for your super sticker. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you. Loveland Legal RN. And so that is why any like rumor, speculation, and gossip is deleted from the chat because we're a legal based channel and we it's just the way we roll here. Thanks, Gail. Appreciate you. Big Haas. Thanks for gifting a membership. Hi, Pamela. I subscribed. I need a membership to chat. No, there's just a 48-hour. The chat is set to 48-hour subscribers. And so we have to protect the chatters and also the people that are out there in the public. There's a lot of nonsense going on with trolls, Pamela. So I don't know when you subscribed, but welcome. Welcome. Thank Big Haas for gifting a membership. Maria says, love your coverage. Wanted to invite everyone to watch Duty Ron's channel live. His analysis breakdown thoughts are phenomenal. Yep. Yeah, thank you. I do. I did like maybe 50 or 60 guest appearances with Duty Ron and Ed before I started my own channel. So we do promote them. I would ask, though, that you don't mention any other YouTubers in the chat because even though you guys have been here for 48 hours or more, we don't like to disparage other YouTubers. And as such, like that, discuss things that are going on other channels and rumors and stuff. So that's just like typical YouTube courtesy is all. Minute Mike gifted another 10 memberships like the day or 2 days after his birthday. So that's amazing. Thank you. Shout out to Pinky's 84-year-old mother, Honey, who's watching. Hey, Honey. She's my best friend. I love you, Mama, says Pinky. Norman, defense needs to ask these clowns to explain how it is the metal studs that keep the light lined up with the body panels broke off and why the electronic board is broken when it's mounted in the back. That is a great question, but it's not for this witness. And so, Norman, I appreciate you. Well, the cameraman or camera person is shaking the camera, so I think we're coming back. They took that half-hour break. I think it was so Yuri could review those text messages that he said he had to review. I'll halal it. We love Judge Halal, don't we? It's amazing he can recall whether on specific days, but not who he gave evidence to. Is this even remotely real? Yeah, no. We're in the Twilight Zone, upside down, inside out, Narnia. That is the Norfolk County courtroom of Justice Kim Jong-Kanone, a.k.a. Lady Macbeth, a.k.a. Beverly Kanone. Chloe Albert's Revenge. You got a new job. Proctor, persecuting New England. Oh, well done. Since 1693. Yeah, Proctor was involved in the original Salem witch trials, right? Thank you, Too Short Gatekeeper to Hell, for gifting a membership. You guys you have the best usernames. You really do. Bruni Saint, question, how many times was the lawn mowed before the last piece was found? Well, it was February, so I don't think they were mowing the lawn. But I got what you're saying. Thanks for tuning in from Australia. Red's daughter says, I hope he's wearing Depends today, because while they keep saying the Fed investigation is closed, after today it may be reopened. I don't think it's ever closed. I think it's still alive and well. Lori, if the Commonwealth doesn't call the MA and only calls the paid, the Massachusetts medical examiner and only calls the paid medical examiner, is that not an issue? No, because Irene Scordi-Bello, who did the actual autopsy of John O'Keefe, is on the defense's witness list. And so she'll come in one way or another. Yep, she absolutely will. Yes, JLW, Hank does get paid regardless of the verdict. Isn't that shocking? First of all, why did they need to hire a hired gun to come in and try this case? Hank Brennan is a defense attorney who famously defended Whitey Bulger years ago. Norfolk County DA's office has at least 50 attorneys on salary, on staff. Adam Lally tried the first case. They didn't need to hire a special prosecutor because there is no conflict. However, no other attorney at the Norfolk County DA's office was capable or wanted to try this case for the second time. I call it the hot potato case of Norfolk County because nobody wants it. And originally, when Michael Marcy decided to hire Hank Brennan, who had to obviously put his defense practice on hold while this is going on, he told the taxpayers of Norfolk County that it would cost $75,000 for Hank Brennan to come in and try this case at a rate of $250 an hour, which is kind of like what the plumbers make in New York City. So that's a very, very low rate. As a comparison, Robert Alessi from New York bills something north of $1,800 an hour. And maybe sometimes you get what you pay for. I don't know. They have so far, despite the $75,000 initial contract, paid Hank Brennan something like $234,000. And that was before his trial prep and before the trial. So there's that. He gets paid regardless of the verdict. He's not on contingency. He's not on commission. He gets paid regardless. That's a great question. Emon says, did the defense make a new motion to have the woman from Ring be present from out of state? I thought I saw that today. I haven't seen it yet. So I'll have to take a look at it. Thank you very much for your super chats. Lots of super chats. All right, hang on. I think they need me again. I'm back, but the court's not. And Becky says, I don't care what the weatherman says. When the weatherman says that's raining, you never hear me complaining. Thank you, Becky. CP Techie says, if I was lost or injured in the Massachusetts wilderness, called for help, the MSP wouldn't be able to help because they don't know what cross coordinates are. No, they don't. He didn't seem to think any of that was important, including logging in evidence. He doesn't know Michael Proctor's handwriting. It's insane. Thank God we're all here together, enduring this in real time. Altman, hi Altman. Please God, never let anyone I love need an investigation in Massachusetts. Preach, girl, preach. Thank you, Bev Dizzy Glasses, for sending me a link of a video about DePetro from Canada. Thank you. I get 700 emails a day. I don't know if I've seen it. I usually don't click on links that people send me or photographs. So I don't know. I know that he accosted Turtle Boy yesterday outside of court and called the troopers over to tell Turtle Boy to stop filming him while he was filming something. It was wild. I did see that. You guys can go look for it if you want to see it, if that's what you're talking about. So thank you very much. Christy, I hope AJ makes sure we see the numbers drawn as to what jurors will deliberate this time. Yes, I agree. I don't trust Comrade Canoni. Well, it was Jim. It was the court clerk, Jim, Christy, who pulled those numbers last time and quickly hid them on the desk and then threw everything back in the bingo drum. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. Thank you. Thank you, Christy. I appreciate you. Traveling Mary is here. Can you explain the charges again? Does the drunk driving charge have a prison sentence? Love all you do to help us understand the law. Well, there is no drunk driving charge by itself. That is a confusion that many people seem to have. There is a second-degree murder charge, which is life in prison with the possibility of parole after 15 years. And the judge has some discretion there with regard to parole, but I mean, with regard to how long before parole, I think, but it's definitely a life sentence. There is the second charge, which is a manslaughter charge under the influence. I don't know what the maximum prison sentence is for that. And then there is the third, which is leaving the scene of an accident causing personal injury or death. And again, I don't know the sentencing guidelines for that in Massachusetts either, but there is no standalone drunk driving charge because they did not pull her over. They did not breathalyze her. The blood alcohol levels from the hospital were not, the blood wasn't taken properly. They could have sent a trooper down there. Nobody smelled alcohol on her. The whole thing is ridiculous. It was my opinion that that blood alcohol stuff never should have been allowed in. And there is no standalone drunk driving charge. But you can bet if she reeked of alcohol, they absolutely would have cuffed her. If she was running around the scene screaming in a way that they thought was a confession, they would have cuffed her. Come on. We all know that. It's common sense. Eliza, as someone from the snowy state of Maine, Rain melts snow. No need to wait weeks if it rained in the coming days. Yeah. Well, you know, he didn't understand the word theory. He wanted him to pull out a Webster's dictionary to tell him the word theory because, you know, English is like his third language. And it was a word that he used, Yuri did, in the sentence before that. Right? You can't make it up. You just can't. Thank you, Sarah, for your super sticker. Everyone, please hit the like button. Thank you, all of AJ's nickels. Remember, he said that in court one day. If I had a nickel for every time something, oh, that's a great username too. I'm Stone 518. Thanks for keeping me company on my 10-hour drive today. I can't believe trial number 2 is even worse than the first. I mean, who could believe it, right? We wouldn't believe it if we weren't all watching it together. Jackie, thank you so much for thanking me. Karen, thank you so much for thanking me. Thank you, Maura. Happy Mother's Day to you too. Thank you for thanking me. Nancy, happy Friday. It's a good one. She said, I hope you know how much people in Canton appreciate you. Happy Mother's Day to you too, Nancy. I appreciate you. Jean, thank you for thanking me. You guys are amazing. On Venmo. Elizabeth says, I'm appalled at how all these witnesses for the prosecution can lie, embellish, and speak to the narrative of the Commonwealth. How do they sleep at night knowing an innocent woman is facing life in prison? It's mind-blowing. I know. I know you're outraged too. So am I, Elizabeth. Linda says, thank you for standing up for innocent women. Thank you, Linda. I can't shut up about it. I just can't. It keeps me awake at night. Jessica says, can you say hi to my husband, Chris, who I'm making watch with me today? Hi, Chris. Your wife, Jessica, says hello. Shout out to Chris and Jessica. Well, meet the Goodmans. The Goodmans are here. They actually watch my show on date night, which is wild to me, but hey, I'll allow it. Thank you very, very much to Jessica and Chris. Denise says, love watching with you. Thanks again for your channel and commentary. No, thank you guys, because otherwise I'll be here screaming into a closet. You have no idea how grateful I am for each and every one of you, knowing that you have many, many other places that you could choose to watch your coverage. Karen, thank you. Thank you for being awesome. John, thanks for your analysis and excellent coverage. Kate and I find it really hard to work and be part of this jury. He's laughing. Hi, John and Kate. Thanks for watching. Erin, thanks for your great coverage. I'm just a normal mom from Wisconsin, she says. The world is watching. Tell us in the chat where you're watching from if you're outside the U.S. And then we'll go to inside the U.S. after that. Carolyn, since AJ seems to be bringing in Higgins' text chain with Karen, defense is not going to call Higgins. I don't know. He is one of the 2 third-party culprits they are allowed to point to, Carolyn. So I think what they want to do is they want to get it out on the Commonwealth's case in chief so that they can move for a directed verdict or judgment, a directed verdict after the Commonwealth rests, because then it'll be out there, right? So that would be a good strategy to get it out now if you can. So I don't know. Good questions, all of them. Pickleball Babe is here. She said they were coming back at 11. It's 10 after. She doesn't care about wasting anybody's time. The jury, anybody. VI are coming in from Norway. He sounds like 16-year-old me, not wanting to get into a relationship. Stop with the labeling. Right. Right. He couldn't say even whether or not it was, oh, Jenny Lou, I've been saying, Billy Bush, call me, Billy Bush. Billy Bush gets it. She said a bunch of us recommended Billy Bush connect with you. And he said it was a great idea, so be on the lookout. That's awesome. I've loved Billy Bush, you know, as a friend, as a journalist for years. And so I would be happy to talk to Billy Bush. He did do an interview with Peter Murphy, who's amazing, and also with Turtle Boy. And also, who else did Billy Bush interview on the Karen retrial? But you know what? Billy Bush is on it. He knows everything about this case. He is one of very few mainstream media journalists who actually knows about the case and does not believe that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. So thank you, Jenny Lou. I appreciate that. Happily accept. Denise, I believe that it is an American's duty to serve as a juror. I agree. I've been excused due to PTSD due to childhood trauma. Please do not call children to the stand. Thank you, Denise. Thank you. Brian says the Commonwealth must be proud of their civil servants. Not. Arner, obviously I'm far behind. Theory is a cognate in both Ukrainian and Russian. I can't even pronounce that. It's as easy to understand in all three as computer. Wow, well done. Thank you. Drama must remain on the stage. Truth is the absolute defense by Stacy Seabrook. I don't know if that's a book that you're recommending, but thank you. Barbara, retired nurse, who needs the Valium watching this. Will they be able to call Proctor in now? I mean, they can call him in anyway, regardless. Hank looks like Coraline's dad. Get a picture and put it up when he comes back on. Oh, that's funny. Thanks, Barbara. I think he looks kind of like a weasel, and I've been using that on my thumbnails. Thank you, Jennifer. As Sergeant Bukhenik says, please acknowledge the like button. That's well done. Thank you, Jennifer Scott. Marley is here, new follower, UK. If judge takes Hank Brennan's side of, say, the shoes, is there anyone above her to rule? No, she has wide judicial discretion. These would all be issues on appeal if there's a conviction. If a witness is impeached, does it happen on the stand? Yes. What that just means is catching a witness in a lie. They're testifying on the stand today differently than they did in another proceeding. And so, yes, that is how it's done. Thank you, Marley, for tuning in from the UK and for being interested in this case. Jenny, can't wait to see you get fired up today. That's my favorite. I don't know. It's happening. I feel it happen. Can it be worse? Thanks, Jenny. I was trending on Twitter the day that I read the motion to dismiss decision, and I don't play on Twitter like I told you. And I cursed a lot, and I guess I was trending on Twitter for just the F-bombs that I was dropping, but I couldn't help it. This is so unfair. And there's so much bias that is so obvious here that it's shocking. Bev sees glasses. Oh, DePetro was filming it in court. Oh, has he been busted? Are the court officers aware? Thank you, Bev sees glasses. Brenda says, I'm not only sad for Karen, but I'm sad and angry for John. I feel like he's been lost in this. His clothing made me so sad for him. I know. It is so sad. But that's what's so sad about this, is that the investigation was so horrific that will there ever be justice for John O'Keefe when Karen Reed is acquitted and nobody else is ever held responsible for what happened to John O'Keefe? It's incredibly sad and frustrating. Kelly, as the snow melted, they revealed themselves. Yes, the evidence revealed itself. He said the crime scene spoke to him. He actually said that. That was a line that was attributed to Trooper Paul last year in last year's script. And this year, Yuriy Bukhenik was forced to say it, that the scene spoke to him and that the evidence revealed itself. You just can't script it. If you scripted this in a Hollywood writer's room and you tried to pitch this as a pilot to a network, they would laugh you out of the office. They'd be like, yeah, no. It's like, it's too unbelievable. It strains credulity. Nobody would ever believe it. George Costanza could get a pilot made before anybody who tried to script this. If you know, you know. I can relate every single situation to a Seinfeld episode. Every single one. And Melanie's getting upset. Melanie's getting upset. Thanks, Francesca, for becoming a new member. Dennis the Menace from Canada. Custody was broken and cracked from the beginning. Yeah, sure was. There's no chain of anything. Trying to make a chain now, but I don't think it's going to work. Dr. Russell, technically perjury. Don't know what theory is, but uses precipitation. Yes, that was Yuri. You've seen it live, otherwise you wouldn't believe it. Smooth as butter. Oh, well done on the name change. Makes this. She says my humor makes this trial bearable. Thank you, Liz, for your super sticker. Postman and Paul's a New Hampshire woman. Can't trust a man without lips. My sister and I used to say you can't trust a man with two first names. You know, like Joe Paul, right? Right? Trooper Joe Paul. Never trust a man with two first names. Jill, I'm driving a wheel loader listening, pulling over, please. No, do not operate heavy equipment during this. You may, in fact, become injured, and I can't be responsible for that. I just can't. Kim Kong, your Boston accent gets better every day. Thank you. Thank you. Dennis, CSI Norfolk canceled. Oh, really? Season 2 has been canceled mid-season, or do we get to see the finale? Because I really need to see the finale on this one, Dennis the Menace, because, you know, I feel like I've seen this film before, but I didn't like the ending, so we're back for a new ending this time. Flower child to spit her coffee out. I can't be responsible for that either. Burns, injuries, falling off scaffolding, please, no. Eliza Lewis, thank you for your super sticker. The judge is keeping us waiting, but that's okay because we're chit-chatting. No amount of smart water can help him. He was really drinking smart water on the sand, wasn't he, Stephanie? Yeah, he was. Thank you, Luna Cat. My low tone is like a golf game. I'm a golfer, so I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yuri is in the sand all day today. We just can't get out. It's like Tin Cup. That reminds me of Tin Cup. Kevin Costner had me at Tin Cup. My first videos ever on YouTube Live were videos about Kevin Costner's divorce. Do you remember? Was anybody here for that? Any OGs in the house? Kevin Costner had me at Tin Cup. It does remind me like of that. I'm a golfer. I had a hole in one once. Did I ever tell you? Hole in one. 116 yards with an 8-iron. Got a plaque in the clubhouse. It's true. Can't make it up. And you can't lie about having a hole in one with a witness, by the way. Snarky, snark, snark, snark. Nefandous, nefariousness, DA judge. Commonwealth this case. Free Karen Reed. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Sue. Thank you, Melissa, for thanking me. No, you're the bestest. Kristen with your super sticker. But Carmen, I appreciate you even more. Kelly's a new member. Welcome, Kelly. Jenny Lou. A bunch of us. Oh, you said Billy Bush. Yeah, I'm waiting for Billy Bush. I'm waiting. Call me. Kathy, I was with you last year. I had to take a mental health break after the mistrial because I was so upset. But I'm so happy to see 20,000 in the chat this year. This is the best chat on YouTube. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you. I didn't get to golf as much last year as I wanted to because I was covering the Karen retrial. Maybe this year we gotta play some golf, depending on when this ends. Mad962, how much is he actually making, Hank Brennan? I estimate, and we have estimated that by the time this trial's over, he will probably make close to, if not $1 million. Yeah, it's a 7-figure gig for him. Thanks, Mad62. In my opinion, maybe. But it's all public record. It'll be out there. Thank you, Jenny. No, you're amazing. Everyone subscribe. It's free. She says subscribe so we can get her to 100K. The thing is, when you get to 100K, YouTube sends you this really cool, like silver YouTube play button. And then they give you this cool check mark next to your name. And, you know, it's a milestone. Thank you, Jenny. I appreciate you. Sergeant Bukhenik says, please acknowledge like button. Thank you, Jennifer Scott. Is Eddie Munster seriously drinking smart water, says Therese? He does kind of look like Eddie Munster. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. There are a lot worse things that we could call him. And so we'll allow that one, Therese. Grand opening of Jessica Hyde's Denny's. Okay, girl. You are rocking the username today. Did everyone hear that? The grand opening of Jessica Hyde's Denny's. Respectfully, I move to add Gwen Stefani, I Saw Red to the playlist. If it's not already been asked, it hasn't. Hasn't been, but based on the fact that your username is so on point, motion granted. Cat tracking. Again, another amazing username. There's enough snow to track a cat, said the weatherman. Mel, didn't she get acquitted on 2 of those charges in the first trial? Well, she did, if you believe what the jurors who came forward afterwards said when they reached out to the defense and the Commonwealth, by the way. Many of the jurors said, but we acquitted her of murder too and leaving the scene. However, nobody ever asked us.
We're unmuted.
Went all the way to the Supreme Court, up several levels of appellate state court, into federal court, up to the Supreme Court of the United States on double jeopardy. And the Supreme Court doesn't want to hear it. So double jeopardy is alive and well, maybe in Massachusetts. Welcome. Thank you for pointing that out. Free Billy Tibbetts. Free my boy Billy Tibbetts. If you know, you know. I don't approve of Billy Tibbetts, and I don't even know what he did, but apparently it wasn't good. But during the first trial, pre-trial, clerk court Jim Clown didn't mute, and somebody on Zoom said free Billy Tibbetts, and then said F you.
Jurors, we appreciate the long break. We did it in an effort to make sure things go a little bit more smoothly from here on.
But did you give them coffee and pizza? Did D&E's
All right,
provide
Mr.
free
Jackson,
food?
whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
And we're back from outer space. Smirking already. Just can't wipe that smirk off his face. Oh, the waffles. Yes, the waffles will be served at.
Sergeant, I've handed you a document in addition to what's been marked as evidence, item 111. There's a document that's heavily redacted. Do you recognize, or do you see that document?
I do.
Do you see a word on that document?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a redacted form of the document that is the same document or the same page or copy of that page that you saw this morning from those notes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to have that marked as next in order, the redacted document with court's permission.
Okay.
And with the court's permission,
Hold on.
sure.
Exhibit
Oh.
114.
Drama must remain on the stage. I have to disagree
Your
with
Honor,
you.
may with the
I think
court's
he is a
permission, put
protected
side by
species.
side of the single word that we discussed at sidebar from evidence item 111 and what's been marked as 114.
Is there an objection?
There is.
Yes. Not at this time, Mr. Jackson, no.
In your opinion, having seen those two words next to each other, do they appear to be the same or similar handwriting?
In my opinion, they appear very similar, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know why they redacted it because I'm not sure what it is.
May I inquire with counsel for just a second?
Sure.
They had him do some handwriting analysis.
Thank you. May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, Jay Rand. So they could never be a lawyer.
Yes.
My face has subtitles. I'm glad I'm not in the courtroom right now.
Thank you. Sergeant, could you just flip through that briefly and tell me if you generally recognize what that document
Absolutely.
is?
I do.
Thank you, Sergeant. What is that document generally?
Generally, it appears to be screen captures of text message conversation.
Is that the document that you earlier referred to as having received from Brian Higgins?
It's a printout of the document, yes.
You saw something in electronic format, I take it,
Yes.
and you reviewed it on a computer.
Yes.
Did you receive the electronic file on a thumb drive or a CD or something like that?
I did.
Okay. And this appears to be a true and accurate representation of that electronic copy that you received from Brian Higgins.
To the best of my understanding, yes.
And is that document reflective of the text messages that Mr. Higgins indicated to you were between the string, as I use that word, between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
This is what was provided to the best of my understanding and now has been printed out.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd like to ask the witness to read the text messages that he was provided by Brian Higgins
So we're going to mark this
for identification only.
Well done. Well done on getting that in. He's going to read the text messages between Brian and Karen because Brian Higgins gave them to him, he says, because he can't say he gave them to Proctor because he's trying to keep Proctor out of it. Well done, sir. Well done. Look what you got yourself into. If you guys
You're
have not heard
certainly
these
not
messages
asking
before,
them to read this whole document.
they are cringe.
I expect to.
I'm going to see counsel.
He's entitled to because Yuriy Bukhenik said that he received these text messages. Here's what happened in case you don't know the lore. Brian Higgins, this big doofy guy who's an ATF agent, who was at 34 Fairview on the night in question, had been flirtatiously text messaging with Karen Reed for like 2 weeks, but he thought they were going to be together forever. And so when Brian Higgins knew that something happened to John O'Keefe, he quickly went over to the FBI where he has a friend named Matt Kelch. Matt Kelch is also on the witness list, so put a pin in that. He went over to visit Matt Kelch at the FBI because he was running scared. And Matt Kelch taught him how to use the kiosk in the FBI lobby or something to extract certain cherry-picked text messages from his phone. That was before he cracked his SIM card in half and destroyed his phone on a military base. So he cherry-picked all of these messages and then he printed them up and brought them in to his interview with Bukhenik and Proctor. Apparently, he also burned it on a CD. Who knew? Who knew? Didn't even know that Higgy knew how to burn a CD, but he did. And because this witness, Bukhenik, is saying that he now did everything and Proctor didn't do anything, since he received, oh, poor Mr. O'Keefe. Prayers up, please, for Mr. O'Keefe. That makes me so sad. He is now going to be the one to read these cringy text messages into evidence. And again, also using federal property for personal use. It could also be a federal crime, Mr. Higgins. He's also a federal employee, as is Matt Kelch. So there's that. And if you haven't heard those messages, they are going to maybe curl your toes. So be prepared. Oh, Paul is in a suit. Is he going to be on the stand? Someone said, I do not know. Do not know. I think are we a scooch behind? Just a little tiny scooch, but Mr. O'Keefe's face breaks my heart. Please take the camera off of him, cameraman, please. Yeah, maybe Hank doesn't care then. Maybe he will be all set for retirement, even if it is bad for the Commonwealth, JLW says, because he's not on contingency and he gets paid either way. But again, they have 50 attorneys on staff that are making bank. I mean, they're not, Lally made like what, $1.50 the year he tried this case. Like he's not getting paid Hank Brennan money. But they have 50 attorneys on staff. Why can't they try this case? Any one of them. Thank you, Sevenita from the UK. Says, I love how you call out the BS and do it with humor so all our heads don't pop off and roll down the street. I had to get mine from Connecticut this morning. They had to ship it over by boat. The ferry. Yeah, the trauma for Karen. Lorato, watching from South Africa. She's someone's child too. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Tammy. She did love seeing all those compliments yesterday. My daughter did. So thank you so very much. Happy Mother's Day to you as well, and to each and every one of you out there. And a special Happy Mother's Day to each and every one of you out there who does not have your mother with you this year, because that's a hard day. Thanks, Romy. Kay Willis is here. She's a realtor. If you want to sell your house south of Boston, she's your girl. Welcome to the 5 new members gifted by Kay Willis, the realtor. Boy, Judge Kim Jong-Kanone does not want to let Yuriy Bukhenik read Higgins and Karen's text messages, but he's the one who received them. Remember Garino reading all those messages so uncomfortably on the stand, and yet he did it so terrifically, didn't he? So terrifically. There's Jess Machado right there with the red-backed laptop. Let's see what she's tweeting right now in real time. Again, if you guys choose to wait on the cesspool of Twitter, it's at Jess Machado Show. That is her Twitter. Let's see what she's saying. She says, welcome back from a little bit longer than planned break 9 minutes ago. Judge Kanone said it will help things go a little more smoothly. Then she said 2 minutes ago, a juror just said something to uninterested juror and they are laughing hard. Uninterested juror's face is red and she had to go take a sip of water. Jenner juror on the side of uninterested juror got in on it as well. They're bonding, guys. Jess has nicknames, I guess, for all the jurors, and that's how she identifies them because she can't identify them by seat number or anything else. And now they're back on the fan. You just kept the jury waiting for something like an hour. And now are you really going to send them back out there? Because you're on the fan. Only fan all the time. Al says, why isn't anyone talking about the Massachusetts State Trooper Sergeant who was just fired for falsifying reports and other stuff, Gary Cedarquist? Well, it's funny that you ask. I did a story on this, an entire show on this so long ago that I forget. It was called the Massachusetts MSP CDL scandal. And did he just get fired, Gary Cedarquist? Because these guys were trading CDL licenses for driveways, plunge pools, snow blowers. Do you remember? We did this show a long time ago. I'm going to link it below so you guys can watch it later because it was a really good show. We went over all of the reports on this. It was wild. They were giving out CDLs, guys who 18-wheelers, people driving 18-wheelers out there in exchange for favors. And these guys had no idea how to drive an 18-wheeler. The danger to the public, right? You remember Joanne? Yeah, it was insane. So thank you for reminding me because now I'm going to look for it and link it below because that was crazy. It was a long time ago. I think, you know who did that with me? I think Brian at LTL did that with me now that I remember. So I'll keep that to remind myself. Donna says that she can see that he's a dick all the way from Scotland. We have a lot of viewers from Scotland and Ireland. Love you guys so much. Unfortunately for me, the new Karen is Jen, says Jennifer Scott. Thank you, Terry. Many people have reported DePetro to court, according to Twitter. Do you think Bev would stop while filming of the trial and no one will be able to view it? I thought she was going to do that pre-trial. I thought that was going to be one of the things that she would try to do. Perhaps the only trial worse than this one that we've seen in recent memory is the Delphi trial in Indiana. But methinks there's a competition between Bev and Fran. And Bev is like, hey, Franny, hold my White Claw. Check this out. If you know, you know. But the Delphi case was not allowed to be televised. And many law tubers and YouTubers went to Indiana and had to sit in line until they got line sitters in the rain overnight. It was terrible. But they wanted to be there to see what was going on because it was totally hidden from the public. That was the case of Richard Allen. The real deal. Thank you for your super sticker. Sydney, how does Bev not dismiss the case after Bukhenik's outright lies on the stand? Well, that's going to be up to a jury. A jury is the finder of fact here, and they are here to assess credibility, to weigh witnesses' testimony, decide who they believe. The district attorney could come in and just dismiss these charges at any time and say, you know what, uncle, we call uncle, but they're way too deep in it. They're way too deep in it. We did see charges dismissed by a New Mexico judge in the Alec Baldwin case. Same day. This judge, I don't know. Could she surprise us all and just outright dismiss the case based on the shadiness and Brady violations that have been ongoing throughout the case? But she's never really said the word Brady violation. We'll see. KOB, thank you for thanking me. It is a circus, isn't it? It's like Ringling Brothers 3-ring circus, except there's nothing fun about it. Heartless Soul is a dairy farmer, so I'm a bit behind today. But seriously, the Jersey cows and sheep are smarter than Can PD. Right? Karen Duffy said, when Berkowitz died, did he donate his bionic eyes? Well done. Yes. Apparently he wore very thick glasses too. So how did he on a rainy day from his car see that piece of tail light? Nobody knows. We can't ask him now because he's at the Endless Heaven buffet. Shout out to Kathy, that gossip, rumor, and innuendo, who will not touch this case with a 10-foot pole because really, who could blame her with the attacks that every single person who covers this case is subjected to? Crazy. Snarky, snark, snark. Yuri stated early today, taking possession of mobile phones to prevent them being disposed of, along with the info therein, equal the 2 Brian's phones gone. Free Karen Reed. Well, they never looked at anybody else as a suspect, number 1. Right. Number 2, he said it was more important for him to go and seize Karen's car and phone because that was evidence that could be destroyed. than it was to go to the actual scene to find any actual evidence of a car accident. Make that make sense. You can't. Nobody else was ever, he said something like, at that point, we were trying to rule people out rather than rule people in, remember? So he quickly ruled out everyone except Karen Reed. And, the defense had to jump through a lot of hoops to try and get the phone records of Brian Higgins and Brian Albert. And in some crazy coincidence, both Brian Albert and Brian Higgins destroyed their phones on the same day and got new phone numbers something like 2 days before the preservation order to preserve those phones was signed. Yeah, you can't make it up. But welcome to this case. Chris, thanks for your 20. The hedging is unreal. I've not heard a straight answer yet. No, you haven't. You sure haven't. We've been here for, has it only been 2 hours and 45 minutes? I feel like I've been talking the entire time and there's been like no testimony because actually that's what is true. I feel like that too. Again, another break. We're on the fan. I don't know what's going on. Let's see if Jess does. Okay. Jess tried to join the chat, but it has a 48-hour wait time. I know, I can't let all the trolls in, Jess. But Jess, if you want me to send you the link, I will, I'll send you a link. I know, I see she just tweeted. If I put the wait time down to 0, then there's going to be like some just craziness going on here, Scott. Scott, I'm going to leave that up to you. You can do it for 5 minutes so Jess can come in. All right. All right, you guys are going to do it, but you're just going to have to beware of trolls. Don't tell anyone else. Only tell Jess. We're mod short today. And so all right. Tell her she can come in. I'm going to have to change it back. She can come in. Come into the light. Jess Machado, come into the light. Come into the light. Mitchell says, if your daughter can wave to us every day, we'll know when the nightmare is almost over. Well, your 48 hours is here, Dynamic Solution. You're here. And come into the light. It's like a very short window. Tell her the window is going to close. No, it's okay. Listen, we got to do what we got to do to protect our chat and protect our people and our moderators and me.
Right, so jurists,
Because people are horrific. On
really
this
trying
case.
to
You don't
be
even know.
expeditious as we can be. So there was a big stack that messages that are going to be marked as the next exhibit. And I have 2 instructions for you folks. First is, as I've told you before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact here, the defendant, or Brian Higgins. If you do not find that it is more likely true than not that Ms. Reed was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, or Brian Higgins was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication at all in deciding your case. Now, if it gets past that and you do find that that burden has been met, these messages are not being offered to show the truth of the statement. They're simply to show that this information was in fact provided to the Mass State Police for their investigation. Those are the instructions.
I see a
All
lot of
right,
you
with
saying
that, Mr. Jackson.
these messages came in during the first trial. They did, but Higgins was the one who read them. Okay, that's the difference. Commonwealth does not intend to call Higgins. And so in order to get them in through this witness, they need to have that instruction. So we're getting them in. That's important. So here we go.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Yes, I'm going to let the witness have that pack. Oh, he's got one. Oh, you know what, Chrissy? I'll take one back. The one for ID.
Oh,
will
is
now
the court
be
reporter's name
and I'll
Chrissy?
take the other.
Madam Court Reporter Nancy, she's not with us this trial. She was awesome. Madam Court Reporter was awesome.
Sergeant Bukhenik, do you have the document in front of you that's been marked as Exhibit 115?
I do.
If you could, starting at the beginning, do those purport to be text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
Yes, they are.
Does that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian Higgins during your interview?
Yes.
If you could start at the beginning and read
But won't
the
they kick her out?
text string indicating the date of the text, if it's dated, who it's from, who it's to, and the content.
Yes, sir. The text messages begin Wednesday, January 12th at 8:27 p.m. Incoming text message to Brian Higgins' phone from Karen Reed. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark, followed by a picture of a six-pack of Smirnoff Ice screwdriver in appears to be a package store cooler, followed by a YO response. And that is it for January 12th, Wednesday. Do you want me to continue, sir?
Yes. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Okay, so their first text messages were on the 12th of
Going
January.
back to the
Keep that in mind.
Smirnoff container, that was from whom and to whom? For the picture of the Smirnoff.
It appears it was from Brian Higgins to Karen Reed.
Okay. If you could make sure to delineate from whom and to whom each text is
Every time?
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, and go ahead and proceed.
Thursday, January 13th, 9:24 a.m. From Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smirnoff? There is a haha acknowledgement response to that text message by Brian Higgins. The next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page. I will repeat. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? Question mark. I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A Bitmoji showing teeth. That is sent from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins.
If you could, and I hate to ask this of you, but if you could tell us who it's from before the content, for instance, from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, content. That would just be a little easier, I think,
Okay.
in flow.
The last one was from Karen Reed. She stated, did you try those Smirnoff? And that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, haha, followed by same person. How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, the Melissa and Leto show. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha, ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, I thought you creeped John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha, ha. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, no way, with an emoji, person holding an X in front of them. I was the last person in Greeter, Canton, who didn't have your pound sign, number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Why? Because you don't like the way it's going? Hey, Jess. Jess, if you want to email me, I don't know if you're still in court because you're probably not supposed to be. listening if you're in court, but you are in court because I can see you. So I don't know. I can't find your messages in the chat, but you said you were only there for half a day. So if you want to come in after, you can email me and I'll send you a link. I just can't, the chat's moving too quickly and I got to pay attention to what's going on inside the courtroom, but we are reading your tweets as you go. So, you know, hey, listen, if you haven't been a subscriber to my channel for more than 48 hours, I don't even know if I should let you come on the show, but I'm joking. Hang on. She's calling another sidebar. She says the stack of pages that were presented to Bukhenik is about an inch, or Bukhenik is about 1.5 inches thick. He's now reading the text out loud. And another sidebar has been called. And as Bukhenik was reading the text, Erin O'Keefe was laughing. I didn't see Erin in the courthouse today. But that's what Jess said. Here we are. Again, if you put a porno name for this witness in the chat, you're going to be timed out. And I don't know why I have to keep repeating myself. That's why Scott is named Kindergarten Cop. Here's what happens. I'll explain to you what happens since a lot of you may not know about what goes on the tubes of you. YouTube scans your chat and your comments for words that they deem to be inappropriate. If they think that you are actually promoting those things because their AI program is stupid, they will demonetize your whole entire channel, stream, whatever. I've asked nicely several times and I'm done ask. Kindergarten Cop will take care of you. So there's that. It's really not hard. But I guess it is. But again, they put this witness in there. They put this witness in there as a replacement for Michael Proctor. And too bad, so sad. Really, it's just too bad, so sad. Chris, thank you. Hasn't had a straight answer, heard a straight answer yet. I know. Pamela says, you're smart, makes me smart.
We're trying to make this easier for everybody to either read or listen to or look at. So we're just going to take a minute. We think that we have this document here. And also to make it a little bit easier for everybody, Sergeant Bukhenik, you do not have to describe the emojis. You don't have to say anything about what the pictures are, and you don't have to say the punctuation now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read which text is from whom. Maybe if we agree upon the color, you won't have to say that. Can there be an agreement with that, counsel?
We can do that.
I'll stipulate that the blue bubbles appear to be Mr. Higgins.
And the gray.
Bubbles appear to be Mr. Text response.
Okay.
That's agreed.
All right. I appreciate that. So you can just read the screen or read what you have in front of you.
Do you want me to start at the beginning or?
No.
Right.
Let's just start where you ended, if you could, please.
Yeah, I went to the.
All right. Can we turn the lights down? Can you see it, Sergeant, with the lights off?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't know, maybe.
I just don't give my personal number to anyone.
Oh.
How would Carrie have my number? Melissa had it. I actually don't know if Carrie does. Just felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she did. Sorry you felt neglected. Haha. So no dice on the Smirnoff? I have not tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you. I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits. Thought of me and everyone's grandfather. I won't give your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack.
Okay, notice they're not talking about Carrie Roberts. This is a different Carrie who spells her name with an I. I think it's Carrie Curran, but I'm not sure. But it is not Carrie Roberts that they're talking about. Okay, the blue bubbles are Higgins. The white bubbles are Karen. I have to turn off the captions because they're blocking the messages.
Saving you as Karen, screwdriver, or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little. I'd prefer weed whacker. That's to think about nicknames. We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. You don't have to say, you don't have a say? Vacation? Where?
He's trying to like put
I
feeling
know.
into it.
They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy.
He loves the
I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come.
See how flippantly he says that? One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come. Benefit for a guy who got shot in the head. You should come. He's inviting her on vacation.
So you claim. Advertisement. Jesus, is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive, not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess the guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion Band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too. I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. LOL. That's how I got my street cred. Funny. I didn't know you had any. LOL. Carrie said you tag along. No one would say that about me. How would I know? We all frequent the same watering hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so.
Oops.
Does everyone. I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I am quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, mins. Yep, for sure. You go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad? BC. That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work? I've never had a problem going to bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little. I'm a college professor. Solo is cool. I was an adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that?
Brian Higgins was an adjunct professor at Anna Maria Quincy College in BHCC. Wow, that's new info. I forget this from last time. I don't know if they read all of these last time, but I'm here for it. Kid Rock street cred, yeah.
Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day. What is BHCC? University of Southern Charleston, aka Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice. Trust is life. Line from Good Will Hunting in the classroom at BHCC. Funny, a savant from Brockton. I'm not making fun of BHCC. My parents met at community college.
He knows the word savant. I'm shocked, Higgins.
Fall River writes, you're very random. How so? You just are. I don't think so. What's random? Haha. I had no idea who this was last night, for a few minutes anyways. I mean, what's random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so? You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whackers, excuse me. Nope, never. It was my one-time thing.
He's a Renaissance man. Who knew? He's hot.
Sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place. I learned my lesson. You have your shit together.
4 question marks after that.
That was mortifying. I am still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep.
Emoji of a man with a weed whacker.
No, you're not a creep. Nope. You're kind of a loner, which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I am tight with. So you think you got me figured out? Circle of trust. Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young? He died in March of 2020. I am so not a loser. You won't figure me out, LOL.
I mean, is it just me or is he putting like feeling into this? Like he's really trying to read these text messages with feeling. He's no Garino. He's way better than Garino. Well done, Yuri.
No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them and you arrive private and observant. I'm sorry. What kind? Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL. You're funny. Yikes. Wow. That's rough. Jesus. I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Who chats? Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat. That all you got? WeChat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock. Oh, she has been out of play for like 3 months now.
He's been single for 3 months.
Out of rotation? Nah, just out of play. I am solo, no rotation. I am not a hoe. Solo? Solo, like no rotation, or woman for that matter. Not locked down. Haha. Good for you. That's the best way to be. Yep. Has its benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely. Oh, tough life. Live like a queen.
I'll tell you about the weed whacker after.
I just got a Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Haha, I am shy. We prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. Some PT, excuse me. I'm inviting you. Haha.
They invited Higgins over to John's house.
John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote. Haha. Did you tell him to text me? No.
No, it says, did you tell him you texted me?
You cranky now?
No, he has to correct that. It's, did you tell him you texted me? John invited Brian to come over and watch the football game. I think it was like the playoffs or something. It was a Patriots game. And she says, John said, Brian's being wishy-washy now. Haha, did you tell him you texted me? That's really important.
You tell him to text me? No. You cranky now? Haha, no. Just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. Name a few. Name a few. I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people? I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to menu plan for Saturday, Mr. Elusive. Don't count on me. Boo. Haha. I am sure you will get over it. Just got my first drink. Where? Brick House. You tied one on last night? I was just thinking about you. Haha.
I was just thinking about you.
Yes, 4:30 a.m. came early this morning. Eek, that's early. You out late with the Commodores? Solo? Yeah, but you're always lining up your after party. Nope, not me. Selective. I am not a hoe. Hey, no judgment. Haha, you make me laugh. I know, I'm funny. Haha. What's on your mind?
So he's lining up his after
Nada.
party.
Just about to start cooking. Okay. What's on yours? I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me. Who?
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second. When there is a date that's delineated, could you just state the date out loud so the jurors follow the date progression?
Next,
Starting with the next one.
I'm saying the next text message date or
Yes, sir.
date within.
Where the
Yes,
above or
absolutely.
below the bubbles.
Yep.
He's being
So
cooperative all of a
this
sudden.
screen here is Friday, January 13th at 3:33 p.m.
It's the 14th, actually. It says 14th.
I believe I stopped before Bob Clinton. Everybody can't stand him. I detest him. His breath smells like ass. OMG, always. His daughter and I have mutual friends. I actually don't mind him when he's socially distant. I think he's friendly.
Now the world knows Bob Clinton has
Why
bad breath.
detest? Yeesh. Talks like an ass clown. Maybe I'm being too hard. He just says crazy shit. Doesn't know his audience. Geez. Is he different from anyone else in there? Haha. His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes. Her fiance is a firefighter. By coincidence with people I grew up with. Crazy. Sunday, January 16th, 12:59 a.m. You're nuts. Foul ball. You stink. You suck. And you're double trouble.
Double trouble.
You're hot. Are you serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious. Feeling.
Okay. Just in case you didn't hear that, Karen Reed said, "You're hot" to him. And then he, of course, is saying, "Are you serious or messing with me?" Because if you've seen this guy, you know he's anything but hot. So he doesn't even believe she thinks that because they're just not on the same level. So listen to this again.
Hot. And you're double trouble. You're hot. Are you serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious. Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here? I am fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer.
I'm fine. I have an office at the police department. She knew he was hammered. He was at their house at Meadows for the playoff game. And she says, "You sure you're okay driving? You don't want to stay here?" He's like, "I'm fine. I have an office at the PD." What does that indicate to you? It indicates to me that sometimes he sleeps in his office at Canton PD. I don't think he ever went home on the morning of January 29th like he says he did. I think he went back to Canton PD and maybe or maybe not fell asleep in his office because apparently he had done that before. How long have you thought that? How long have you thought I'm hot? He wants to know.
The question. I'm fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. Rather you stay here?
That's not a question. It's just rather you stay here.
I wish. I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that?
No, this is not a full year
Because
before the
this
murder.
is so
This
out
the
of left
same-
field. Where
No,
did
no, no.
these
No,
feelings
no, no,
come
This
from?
is not a full year before the murder. This is 2 weeks before the murder. They just started texting on January 12th, 2022. John O'Keefe was murdered on January 29th of 2022. Just so the record is clear, this is not a year before. This is the same month.
I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that? Because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? I just think you're like me. Meaning, do you have your own kids? I have no kids. How am I like you? Hello? Aren't we alike? I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me?
He's fishing for compliments. He wants her. Wants something
Shoot straight with
long-term
me.
her.
I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Yes, agree. Now what? I don't know. Shouldn't you know? Do you like me? Yes, from jump. When was jump? First time I saw you. When was that?
Jump.
Hillside for sure.
Getting higgy with it. Here's how it helps Karen. People are like, why?
When
How
were
does
you
this help
interested?
Karen? Because she ghosts him and it gives him motive. Gives him motive to get rid of John because he wants to be with Karen. You could see by these text messages, he's ramping up in this like 2-week text thread with her.
I don't know. You're just my type. You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy.
You think you can handle me? He says.
How do you know if I'm happy? I just assumed. Are you to handle? What do you like about me? I just feel like you're from my neighborhood.
What do you like
Yeah,
about
ditto.
me? Do you like me? Check yes, check no. What do you like about me? He's saying to her.
I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. Yeah, ditto. And I think you're hot. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. What? That you're hot, smart, witty. But I didn't think you were interested. Witty. Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me
He's
why you got my
mansplaining.
number and reached out to me.
I'm sorry. He just mansplained witty to her. He did. She's like, witty with 2 question marks. She's a college professor. Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Like he's mansplaining witty. Right? People are like, it sounds like she's messing with him. Let's go back a sec.
Witty. But I didn't think you were interested. Witty. Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Just thought we were the same, from the same neighborhood. Are you afraid to say what's in your mind? On? No. Didn't I?
He's fishing for all kinds of information, compliments.
I am
love.
glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you. You don't have to beg me. Beg. Huh? I will give you whatever you want.
He went to her apartment in Mansfield. That's what this is getting at. He went to her apartment in Mansfield and they had a kiss. I think you're gonna find out. But he said, I'll give you whatever you want. Okay. Keep in mind that on New Year's Eve, right before this, which was, 12 days before this, Karen Reed walked in on John O'Keefe and Marietta Sullivan in the lobby of the hotel in Aruba, maybe playing some grab ass. She was mad about it. She cursed out Marietta Sullivan in the lobby. Maybe she was looking for attention. I don't know. Higgy is a simp. You're 100%. Higgy's a simp. He's also known as Kevin from South Boston. Okay.
Beg. Huh? I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now? Ugh. Leaving me hanging. No. Kids? Kinda. How am I texting?
Leaving me
Is everyone
hanging.
asleep?
Yeah, I think the kiss was in John's garage. You're right.
I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Yes, you should have. That would have been.
So I think what had happened was he went to her apartment and it got awkward and he just left. And then he's like, I should have stayed. And he's like, so now what? Like he clearly wants a future with her. I mean, tell me if you don't see this in between the lines here. He threw himself at her and it was awkward and he left. And I don't think anything happened at her apartment. But this is so cringe. I remember the Glare and I once read these on his show. And it was so cringe.
Now what? Yes, you should have.
Or were those the other texts? I can't remember.
That would have been distracting. So know what? Now.
No, so-
Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this. Spit it out. Hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. Don't you have a boyfriend? Where are you? Canton. Where? My office at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Where is that? Canton PD. I have a house there from before I reconnected with John. Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind. Do you like me? Yes, clearly.
Do you
Come
like
over
me?
to my house. When? When works for you? Whoever, whenever. When works for you? I asked you first. I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you came over tonight. Me
Okay,
too.
hang on. So I was wrong on the before thing. When he said he should have stayed, I think that was the night of the football game, right? And I think that's when they had the smooch, like in the garage. And then he came over to Mansfield, whatever night this is, I guess. Did he change the date on these texts ever?
Ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight.
What do you want, Karen? Karen.
I don't know. What do you want? You always do. Yeesh, really? Why? I look great? You're full of it. I think you're hot.
I think you're hot.
Always have thought that. Just have not revealed my thoughts.
Did they reveal themselves?
I'm
like the
hot for the
evidence?
hillside. Low comps. Knock it off. You're hot, period.
That was a really good joke, by the way, for her. I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps. Listen to that again. I think you're hot. I've always thought that, just to not have revealed my thoughts. I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps. This is torture, but it's so good.
Are you glad you walked me out? Yes. Are you? Def.
Oh, this is it. I don't know. I can't keep it straight.
Yes. Are you going home tonight or tomorrow a.m.? We kissed, right? Is this a trick question? I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling my house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this. I live here, but I have a property in Enfield. Why my?
Well, that's interesting because she lived at John O'Keefe's house. She's saying, well, she said a couple times, I have a house in Mansfield, right? But when she went back there the morning after she was discharged from the hospital to get her stuff, Peggy O'Keefe was like, what are you doing here? Like the Californians, what are you doing here, Stuart? She lived there. It says it right there.
Lead. I don't want any. I have a property in Enfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. You started this, right? Why did you get my number and each out of me and each out to me? Still have not told me. Sorry, should I not have? I am fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. You're mad at me? OMG. No, not at all. You're being silly. I told you. I just think you're like me, and I am attracted to you a lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming. Why? Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. I was, but things have deteriorated. Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for my number?
Dude, that's 3 questions in a row.
It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up. He seemed very into you. I just told Melissa that I had your number, but lost it. That's cute. She wasn't suspicious? No, she's great. Does she know you like me? She's a sweetie. We just agreed that you're great.
He's really reading this with feeling. I have to give him a little bit of credit here. Higgy still thought
What
he
does
could make
that
it
mean?
work.
I was jealous that she had your number. Look, like you're
I mean,
like
he had
you're
no-
either all in or you're out. Why would you be jealous? I am not attracted to her at all. I have always been attracted to you.
Objection.
Really? Yes.
This is offending
This
my
is the fir-
sensibilities. Objection. This is offending my sensibilities. Here, you can see he wants more out of her. This has literally been like maybe a week. He says, like, you're either all in or you're not. Why would you be jealous? I'm not attracted to her at all. I've always been attracted to you. Really? Yes.
Attracted to her at all. I have always been attracted to you. Really? Yes. Since the first time I saw you, we would have fun. Where are you? I told you, Canton PD, my office. So are you selling your place and moving to Meadows?
Yes.
Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years, and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. Are you breaking up or staying together?
Are you breaking
I
up or
don't know.
staying together?
He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation.
He loves saying the F word, doesn't he?
When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It does matter.
He's very needy, right?
Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions? Thong. I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive. Not at all. What is the question? Do you feel guilty texting me? No. Okay. What do you want from me? Nothing. Do you want anything from me? I would hang out. Oh, gee, thanks. OMG. What am I supposed to say? You're being tough on me. None of us is married. True. So game on? We can say whatever we want.
We can say whatever we want. She doesn't say we can do whatever we want, right? Come on, Yuri. Pick it up. I'm sorry, is he crying?
Game on? You send mixed messages. I wish I stayed. Okay, game on then. Kinda. Can you hang? Sure. I hope you toss and turn tonight. I always do. Why? Why'd you say that? I just do. Why? Because you're fresh. No, I'm not.
You're fresh?
Okay. Do you always get what you want? Be sweet to me, please. I could be so sweet. I've been very sick. I had colon cancer and 10 surgeries in 18 months. I'm a wreck.
There it is. She had colon cancer and 10 surgeries in 18 months. How did Proctor know about that? Because his text messages were vile about her and her medical conditions.
I had no idea. Are you okay now? I never get what I want, just what I need. I am okay. What do you need? What need to be content? What can I do to make you happy? Haha, don't worry. I've always been very happy.
What can I do to make you happy, he says.
You talk in riddles. Just tell me why you contacted me, huh? What's the big deal? I told you. Just think you're like me. What does that mean? Like you want to hang with me?
You want to hang
You asked why I contacted you. Yes. Excuse me. Yeah, I did ask. We are attracted to each other, right? Reasonable question. Yes, 100%. Okay. We did kiss earlier. No? I think you initiated that. No? Yep. Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No. Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table?
What do you want
What do
from
you
me?
want ideally? The real deal.
Okay, and that's
Sunday, January 16th, 7:37 a.m. Doesn't exist. Haha. Sunday, January 16th, 5:53 p.m. So you like Hennessy XO? Sunday, January 16th, 7:15 p.m. I am hurting so bad. Yeah, me too. The Currens went after it again at noon today. No way. This was about 2 hours before you came over.
Okay, so the day that he was over at the O'Keefe's was on the 15th. January 15th. That was the playoff game of the Patriots. And this is the day after. Right? And there's a whole
Haha.
redacted portion.
I am heading for drinks soon. Really? Yeah. Tuesday, January 18th,
She's like, you were so hammered
5:09
last
p.m.
night. You're really going out for drinks again?
What's on tap? Haha. What does that mean? Usually means, what are you up to? Cute. I just wrapped work. Unpacking some groceries. You? What's on tap? Also unpacking crap for my car. Anything good? Nothing on tap. Shame. You were ghost yesterday.
You were ghost.
I can't be the
yesterday, he
cruise
says.
director every day. Shame.
He doesn't hear from her for one day, and he accuses her of ghosting him. Right? Trisha's like, I'd have ghosted him after the first two what? Days? You were one day, he doesn't hear from her, and he's starting to get upset. Higgy's getting upset.
Every day. Shame. Julie McCoy. Wish I was at my cave house in front of the fire sipping a drink. Wish I knew how to use my fireplace. From Love Boat. How old is your bad self?
She didn't get the Julie McCoy cruise director reference. How old is your bad self?
Haha, that was my guess. 42 next month. I know the Love Boat. I was more Brady Bunch. Haha, what day? 2/26. Nice. You're just a tad poke. Pole. Got ya.
Just a tad
When is
pole.
the next party? Pole. Oops. It's all relative. What pole and poke? I'd have a party every weekend if it were up to me. No. 42 equals Tedpole. Oh. I keep reminding myself that aging is a privilege. The better parties are at my house. No kids.
Oh, he really gave that a lot of emphasis.
Why are they better? Well, first, BC, there's no kids. You were ghost yesterday. Thought I heard the last of you.
Oh,
Phones work both ways.
one day.
I don't want to disturb you or
One day again, he doesn't hear from her. Thought I heard the last of you. Phones work both ways. He's obsessing over her very quickly, Brett. I agree. Susie says, good God, he's a man-child. This is motive? Do you want to get rid of John, maybe? Do you want to have her all to himself?
you could be otherwise engaged. I don't know your routine. I didn't
wanna
use the word
disturb you.
engaged,
He
did
says-
I?
I don't want to disturb you. You could be otherwise engaged. Like maybe you're having sexy time with John. He's like jealous already. This is so crazy. They did not read all of these last time. No, they did not.
I don't know your routine. I didn't use the word engaged, did I? Huh? Engaged? As like doing something with someone?
More mansplaining.
Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Are you being fresh today? No. Now that you sobered up. Haha. I felt sober next to everyone else on Saturday. Good point. You're still T trouble. Haha. Why am I? Just playing with you. What is that? Whiskey with a big ice cube. What kind of whiskey? Jameson, right?
He's really doing well, I have to say.
Cherry in middle.
It's
What good does
maraschino
that do?
cherries. He sent a picture of a jar of maraschino cherries.
Are you in W
Maraschino
Rocks?
cherries.
So good. Yeah. Do you have a 4:30 a.m. bell tomorrow? Why do you ask? Trying to figure out how many whiskeys you're going to have? Depends. I don't restrict myself from having fun. How many Hennessy XOs you having? None. I have none at my house. Haha.
Oh, listen
I
to
am
this.
not really trouble. Want me to pick you up next time I go to the base? Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little base.
The military base where he destroyed his cell phone. He apparently goes there to buy his liquor. I didn't know you could buy liquor on a military base, but it makes sense. It's just like people around here go out to the reservations out on the East End to buy their cigarettes because they're cheaper.
Go to the base. Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little based on your conduct. The base, military base. I go through the Henny fast. I shop there a lot. I can as a veteran. My conduct, I'm not married. I'm the only one who does everything right. What kind of veteran? Where is the base? Dude, chillax. Teasing you.
Chillax.
Are you serious? Veteran from Iraq. I can go to any base, but usually
Yeah.
Hanscom in Bedford or down the Cape. Which base down the Cape? Which branch? Army. I'm not abnormally sensitive. Joint base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Oh my God, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I was just playing with you. You weren't, but that's okay. Stop being sensitive, please. I am not. Okay, so what's up? Did you figure out how many whiskeys? You mean tonight? Yes. Not sure. I am flexible and adaptable. Why are you so curious? Are you drinking? I haven't had a drink yet. Just want to see what you're up. Looking for an influencer. My day was long. Influenced? How? Are you in Canton or Mansfield tonight?
He always wants to know where she is and whether she's drinking.
Influenced to have a drink, even though it's Tuesday, in Mansfield. How often do you stay there? Is it a nice crib?
Nice
House
crib.
or condo? I stay here once or twice a week. House. I guess it's nice. I like it. How long have you owned it? How many beds? Rooms? 2017 or 18? 5 bedrooms. What? Why so big? I don't know. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms. More than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton?
That's the second time he asked her if she's moving.
I know,
again.
seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there for most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. A lot, why? Do you even know what you want or who? Because I went from...
Again, do you even know what you want or who? He's still fishing for information. This is only like in a, 5-day period? What day are we on? It started on the 12th. The last date I heard was the 16th. 5 days? Do you want me? Do you want me? He is a simp.
From being solo to trying to get what you want or who? Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine. And I never wanted kids. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Everyone is happy at Hillside. Oh, God. You avoid things.
The feeling.
It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the 4 of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues.
Co-parenting is hard.
I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. I am divorced since 2017 and have no kids.
Oh, he's putting it out there.
I try
don't
very
know.
hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel different if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected me.
And that really affected her.
What
There
did
it
he
is.
what did he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you
Parenting's
tell me?
hard.
He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel. And she's gross, which I think may actually
Wait,
be worse.
Yuri, say
Not
that again.
sure.
Say she's gross, because you know what Marietta Sullivan said about Karen Reed when she got up in the stand at the last trial? Karen sucks. She sucks. Yuri, let's hear it again. Give us some feeling about, and she's gross. Ready? Back to 1 and go. Action.
Friend's sister. He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel. And she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure.
If this doesn't work
Oh,
out for him,
God.
this MSP thing,
Did they bang?
again, did they bang? Did he forget the conversation they had before this about this?
So I was the
second time.
kids celebrating New Year's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a
It
mess.
was a mess, so they probably didn't bang.
Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others.
That gives a whole new meaning to bang, 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 right? Did they bang? He's asked her like that 3 times. And she doesn't think he did because he was a mess. He seems to be a big drinker, John O'Keefe. His blood alcohol content at autopsy was 0.28, which was a couple of days after his death. And she doesn't think there were others. But here we go. This is going to continue until our puke buckets are full.
With her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They're constant, and it feels like lose, lose. You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside of you. Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. You can vent, babe.
Babe. He babed her. On day 5, he's babing her? If the MSP thing doesn't work out for you, Yuri, you might have a future in, stage work or, theater, audiobooks, maybe.
Basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. You probably felt that way too. I did at times. It was 1, not 2, thankfully. Want to grab a drink? If you gave me some notice, I could have. You said you were adaptable. I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way.
Oh my gosh, babe. He would drop everything.
I don't make
for her,
excuses.
but he didn't.
I don't make excuses. If I don't want to deal with someone, I tell them. Then I am a ghost.
I am ghost.
Why do you even want to hang with me?
Me, Higgy,
Don't we
I am
already
ghost.
hang out? I don't make excuses. Work truck, personal truck. What does that doesn't sound like a massive problem. I end up drinking with you at least once a week, I'd say.
What does that mean?
I can't use my work truck for transportation to go drink. You think so? What makes you so sure? Probably would be fun.
He can't use his work truck to go drink. Okay, at least he knows that, unlike Michael
I
Proctor.
think I see you about once a week at a bar. No? Not lately, but yes. Okay. So you asked why I want to hang out. I'm just saying that I already hang out with you. Yeah, but we have never one-on-one. Does going to a friend's house qualify as transportation to drink? Yeah, because I can't just have one. Can't drive that banged up.
He can't just have one
Have
drink.
none then. There's 5 bedrooms here. Does mine have a lock on the door? Haha, LOL. I don't even know. I think so. You probably have a spare key. I don't know if
He
I
wants a
ever shut
key.
and locked a door here.
He wants a
Funny.
key.
Trust me, I am tempted. Grab the Hennessy. Thanks, doll. Funny. I am confused. You don't feel guilty in inviting me over? Should I?
He's
I don't know.
confused. He's
Who
confused.
knows what you feel? Only know what you said when you were drinking Hennessy. Haha. Geez, I just explained everything, I thought. Wow. You get angry easy. What are you talking about? I'm not angry, at the least. Okay, good. And I haven't had a single drink today. Okay. I don't really think I should feel guilty. Why is that? Why should I not? Dude, I am just asking. Don't get
Dude.
your thong all twisted up.
Dude,
Yeah, I just don't know what the question was. You have no impact on my thong?
you have no impact on my thong. Oh, he's sighing. We have a sigh
I think I try
emoji.
my best to do the right by people, and sometimes people suck. And I'm not married, nor do I have kids. I agree. But you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like you act like I ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of. But it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs. So at some point, you have to think more rationally. Do you plan on leaving him? I'm sorry. I don't think they're dumb. It's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day, earlier, re my birthday, I thought for a full minute that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch. And I had typed it a text every school day at 4 and 4:30.
Do you plan on leaving him?
I meant what day was your B-day. I don't have any plans at the moment in either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth. Yeah, I figured that out. What's your interest in me? I assume people have been interested in you before. True. First, I think you're fun to talk to. I like sizing other people up. And you seem to be private, which I also like, and probably pretty independent too. So like. I am a ton of fun. I am super private and do not talk out of school. I am safe. Does that make sense?
I'm safe.
I am all of that and more.
I like to size people up. Was he sizing up John O'Keefe that night? At
Safe?
the Waterfall? Sizing
Like
him up?
I am private. Don't talk out of school with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you? Haha, no. According to John, you may occasionally talk out of school. He said that about me? But that's none of my business. With respect to what exactly? None of my biz. So then why invite me to your house party? Now I am
Oh,
aggravated.
Karen said that about sizing up?
Tonight's party? Excuse me, tonight's house party or last week?
Oh, sorry. I was distracted by the chat.
OMG, why? Last week. Like, why would he talk shut about me? Because we all like you. Everyone does. Geesh. You just said he talked shit about me. He wasn't talking shit at all. He always says how much he likes you. Just mentioned Brian does all right for himself. He has not said one negative thing about you ever. I just didn't think you were that private. That's all. I am about a lot of things. Don't be so sensitive. I am good. Oh, geez. Are your panties in a twist now? Stop.
She said he wears panties. Now he's going to be really insulted.
Nah, my boxers are just fine. Okay. You're not going to run your work truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun. No, I am not. As much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again? I can't really follow your thought process. You keep kind of insulting me a little.
Yeah, it's passive
I
aggressive
am still
behavior.
confused why you want to hang with me. It's also out of left field. No, I am not. Are you single? Yes. I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me. And then on vacay and probably a few other occasions. You didn't really beg. I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Usually do it when they do live with someone. Do not. Maybe, maybe not. So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them?
Signs everywhere.
John and
signs.
I have had a lot of ups and downs, and we already did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved that get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all three of them and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I am not denying that or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes. I get it. I deleted it because I didn't want to do my own text walk of shame. But I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay. So don't you think it would complicate and confuse your situation if we hang out? Fair question. Probably. Do you only do things with that simplify your life? Nope. I complicate my life on the regular. Yeah, so does everyone else. Just so you know, I thought you were extremely hot off the rip.
Hot.
Amazing
off the rip.
personality. I could go on, but I do not.
Love bombing. The Riz is real, JD. The Riz is real.
Want to pump your shut up too much. Thanks for saying that.
I don't want
But
to
low
pump your
comms
shut up
at
too much.
Hillside.
Okay, I'm sorry. What does that mean?
You know how
Somebody
to
explain
ruin-
this to me because I'm, apparently a lot older than Higgy. I could go on and on, but I do not want to pump your shut up too much. What is I'm sorry, what does that mean? You do not want to pump your shut up too much? The Riz is real. Chen McCabe's Choose Your Own Adventure story just threw up again. He wears rubber ducky boxers, says Olaf. Stage 5 clinger. What is your... Oh, you think he misspelled shut and he meant to say, shit, but it spell checked to shut? Oh, maybe. Okay. I didn't know if I was missing out on an expression like Riz when he said, I don't want to pump your shut up too much. Got it. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, thank you.
Want to pump your
It says
shut up too much. Thanks for saying that. But low comms at Hillside.
Some people are saying, what does low comps at Hillside mean? Low comps at Hillside means low comparisons. Like there's not a lot of hot chicks at the Hillside. So yeah, I'm hot at the Hillside, but low comps. I love that, by the way. It's one of my favorite parts of this trial. One of my favorite quotes.
You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places.
You know how to ruin something
John
nice?
has showed
He
me
said that?
about 5 times the ring video of me walking you out on Saturday. And my voice and my accent are killing me softly.
Bam, there it is. This is Karen talking. John has showed me about 5 times the ring video of me walking you out on Saturday. And my voice and my accent are killing me softly. And then there's a vomit emoji. He says, what? She says, yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. And then rolling eyes emoji. And he says, Jesus. Now listen, here's why I think John O'Keefe may have found out about what was going on or not going on so much in these with Higgins. Because in those text messages to Karen between John and Karen on the 28th, and Karen says, I'm waiting for the plumber. John says back to her, I hope your plumber is hot at least. Remember? And he got mad about the plumber. I hope your plumber is hot at least. What else did John see on the ring camera? Did he ever look at her phone when she was sleeping and find these messages. Here it is. This is motive. There's a lot of you in the chat that are saying, why are they showing this? It doesn't look good for Karen. It doesn't look good for Karen. Here it is. Why are they not calling Higgins? This was brilliant, by the way. This is a brilliant move on part of the defense team, getting Bukhenik to have to read these texts into the record because it's so much better than when Higgins read them. Although it was really cringy when Higgins read them. This is just a regular reader. Remember, the Commonwealth wanted to have a reader come in. They had to fight for it. It took a 40-minute conference, apparently, to get him to have to read all of these in. And Jess is in court, and she said it's like an inch and a half thick, how many pages they have of messages. And these are the messages that Higgins printed out and gave to Yuriy and Proctor when he came in for his interview. He didn't give him his whole phone, but he cherry-picked these in addition to the messages between Higgins and John O'Keefe. What else did he see on the video camera? We know they kissed on the Ring camera. So we're just going to take that back a sentence. I want to give you my thoughts because I've been quiet for a while. And it was killing me softly. Just like she says, her accent, the full river accent. Remember, Michael Proctor said, yeah, somebody asked, is she hot? Yeah, but she's got a full river accent and no ass. Here you go.
You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. John has showed me about 5 times the Ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly. What? Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. Jesus. He like, Christ, are you guys hooking up?
Here it is. John said to Karen, he's like, Christ, are you guys hooking up? It was in his head. It was already in his head. Can't remember what date this was because I don't remember the last time he said a date. The last date I heard was the 16th of January. So I don't know. But he said to Karen, because Karen said to Higgins, he's like, Christ, are you guys hooking up? There it is.
OMG, great. I don't need your drama, dude. No, it's fine. Seriously? I am serious. You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway. Duh. Oh my God, Bruins.
Duh.
So you slick move. So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not. OMG. I almost. It was a peck anyway. I kissed Carrie and gay Jeff too. Yeah, weak. I agree. LOL, funny. So now he is jealous of me?
So now.
No, I told you, he likes you a lot.
So now he's jealous of me, says Higgins. So now he's jealous of me. Do you think Higgins wanted to tune him up that night? Does this put the Waterfall video a little more in context? Because he's going to show him the Waterfall video next, which is also a brilliant strategy. Because now Bukhenik can narrate what's happening in the video like he likes to do about how many shots Karen had and how many drinks she had. Now he can say, oh yeah, that's Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, and they look like they are play fighting. Brilliant. So now he's jealous of me?
Which makes this worse.
He likes you a lot.
You said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I think he is a good dude, too. Yeah, he is. Funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me?
What's your end game? What do you want from me? Feels like he's being played. Higgy's not having any of it.
You will just confuse the shot out of yourself. Shit. Because I am a lot of fun.
What's your end game?
So am I. I'm sure I'm more fun than you. How so? Details. I don't know. I hate people on the whole, but I've been told by many people that I'm a lot of fun. I don't do anything half-ass, nothing.
He's trying to get her to sext and she's not doing it. Are you getting that impression? So what do you want from me? Like he's trying to get her to sext and she's not sexting.
So what do you want from me? I don't know. I just like you, so I reached out. You have zero idea? Nope. Oh, God.
What do you want from me? What's your end
What
game?
now? Why, oh, God? Because I need some direction. Well, I'm not an FG oracle, sorry.
Okay, my second favorite quote, because we didn't get to hear this one last time. I don't think. Well, I'm not an effing oracle. Sorry. Because he says, because I need some direction. She is funny. I'm not an effing oracle.
That's actually funny. Do you eventually get what you want? I told you, rarely. So you're a quitter, a realist. So you reached out to me? A ballsy move. Now what? The things I worked the hardest for have meant the most. Does Melissa know you dig me? Ballsy? Not really. I already know you.
You know you dig me.
True.
God.
But you have a man. I figured if you text with Melissa, you'd definitely text with me. She isn't trying to hang with me. Of course she is. Plus, I never really texted with her other than to see if they were headed out.
Dude.
I asked you over. Is what? You made excuses. That's fine. But I'm not asking again. She doesn't like me like that. I'm sure she does. What makes you so sure? BC, she said, I'd love to set Brian up with my sister. She deserves such a good guy like him. That doesn't mean she wants to. Bang me. Himself.
Bang. That's the third bang in this.
And I think
chain.
Lido
can't.
is kind of a dink. So I'm sure Melissa likes you a wee bit. Herself. Yeah, he is interesting. Have you always had trouble accepting compliments? Yeesh. No. It at all. All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day.
Mitchell for
So
the
what?
win.
Don't most compliments come that way? Like all over me with compliments and how you felt. It was 3:30 a.m.
Text reader is his first language, says Mitchell.
It was fun.
For the win.
I've complimented you today, too. And kicked my nuts in. Oh my God, how? If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I am all set with. That's fine, but I am not asking again. Well, it was 7 p.m. and I'm super cool. So right now, asking again. Excuse me. So right now, asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave.
Oh, because he's so good
Now
in the
equals
sack.
not. That sounds good. That's trouble. Why?
He really thinks his sexual prowess is something else, doesn't he? He thinks he's pretty good on the bang. Because you would have wanted me to stay, because you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Whoa. Wow. Just when you thought it couldn't get any more painful, it is so much more painful. I'm going to stick a fork in my eye. Max Bang said, I'm changing my name soon. You can't make it up. He's trying to sound like Higgins. And he would so much rather read someone else's text messages than testify in his own words right now. Yuri is enjoying every syllable of this, I think. I can't get enough of this. Okay, here we go.
Me to leave. Would have been bad. Now asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Now equals not. That sounds good. That's trouble. Why? Because you would have made me stay, locked me in your room.
You wrong.
No, I wouldn't have. Haha, you wish. I don't share a bed with anyone ever. I have my own room in Canton.
Oh, really? She has her
What?
own room at John's house?
Yeah, I think sharing a bed is archaic.
Wow. I didn't know that. That's new information. She had her own bedroom in Canton. Some celebrity came out recently and said that about separate bedrooms. And I got to say, I think it might might be a good idea. That's it. That is interesting. I forget who said that. Was it Gwyneth Paltrow? Somebody like that. Okay, we did not know that. It is 7th grade. New information.
Yeah, I think I have my own room in Canton. What? Yeah,
What?
I think sharing a bed is archaic. Is that the one you wanted me, TK, stay in? You sit like to be spooned? You don't?
You don't like to be spooned?
Not for more than a minute or two.
You don't
Weird.
like to be spooned?
You would rather sleep alone?
Oh, he says weird. You
I've
would
got
rather
to make
spoon-
my sleep count.
I'm taking notes furiously, and I don't know where.
So
to start.
doesn't everyone? Honestly, I am the world's lightest sleeper. I can hear an ant crawling across the floor, and I wake up almost hourly, which isn't fair to whoever I'm sleeping with. Okay, bet Melissa isn't like that. Haha. Lori wouldn't like that. I know for a fact Melissa isn't like that. She told me she can't even fall asleep unless they're spooning. Lito rolled his eyes and pointed a gun at his head. You've probably got to go to work on your truck. Talk soon. Whatever. Lighten up, Francis. Let me know when you figured you're shut out. That's a tailor-made joke for an army vet. No one else has it figured out.
Hold on.
Why
Let
do
me
I?
know when you figure your shit out. That's a typo, but we know what he means. She's like, lighten up, Francis. That's a really old one. What's that? What movie is that from? I want to say it's from like Stripes or something. Lighten up, Francis. Let me know when you figure your shit out. Yeah, like don't come to me until you know that you want me and only me.
Know when you figured out. Whatever.
Uh-oh, he whatevered
To
her.
go to
Wait a
work
second.
on your truck. Talk soon. Whatever.
What, he whatevered her and babed her all in the same conversation. This is
Lighten up, Francis. Let me know when you figured you're shut out. That's a tailor-made joke for an army vet.
it was from Stripes, yeah. I
No
was
one
right,
else has it figured out. Why do I? Combat vet. I didn't say non-combat. I told Sat, I think you're hot, and since told you how cool I think you are. Maybe you're actually a jerk. What do you want me to say / do? I'm pretty sure you're seeing people too.
Uh-oh. Then she says, maybe you're actually a jerk. Oh, so now he feels like he's getting blown off. Even more reason to get rid of John O'Keefe, huh?
I am not a jerk. Don't change the narrative to suit yourself. Own your words. I don't think you're a jerk. I don't have simple answers to your questions. It's actually simple. What do you want from me? What do you desire?
Oh my God, I almost fell off my chair. What do you want from me? And then he follows it up with, what do you desire? Is he reading bathtub novels? What is happening here? I've been texting for literally like 5 days. What do you want from me? What do you desire?
It's actually simple. What do you want from me? What do you desire? To start, I would just like to hang out because I like to talk to you and hear what you have to say. If that's it, I'd be happy. Okay, I will lock you into that statement. That's fine. I suspect you will give up eventually. Just so you know, I will still be your friend. Clearly, you're trying to give me a Heisman. No, not at all. Why would you say that? Because I've tried and I am failing. Tried what? Failing what? Hot and personality and what else? What's the I could go on and on part? BC, it feels like a Heisman, sugar-coated with a few compliments. That's okay. I asked you over on a seemingly uneventful Tuesday. Yeah, with 0 heads up. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. Didn't hear from you yesterday at all, so I should have been a mind reader that you were going to extend an offer to your crib for a drink.
To your crib.
If you want to give up, that's on you. You're being silly, for the record.
We just call this Cribs. Remember MTV's Cribs? What do you want from me?
No, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. No, you're sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have got carried away?
No.
You said you were adaptable and tons of fun.
He did.
I took that as an invite for an invite.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone for a drink. You're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it to you? Give yo to you? Give it up.
You think I would just
I've
give
been
it up to you?
a lot in my life. I have a little bit of a carpe diem mindset. Been through.
Seize the day. Carpe diem.
What am I avoiding? I'm not afraid to be direct. Some of my questions. Okay, which? Ask again. Nope. Tricks are not for kids. I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can.
Tricks are for
Did
kids.
I miss any other questions, sir? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Yeah, on my second. Show me what you got. I went for some wine and downgraded to a mudslide. The taunting in me.
He's trying to get her to send nudes. Is anybody getting that? You know, like, show me what you got. She sends him a picture of her drink. He's trying so hard to get a nude. He's not getting a nude because he's getting that picture of a Red Sox glass. The taunting in me. I mean, is taunting like a bad place to be from? I don't know. You tell me.
I went for some wine and downgraded to a mudslide. The taunting in me.
You can't tell me he didn't practice this. He totally practiced
Haha.
this.
I had to make another one because you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you, weirdo. Sure you could have. Done a lot. And you got yourself worked up, buddy? Yep, I am. What a crime? Excuse me. That a crime?
He got worked up and there were no nudes.
Are you annoyed? Kinda. Why? Because you there, this offer on me last minute of through.
He's not a
I
spontaneous
could have
guy.
made 3-round tips by now. Excuse me. I apologize. You could have made 3-round trips by now. Oh, I bet. Crickets. 4-round trips. Bite me. Geez, that's fresh. So you only say like one nice thing per day? Tough. You're impossible. Let me know when you figured this out.
That's like the second
You're
time he said that.
impossible. I've been pretty straightforward. You're wishy-washy. What do you want from me? Doesn't matter. Okay, then. Wednesday, January 19th, 10:08 a.m.
We're only on
Sup?
January 19th.
Sup?
Sup?
You tell me, playa. Just working remotely.
Playa?
Sweet.
Sup? Sup, playa?
From Mansfield? Yep, you? I am in Canton at the moment. I want to drink. Haha. Is that bad? Really? I think day drinking once a week is okay. Go celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Tuck Rule. I can't wait until tonight. Wednesday, January 19th, 1:07 p.m.
He's got a drinking problem.
Where are you planning on heading?
She might
Not
be an
sure.
enabler.
Wednesday, January 19th, 3:34 p.m. I'd invite you over here, but you probably have your work truck. Here we go. I assume that's a pass. No problem. What's wrong with you? Excuse me? I didn't answer fast enough? Huh? Where'd you get that from? You're tough to make plans with. I'm headed out shortly. I tried. Where to? I'm meeting my friend in town till about 7 and then likely make my way back. Okay. Where are you headed back to, Shady? I assume that means Shady. I'm meeting my gal pal. who's from Canton, back to Mansfield. Do I know her? Name? I don't think so. Julia Mellon. Lives on Sherman.
Sorry, Julia Mellon, that you were brought into this on a worldwide stage.
I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't want any drama for either of us. I don't either. Okay. Trust me, I am tempted. I don't think it's a big deal. What? You coming over to my place? Or you coming over mine? I'm okay. You clearly are getting aggravated with me and my lack of participation. No, I'm not aggravated at all. Okay, we're good. I will see you around. I knew this is how you...
Oh, she's blowing him off. We're good. I will see you around. And then he says, I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this. See? Oh, he's hurt. He's hurt. This is on January 19th. Okay, I gotta take that back a sec. We're good. I'll see you around. Ooh, that was the death punch. That was it. That was the straw that broke the Higgins back.
Okay, we're good. I will see you around. I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this. None of that is true. I'm not talking to any other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, and neither are you. Neither is John. Was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? What do you want from me? That's just how I feel. Excuse me. That's just how I think/feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I'm not judging you. Never have. Never will. You shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business. You just happen to know what I see, that I see someone. I don't have kids, and I'm not married. Aren't you afraid you might actually like me? I don't think that's a bad thing. Isn't that the point? Well, it would be complicated because you have a boyfriend. That's funny. You said we are all a lot alike. Because we are. Yeah, life never stays the same. Things always change. Okay. Why are we alike, according to you? Because we go with our gut and how we feel? Isn't that kind of what you told me? Yes, that's true.
It's been 1 week. 1 week. That's a Bare Naked Lady song. It's going on the playlist. It's been 1 week that they've been texting.
Have a good night. You're clearly irritated. Sorry to bother you. Either texting is bad or you're sensitive. I'm not irritated at all, I swear. I had been going out with someone for a few years when I reconnected with John. And John and I got on very well at the same time, so I broke it off the other guy. He was probably starting to see other people, if I was completely honest with myself. I don't feel bad about any of that. I think it was meant to work out that way. So what's your point? Are you legitimately interested? Unhappy in your relationship? Mad because you saw him all over another girl? Or a hybrid of all of it?
No, he doesn't want to be used.
My only PT is that there's a difference between being married or someone and dating someone. And we have no intention of ever getting married. The PT of dating is to not get tied down if you're not confident you should be. In my mind, anyways.
So we are never, ever, ever. We're never getting married. So we're never getting married. We have no intention of ever getting married. It doesn't say John never wants to marry me. They're trying to make it like she really wanted with him, something with him. That's why she got so jealous and killed him.
In my mind, anyways. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. Okay, so he is cool with you dating other people? And I'm not I happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he is seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. Okay. You don't agree with me? You make some valid points. No shit, Sherlock. Come on, I'm funny. Sit on that and spin. See? Now you have to go
Really?
below.
Did he just pull out the Fonz? He gave like a middle finger emoji and said, sit on that and spin. Is that something like the Fonz would have said? Oh boy.
Sit on that and spin. See? Now you have to go below the belt. Love it there.
I love it there.
Do you
he
wear
says,
belts?
He loves, okay.
Only once in a
He's
while.
really, 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 really wants to sex with her, and she is having no part of it. See, now you have to go below the belt, and he says, I love it there. Do you wear belts? I threw up a little in my mouth. I did. I really did.
Do you wear belts?
Love it there.
Only once in a while. Okay. When I go into the office, okay. Rando. Haha.
She's not biting.
I was teasing you. You getting all dressed up for me. Haha. I pretty much wear all black every day.
You
Love it.
getting all dressed up for me?
Where you going in town? Newbury. She works there. Doing? She works for my friend who's a plastic surgeon. That's how I know her. Coincidence? She lives around the corner. So funny. Around the corner from your second home. Haha. Oh, haha. I had to come downtown earlier, so told her I'd meet her for a drink. You there now? You would like my spot at the Cape. I have a great spot for dinner and drinks down there.
Oh.
Are you there tonight?
Inviting her to the Cape?
I'm a beach worshipper.
There's his drink. He sent a picture of his drink. Looks like whiskey on the rocks. I don't know if he's paying for the Hennessy. It might be a JMO.
Where's that? I'm in West Roxbury, a spot in West Rocks, Dedham line. I have a pass to drive my Jeep on the beach. Lots of fun to be had. I heard. I used to rent with my friends on the beach for 7 straight years. I miss it. I've been thinking about moving to Tiverton. I can give you all the beach life you can handle. Stopping for a drink later? By where? My spot in West Rocks. Probably not for a bit. Okay. At a bar? I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house.
Oh, come
Probably
over to
after
my
8.
house.
Okay. If you don't want to, that's fine. No pressure. I will. A drink? What do you drink? Are you out now? Sorry. I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. Haha. Send me a pic of you two.
Send me a pic of you and your friend. Ugh. Ugh. He needs a drink. He's getting parched. He's been reading for a long time now. Blue lies matter, says Jack. Well done.
Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please. Bite me. Stop saying fresh things.
Wait, where?
Why?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Detective.
He skipped a page.
There may have been a page that is missing in that document, or it's not comporting with the,
Oh, you're right. I did accidentally turn the page.
no problem.
I apologize.
I think starting at, I usually
Yuri's
drink whatever the
really
person
messed up
with
this
me
time.
is having.
Yep. I usually drink whatever the person with me is having. Oh, okay. I don't take selfies either. I don't really even know how. Whatever. I wanted to see your smile.
Whatever.
Ugh, I hate having my photo taken. Weak. Sorry. I am a very particular person. What's that mean? Okay, never mind. Go enjoy your friend.
Go enjoy your
Go
friend.
clean your house, will you? My shit is spotless. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this.
No, it's
Please
more like,
bite me. Stop.
sure you can handle this? My shit is tight. Sure you can handle this? Says Higgy the beta male. Wow. You sure you can handle this?
Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why? Are those statements tempting? Nope. Oh, which statements? Perhaps you should drive directly to Mansfield. You said bite me like 3 times.
Yeah, and it's turning
Okay.
her off, dude. The bite me is turning her off.
8:30ish is too late? For what? Drink. No, why? Are we not meeting up? You can stop over for a drink. Balls in your court. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. I am up for a drink. Okay. Should I drive around? Should I drive around W. Roxbury? I assume it says yelling your name, question mark. It's cut off. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. All right, it repeats itself. I apologize. So, okay, should I drive around W. Roxbury yelling your name? Haha, no. Where are you now? Newbury. Do you really want to come over? Only if you want me to. Can you take charge? I thought we already settled this. Haha. Okay, well, I am in my car and now getting on the highway. This feels like I am forcing you. Not at all. I am game. Okay, well, I'd like to know where the hell I'm going, Pike or 93. You just want to meet me at the crib, or do you want to
Crib.
come over?
The crib.
Pike, I would daub say. You decide. I don't know either. Whatever you want. I don't either place, so wherever you're comfortable. You know anyone in West Rocks? I don't think so. Ha ha ha. Then just stop by for a drink.
Oh,
Up to you. No
something's
pressure.
redacted.
Just give me an address. I hate texting while driving. Bryant Road. Text me when close.
Oh,
Okay.
He just doxed himself on
I will
TV.
show you where to print. Park. That's W Rocks. It's not coming up. Yeah. Then put Boston in. Bryan Drive, West Roxbury Township, New Jersey. Searching for a friend. Then add your phone contacts so you can search for their address on maps.
Oh boy.
It's a screenshot.
Pity bang
Sent
bangs,
through.
BC, yeah.
First one. What app do you use? Turn around on the street. Park at the top of the street across from the red minivan. LMK when you're here. Here.
Anybody think this is motive?
Wednesday, January 19th, 11:13 p.m. Home. Alive?
Still the 19th.
Cool. Thoughts? Maybes. You? What? You asked my thoughts. You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. Okay, I think I get it. You have any? Thursday, January 20th, 12:27 p.m.
Oh, he goes to
Hi.
her.
How was your day?
Oh, how was your day? They've only been talking for like a week.
Good. Yours? I am exhausted. Yeah, that makes 2 of us. But I want a drink. Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits.
Who's Hardy?
Who?
Who's Hardy?
Hardy from 98.5 Midday Show. He hangs out at the Currents sometime. He's a spokesperson for Recovery Center of America.
Uh-huh. There you go.
Haha.
She's like, yeah, I don't need another relationship with an alcoholic. There it is.
I don't have a problem.
That's what
Kidding.
they all say.
I
I don't have
know.
a problem. I don't have a problem. I get drunk, I get drunk, I fall. I drink, I get drunk, I fall down. No problem.
Good
I don't have a
riddance.
problem.
Haha, stranger. Stranger.
Wait, what kind
Hey,
of? Who is that?
I was
What
at
is-
Hilly all week.
All right, what's that an emoji of? I don't know. I don't know what that is. That is not an emoji. It's a picture of a kid on a football field in an end zone. I can't tell who it is. And it just says, and then she wrote good riddance to him back.
Haha, stranger, stranger. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. Have not heard from you.
Tom Brady? Okay. Thank you. Too far away on the screen.
I apologize. Sunday,
Yuri, you're
January
doing fine, Yuri.
23rd,
Ooh, the 23rd.
9:40 p.m. Phone works.
Both ways. There's a little arrow.
Thought you
going
were
both
all
ways.
set. With talking? No. You sure? Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well,
Stop. Friday at 11:32 p.m. This is when they're at the waterfall. He texts Karen, well, and this was shortly after she walked in to the waterfall with John. Okay. So, you sure? All of this was Sunday the 23rd, right? And now we get to the Friday the 28th. The phone works both ways, she says. And then he says, I thought you were all set. And then she says, with talking? No. And he says, you sure? And then that was Sunday the 23rd. Now we get to Friday the 28th, 11:30 p.m. He sees her come into the waterfall with John, and he says this.
with talking? No. You sure?
Well,
Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well, Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
John died. She texts him Saturday, January 29th at 11:54 a.m. and says, John died. And he never texted her again. He never texted her again. What does that indicate to you? Never said, oh my God, what happened? Oh my God, are you okay? Can I come be with you? Oh my God, he didn't white knight her? What does that indicate to you? Consciousness of guilt? Because he printed these off of his phone. They had Karen's phone in custody that night on the 28th. Anything he texted her after that would have been on his extraction. He never texted her again. To me, that's very telling.
All right. Lights, please.
Turn the lights back on. Because he already knew, some people are saying.
Pictures were right at 1 o'clock, so we can keep going.
Just,
All rise for the jury.
wow.
I'd like to see council just a second about scheduling, please.
Scheduling well.
Goodbye.
He's not done on cross. We're just a scooch behind, maybe 20 minutes. Oh, wait, here's the reads. Are they going to talk about something in open court? Let's see. I mean, she usually only gives them like 45 minutes for lunch, which would indicate to me they're going to come back in 20 minutes. Paul O'Keefe is in a suit. Is he getting on the stand today? I don't know. I don't know.
Why don't you come in?
Great shot of the empty chair without Yuri in it. Wait, hold on. Something just happened. Somebody walked up there. She said, why don't you come in? Hold on. Who dat? Who dat?
Why don't you come in?
Why don't you come in? Somebody walks up. He's got a badge of some sort on. Clerk? That was weird that he walked by the witness stand and just sort of went up there. Wow. Just wow. That was genius part. That was genius on part of the defense to have Yuri read those text messages into evidence. I think that there's no way he didn't rehearse. If he did not rehearse reading those text messages, then he absolutely could be an actor. I mean, that is just, he did a fantastic job. Absolutely, positively crazy. And if you haven't, If you didn't watch the first trial, that's a lot more text messages than were in the first trial. Go back and see if we have any indication about what's happening in the courtroom. There's some juror updates. You can go to. All right, let me see what Court TV says. Usually they have the time of the breakup. So give me 1 second. Talk amongst yourselves for a second. Talk amongst yourselves. Court will resume at 1:45 p.m. 1:45. Yuriy is still on the stand. So if it turns out that they're going to take the, I don't know if they're taking the children because they're not done with him. So I don't think they're going to bust him. I'm sure there's a whole lot left to do with him, in my opinion. They got to show him the waterfall video. Think about all the things they still have to cover with Yuriy. So we're here. We're hanging out. We're having a good time. I mean, as good of a time we can with those cringy text messages, but boy, does that give a whole lot of more interesting context than we had before during the first persecution and now. A lot of people in the chat were saying that they think that Higgins had motive. Nathan, are you and the Glare going to do a reading of these Higgins texts? Well, I mean, I would allow it. I think it would be good. I think the texts that he and I read last time were Karen and John. I don't think we ever did these texts. These are wild. Thanks, Nathan. Clarity, oh my God, I feel like I'm back in 1983, high school, and cracking up and blushing for them. He has zero game, absolutely zero game, right? Shannon, AJ, so after seeing all these texts, you did not interview him, not a suspect? Okay, right. After reading all of these texts, you didn't think that he possibly had any motive or that there may have been some other way that John O'Keefe was killed? No? You're the worst detective ever. The worst detective ever. Cahootin and colluding in Canton wants flirting with disaster on the playlist. I used to love Molly Hatchet. That is a great idea. I'll allow it. Heather says, I hope they show John O'Keefe doing the all shuffle or the Ali shuffle from the waterfall. Yep. That's what they're leading up to, in my opinion. I think that's what's coming next. After the questions of, really? He provided you with all of these text messages from his phone and you didn't think that somebody else might have had a motive to kill John O'Keefe? Really? Really, dude? Really? June Rivers said, time has lost all meaning in this text nightmare. Yes, 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 it did. Gina was worried about her virgin years. Simply D says, and it shows she doesn't have access to the Ring cameras. She would have deleted that video. She would have deleted the video that she says that John saw of them walking out. And then John said, are you hooking up with him? Or something like that. I'm summarizing. Exactly. She didn't have access to it. Heather says, what if John O'Keefe saying, quote, Brian does all right for himself, triggered some paranoia if Brian was involved in extra side business? Texts show more motive this year than they did last year. Right. Right. Brian does it right for himself. Like, what does he have going on the side? Well done. I like the way you're breaking it down. Alicia Joe, the text messages screams of a woman neglected. I've been there. Karen is better than him, but she needed someone to like and love her. My heart breaks for her. I see your point. I see your point. Until then, she figured out he's an alcoholic too. No shade. It's just a reality. It's not an insult to call someone alcoholic because many people will tell you that it is a disease. So it's a disease for purposes of this conversation. It's not shade on a person who's no longer among the living. John O'Keefe may have been an alcoholic, and so clearly may Brian Higgins be, but he doesn't think he has a drinking problem because denying it is always the first thing to happen, right? Never says that these texts are removing motive because she was good with moving on, right? Kinda. I think so. What do you guys think? Andrew says it's possible that after being ignored at the bar, Higgins shows these texts to John as he enters the house. Right. Right. Public service announcement from Big Hoss. Ladies, 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 if you ever get text messages like this, please run for your safety. Lally Splaining says, can the defense bring in Proctor's text messages? They will. They absolutely will. In fact, one of the people in his elementary school group text, at least one of them is on the witness list. One way of bringing them in. Too short. HD flew to, I don't know, Australia. Need for tomorrow. This man is so disgusting. He's flirting with a friend's girl. These people are despicable. Thanks, Mel, for all you do. No bro code. There is no bro code in the world of Brian Higgins. Kevin says his recitation of these texts are being done so overdramatically. If I were a juror, I'd think his whole testimony was a bad actor's audition. But it was so much better than Higgins reading him, wasn't it? Nurse Kim's, is here, listening on my way to Grand Junction. Oh, you're in Colorado, girl? Pit stop at Red Rocks. Oh, I love Red Rocks so much. Reminiscing about my first concert. It's in 1980, high school graduation ceremony. When is ever a mile are they going to ask about the darn Sox? Kansas for Karen. Thank you. Love Red Rocks. Seen many, many really great shows there, including the real original Grateful Dead with Jerry Garcia. Those are the days. Go Buffs. Ryder says, Mel, if the defense calls Brian Higgins and Michael Proctor to the stand, will they still be able to read their own texts out loud? Thank you for so much for all you do. Well, it would be cumulative on the part of Brian Higgins because they're already in evidence. They're already been read. We saw them on the big screen. We've done it all. And they're in. So it would be cumulative. He wouldn't get to read them again. I don't think they need to be read again, but this is what happens, Commonwealth. If you're not going to call Brian Higgins to the stand, this is the risk that you run. And like I said, they may be able to get Proctor's in another way too if they don't call him. Stuart Williams, do you think defendant will show the group text between, or the defense will show the group text between the officers trash talking Karen? Yes. Yes, 100%. Honor and integrity? Yep. 100%. Also, the text message about trying to get the medical examiner to change her testimony. They got one of them in, I think, through Bukhenik the other day. One of them that he liked on his watch. Dropped off on the lawn, said Higgins should just flip. Nothing can be worse than this display of his absolute lack of game. I mean, no wonder he's disappeared into the shadows, right? Yeah, I can see what you're saying. Chloe Jones says, other people are saying this makes Karen look bad. I hope the jury just doesn't decide based on not liking her. From what I've heard, the jury is on the younger side. They may just like think that these are like a couple of older people with like no game. I don't know. I don't think it looks bad for her. I mean, she certainly seemed like she was willing to get out of the relationship. She didn't need to kill him to get out of the relationship. She had her own money. She owned her own home. She didn't need a man to support her. She was financially independent. So I guess it depends on who you ask. I mean, all the people out there in their 20 sock puppet accounts on the McCabe and Albert family side will spin this in the way that they want. Karen's a hoe. Karen's a hooer. She's a hooer. Lena, thank you for doing this with us every day. Love you, day. Love you and your channel. Making Yuri read these texts is the best payback AJ could do. Not so smug now. I love this. He was probably so much more comfortable reading those messages than he was testifying on his own behalf or on the Commonwealth's behalf, because he just kept denying till you die. Deny till you die. Thank you, Kristen, for your $20 super sticker. I appreciate you. Dove's House says defense may be genius for not calling Higgins because the jurors may be like, who is this guy? Prosecution never called him. That's sus. Equals more reasonable doubt in their minds. Yep. There's so many ways in which that was so genius. Thank you, Charles Cochran, for your super sticker. Mads Tea Party says this case is disgustingly outrageous. Free Karen Reed. Corruption must end and changes must be made. God save the Commonwealth. Oh, I appreciate you more. Cyber Chick in Boston. Sister is here. Her name's Boston Booty. All right, Boston Booty, welcome. Thank you. Thank you for appreciating my coverage of the truth. This was quite a day to join up. I hope you like it here. Our Just Us system is broken. Says, hey, Mel, we've had so many scandals with the MSP and the State Crime Lab chemist scandal in 2013 caused 21,000 cases to be dismissed due to falsified tests. I heard about that. I have not done a deep dive into that, just the Cedarquist thing. And we just went over all of the original documents from that case. Chachi's mom is here. There's the Happy Days reference. Love that you call us back to the screen so we don't miss anything because we're busy. Well, that's sweet. Thank you. Inverted sneaker. I believe the feds were here investigating the MSP overtime scandal, then the trucker scandal, Birchmore, and John O'Keefe. The feds have never stopped investigating the MSP, in my opinion. Yep. Auntie 3 says, if and when you come to Boston, stay an extra day and we can go play some golf. Yeah. Sorry, I don't remember my lies. Says, if Commonwealth got to read these texts in 1.0, why can't the defense now use it? Well, I think this was earlier. This was probably before he started reading them. And the reason that they came in the first trial, I hate the 1.0, 2.0 thing, in the first trial is because Higgins read them in. No. A reasonable doubt says, if the jury told the judge now that they all have determined there's plenty of reasonable doubt and they want to vote not guilty, could that be done now? No, it can't be done now. They wait until the case is over. Lally's throat clear says this feels like the shell game at the county fair, and this jury can see right through it. Disgusting. Kimberly Cummings, OMG, is anyone else trying to scroll the text to read them faster? I've tried to do it twice. Ha ha. Thank you, Melanie, for hosting from your crib. I'm here in my crib in my home studio office. I'm at my crib. We should start a new Canton Cribs. I wrote that down. Maybe that can be like the hook. We need a hook for today's thumbnail. Yikes. Think you're trying to be jiggy with it? Heather, Desire by U2. Yeah, U2 is apparently Karen's favorite band. It came out during one of the interviews. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, as good as Yuriy is, he still couldn't have decringed Paul's O'Keefe's text. All talent has limits. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. Danny, good afternoon. Yuriy is a DB. Reading these texts is brilliant on the defense part. I agree. I just can't wait for what's coming next. Only 6 minutes until they're back from break, allegedly, when we're on the edge of our seats, collectively on the edge of our seats. Conservator, my husband was shot and paralyzed in Afghanistan. I'm so sorry. We have our own rooms because he's up and down all night. I'm so sorry. Secret to a wonderful, happy marriage is good rest. It really is. Like, you remember when your kids were babies and all your sleep was interrupted because you're getting up to feed the babies all night? Nothing will make you crazier than interrupted sleep. Listen, I think she may have a point about separate bedrooms. I'm not against it. Chloe Albert's Revenge said Karen dodged a bullet. That would have been 34 of the most regrettable seconds of her life. He was like, you won't leave. That's the danger because I'm so good in the sack or something like that. I'm summarizing. Oh my goodness. Lori, been thinking about changing my name to not a real green drape. That's cruel. That is so bare naked ladies of you. But I feel it's a little too cumbersome. Love the bare naked ladies. Me too. They're Canadian. Where are my Canadian friends? Not a real green drape. That's cruel. Thank you, Lori. Melanie R., where did the ha-ha and question Bible comments on the side text, on the side of the text come from? Who put those there? Where did the ha-ha and question mark Bible comment? Oh, well, when you laugh at something or you put a question mark on something, you can like the other person like holds their thumb down on the text and they can make that, that, what am I thinking of? That like little emoji on the text And so that's where they came from. Like the person liked it or the person was like questioning it. StreamYard seems to be glitchy. So if I get kicked out, I'll be right back. Karina, didn't John and Karen's text say that one of them hit the other with a pillow? Yes. Karen tried to cuddle up with him that morning on the 28th, and he hit her with a pillow. Maybe she wanted Higgy to think they slept separately. Oh, that is interesting, Karina. Well done, girl. Well done. Kim said, I'm behind. What do you desire? LOL from Lucifer. Well, isn't that appropriate? Isn't that appropriate? Court TV is framing their coverage in favor of the prosecution. Yeah. Yeah, of course. Well, I heard Vinny is coming to a Dedham next week because he was like, did a live this morning where he was shopping for purple ties because he said if he wears a pink tie or a blue tie that people accuse him of being free Karen Reed or anti-Karen Reed. And so he was shopping for purple ties. And that's a very interesting, Karina. I didn't think of that, but you could be right. Azaran Fish says, could it be that Bukhenik is reading these text messages because Higgins has indicated that he will plead the fifth? That's interesting too. That is interesting too. Although he'd have to come into court and do it. Sidebar, same way Aiden Carney did, right? This is a good question. Does this open the door for the Sullivan sisters? Well, it could. It could, although she didn't really rule on that because the Commonwealth said they're not going to call the Sullivan sisters on in their case in chief. It might, but I don't think the Sullivan sisters are going to play well because really what that does is give more credence to Karen's text messages about the reasons why she wanted to break up with John. Right? In my opinion. And quite frankly, in my opinion, Marietta Sullivan did not make a good witness. What do you guys think? Bevy, can you answer the question? Says a couple of people asked this. Why isn't Proctor or Tully being called? Oh, did they say Tully's not being called? Because they both have their hands in everything. And Proctor's been terminated and dishonorably discharged. He's not good for the Commonwealth. They're trying to get everything in through Yuriy. Doesn't mean the defense can't call them on their case in chief. Melanie R. Why doesn't AJ impeach Yuriy with his own testimony from the last trial? I.e. the first trial, he stated Proctor was the lead investigator. Well, he did that in the beginning. He did get him to say that, I think. I think he did. I think that was yesterday. But again, we're not done. We're not done with Cross yet, so there's that. Justin said all this reading is making Yuri's brain overheat. That's why he needs so much water. Grace thinks he's clingy, insecure, and clearly desperate, meaning Higgins. Cobra Khan wants to know, did anyone else find it somehow easier to listen to Proctor's texts? Well, those were Higgins' texts. So you mean Higgins? Is that a typo or a Scrivener's error? Alicia Joe says, I believe she's innocent, but it also screams of a very unhappy lady. Juniper says, not flirty at all. Are you following Sandra Birchmore case? Right. Dennis the Menace says, he's so naive. I'm loving her puppetry of Higgins. Michelle Davenport, thank you for your super sticker. Sorry, I don't remember my lies. Says, OMG, I just pulled my car over in a parking lot to actually watch the reading. I can't stop laughing and cringing at the same time. Yeah, we got to make a word for that. Laughing and cringing at the same time. Linging. Ruth Ward says, who's Marietta Sullivan? Marietta Sullivan was on, she's the one that, if you were here for the reading of Karen's text messages, the dramatic reading by Yuriy Bukhenik, Marietta Sullivan is the one that Karen says she caught making out with John O'Keefe in the lobby in Aruba. That is who she was. She testified at the first trial. Yeah, last trial, they only read a couple of days of text, not this whole chain. This was everything that Higgins brought in to Yuriy and Proctor when he did his interview. And now he's going to say, really, Sergeant Bukhenik, you really didn't read these messages and think that Higgins could have been a suspect? Edmund says, Higgins' insecurity makes me vomit. Karen Reed is too mature for knuckles. Me and Pia out in the snow. Well done on the username. Not only that, but you spelled it perfectly. Says he keeps asking if John O'Keefe and girl banged to justify Karen sleeping with him and cheating on John O'Keefe, in my opinion. I'll allow it. Linda thinks this is a smoking gun. I see you, says Higgy made this, no proof of where he stopped it. That's true. That's true, except for, I think, the day that he printed him up and brought him in was maybe like February 2nd or 3rd. So you're right. You're right. He might have cut off. If he did text her after that, he might have cut it off. You're right. Good point. Jeevy, Higgins or John may have started the fight, and Colin and Chloe would jump in since he liked to fight so much, and Albert's needed to protect Colin. That's a theory that a lot of people have, although they're not allowed to point to Colin in this trial as a third-party culprit. Cara Vera, does it imply Karen slept with Higgins when she met him for a drink? I don't think so. I don't think so. Court, this is a woman who didn't even want to share a bed with a man. She clearly was okay with moving on, even with how her and the previous ex split up. I think everyone who hears these messages is going to take something different from them depending on their personal experiences, right? Thank you, Diva Sweeney, for your super sticker. The corrective eyes, free Karen Reed. Karen Reed text proves she drinks for fun, and John O'Keefe drinks for emotion. Emotion drinking is more dangerous. Thank you. The 34 correct view. Eyes. Oh, D, you were in Baker at CU. I transferred to CU sophomore year, and I had to live in overflow housing, which was like, if you know, like down the mountain off Arapahoe. It was like overflow, like married student housing. It was not good. And then I moved off campus after that, as everyone does at CU. SCO buffs. Justin said, so Higgins and Reed slept together and then she blew him off. That's why he was so upset. She had an affair first. I don't think they slept together. Why? How are you getting that they slept together from that? I thought she went to his place and it got awkward and she left. I didn't get any banging out of that, as he liked to say. I didn't get that out of that, Justin. Tell me where you got that from. Ann says John's pocket was ripped, but not in the Commonwealth video. The video the Commonwealth showed. Yes, we went over that yesterday, Ann. Thank you so much for noticing. Look at Jonas from New Zealand popping in here with a $50 super chat. You're super generous. Couldn't get the voicemail to work. Thank you, ML. VM. Thank you for watching from, or Venmo, is that what you're saying? Thank you for watching, Jonas, from New Zealand. The world is watching, you guys. The world is watching. So many of you are here. We are the world. We are the eyes of the world. Wake up to find out that you are the eyes of the world. We are. You are. We ain't got no quit. Mike from Providence says, during closing, could Alan Jackson lay out the hat, the shoe, and all the large pieces of taillight that were missed in 3 inches of snow by Canton police who were using a leaf blower at the time? I mean, I think that would be a great demonstrative closing. You're thinking like a lawyer. Nixon, I was on jury duty. Massachusetts called witnesses that were children when the incident occurred. The ADA made one of them cry. Didn't play well for us on the jury. Thank you for sharing that. I don't think, I'm appalled that they want to make these children get back up on the stand. Thank you, Alicia. This was earlier. I thought I put it up, but if I didn't, everyone go look at a 5x7 photo. That's how big it was, meaning the piece of taillight. Yeah. That he didn't find on the 10th. That somebody else found on the 11th. Proctor, I guess. Thanks, Melissa. Oh, this is Cedar Quest. I just left that there to remind myself to go look at Cedar Quest. Chris Poppy is here. I think it says Poppy or Popple. Operating a 120-ton crane while watching your show. No, do not do that. You're in Canada. Do not. You don't have OSHA in Canada, I guess. No heavy equipment operating. I told you. I think I have to put a disclaimer in the opening song. Yuri's Webster Dictionary. You guys are so well done. So they think I need a drink and I'm at work. It's a no judgment zone here. Bridget, what if Jen Gould hossed long at both 2:27 and then again after 6 a.m. so she could later dispute the time? Well, yeah. What if she Googled it at 2:27? Then when she realized she did, she's like, holy crap, I got to Google it again. So it can look like I Googled it at 6:23. But then when she Googled it at 6:23, she spelled it wrong, meaning wrong, not the same way she spelled it at 2:27. So then she had to match the spelling from 2:27 at 6:24. Because, what's her name? Jessica Hyde clearly said that she couldn't say that Jen McCabe did not Google it at 2:27, just that she did Google it at 6:23:24. Game over. Period. Full stop. DK, I was here for your first video. You had me at Costner. Oh, thanks, D. That was fun. Jennifer says as a Marine, he would be trained on plotting coordinates. It's the first thing they're trained on. Well, I think he said he didn't know how to do that. Didn't he say he was on presidential helicopter duty? Bev dated John Adams in high school. Well done, girl. We need a giggle. We need a giggle. Question, is Pope Leo XIV a White Sox or Cubs fan? Answer, neither. He obviously roots for the Angels. Oh, that's cute. I like it. I'll allow it. I love you too. Thank you for hanging out here in this safe space. Although I don't know how safe it is after I opened it up. You guys can let me know what's going on, Scott. If you need me to close the chat back up, let me know. Scott Messerschmidt is here. Hey, Scott Messerschmidt. Team Brittany is back. You can let me know. Usually we're set on a 48-hour minimum. But please hit the like button. What, if any reason, do 50% of you fine people have for not smashing the like button? I don't know. Fire on Acid says the smirk is just as appalling as Michael Proctor's texts. Thank you, Stuart. Stuart, what are you doing here? Here's a super sticker. Cheryl from Canada. I still can't believe the O'Keefe's still thinking Karen did it. Mind-boggling. I don't know. I don't know that Mr. O'Keefe does. I really have no personal insight into what they're thinking, but it's very tragic that they lost their daughter and then their son. It's my heart breaks for everyone. There are no winners here. None. But there is no justice for John O'Keefe if a woman is convicted in a murder that she did not commit because John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. The Albert Rock on the lawn. David, Mother's Day is your birthday. Happy birthday, David. Over my head, flock of seagulls. Thank you, Dennis the Menace. Thank you, Kale. Happy Mother's Day ×5. I love you with all of my heart. Mustard sandwich. I saw a video of the jury members this morning from someone in the courtroom. How is that allowed? What? Is that what you're saying that John DePetro took a video of the jury? I'm not, no, don't spread any misinformation. I said that. She didn't. But somebody said that there was a problem with him. I don't know anything about that. Mustard sandwich. I just don't know. Kimberly McNeil, well, since Yuri doesn't speak English, it's not his first language. Must be hard going through all that paperwork. He's a joke. I love Jess Machado. Jess Machado joined the channel just so she could chat with us. Fictional Timeline Story says, oh, it's Hulda from Iceland. Hello, Iceland. Moving my coffee maker next to my chair. Ready. Thank you, Nicholas. This was, or Nicole. I'm sorry, Nicole. This was from earlier. I opened up the chat so she could chat with us if she wanted to. Or with you guys anyway, because chat was moving too quickly and I couldn't follow and pay attention to what's going on in court. I'm like a one-woman show over here. It looks easy, but it's really not easy. You try keeping 20,000 people engaged for 8 hours a day. It's not easy. Richard, mad with the witness from the Canary Islands. Canary Islands is watching. Thank you, Wicked Mass Mom. Kelly Mack says she never does that when the Commonwealth presents texts. Well, they have to have a foundation, and there needs to be a reason to be able to have this witness read them, so at least she made the right decision. No, thank you, Becky, but I'm way too old to play Karen in a film. I nominate No, what actress would you nominate for Karen to play Karen in a movie? She'd have to be like early to mid 40s. Not that, Carrie says. For the playlist, I want you to want me. Cheap Trick. Good. Hey, Bethany. Francis Oracle. Thanks for your super sticker. Suzanne is voting for Smooth Criminal. Crystal Pond says, my husband calls it word corn. Oh, the sexting? That's funny. Sorry, I don't remember my lies. Says Hardy 98.5 is my guy. I used to call into Sports Hub and talk to sports. Scott was trying to get through to Boomer the other day. Remember? Did Boomer ever talk about Karen Reed? Kindergarten Cop? Oh, there's well over 1,000 likes, but there's 11,000 likes, but there's 20,000 watching. So we need to get a little past. We're more than 50%, and we can do better. We can all do better. So while we're on break and I continue to talk, please just, remember to hit the like button because it helps the channel. Becky, Amy Winehouse rehab for the song list. Thank you, Becky. Denise, in my opinion, definitely reasonable doubt. Dee says definitely proof of motive for a fist fight. Mm-hmm. Christy says Sergio called it as Higgins from his testimony. Ooh, the camera is zooming in, zooming out. We love Sergio Denaro here. He has a channel called Truth Revealed. I think he was a CIA like interrogator or something, and he could tell when people are lying. And he's done a lot of videos on this case. And he's done a lot of them, looking at BRIAN HIGGINS and BRIAN ALBERT and Jen McCabe and rehab for the playlist. Thank you, Becky. Bella's mom says, I feel so sad about two lonely people. Yeah. Reminds me of a song. This is for all the lonely people. Feeling that life has passed them by. Karen Reed's not guilty verdict. Sure. Sue O'Connell said the jurors were paying attention. All had shocked looks after the last text. John died, right? Decorated dude pickup lines. Been here for 2 months and says, I wish I could change my name every day. Every day. That's a great Dave Matthews song. Jack Wise says, there's no shame in being an alcoholic. I've been in recovery for almost 13 years. Congratulations, Zach. Congratulations. I go regularly to meetings. My life has only gotten better since getting sober, by the way. From Woodmere, New York. Oh, Long Island in the house. Love the coverage. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, what do you make of this? What do you make of the, the status of Higgins and John O'Keefe? Right. There's no shame in it. And people say when I say that I think John O'Keefe is an alcoholic, that I'm how dare I victim blame and victim shame. There's no shame in it. And Jack Wise is here to tell you, and he's been sober for 13 years, one day at a time. Keep up the good work, Jack. And if anybody's ever been in a relationship with an alcoholic, you know what it's like. You're walking on eggshells all the time. And drunk guys fight. They don't need an excuse or a reason or a motive. Triskelly Thun, please add She Bangs to your playlist. I don't know if I could listen to that song like more than once, and I don't know if I'm on the playlist, but I mean, thanks for the suggestion. Maybe the Commonwealth aren't calling the Higgins crew because they're going to plead the fifth. Says, sorry, I don't remember my lies. Right, but they have to come into the court and plead the fifth. So if the defense calls them, they would have to come into court and do that. Here for the Yes show says they need a shower after those texts. I think a lot of people feel that way. Let's do the timeline again. Says Higgins is mortified and laughing at the same time. Yeah. Just T. There's a guy on TT who recreated a song TikTok that should be added to the free Karen Reed playlist. His handle is Will King Music. I think somebody sent that to me, but I don't know. It has to be on Spotify to go on the Spotify playlist. And also, if you play somebody's music or it's like copyrighted music, it's a good way to strike down an 8-hour stream. So I don't do that. I did put How Dare You is on the playlist because Derek Carney sent it to me. And he won't strike me if I play his video, and it's amazing. I mean, the AI on that video is scary and amazing at the same time, which is even more reason why all of this stuff should have metadata because it really looks like the people in that video, like Karen and Alan, are singing. All right, we're back. Sound is up anyway. Thank you, Just T. Free super chat. Yvette says Ryan Nagel said no Jeep at 12:30, but everyone said Higgins left at 2 a.m. Did he leave and come back? I don't know. Yvette, that's a great question. We don't know what's up with that Jeep. He did say he could never drive his work vehicle if he was drinking. Was that his work vehicle or his personal vehicle? I don't know. We have yet to hear from anybody who was inside 34 Fairview other than Sarah Levinson, Shen McCabe. Right? We didn't hear from anybody else in the house.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, you had an opportunity, obviously, you read them, so now you've familiarized yourself with that series of text messages that you received from Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Would you, let me ask, I'm going to ask you the same question again. Would you consider those text messages as you reviewed them when you received them from Brian Higgins as being flirtatious or romantic in nature?
I would not categorize them to that extent. Certain parts of it might be, but the total conversation, if you want my opinion, I can provide you with it.
Was there some flirtation in the text messages that you noted?
There are terms that I used. You're hot, witty, stuff like that. You know, talking about banging and hooking up.
What word would you use to describe them if not flirtatious?
The totality of the conversation?
Sure. Let's start there.
My opinion is that it's a
See what he's doing here?
angry girlfriend trying to set up a hookup to hurt John.
Hold on. This is a brilliant question by Jackson because there's no wrong answer. If he says, no, they're not flirtatious, well then, Karen Reed wasn't doing anything wrong, right? In his eyes. If he says, yes, they were flirtatious, then why didn't you consider Higgins a suspect? There's no wrong answer to that question. That was genius. And now he can say, I think Karen Reed was trying to set up a hookup to make John angry. You know who else got angry? Higgins. And maybe John. And when we see the waterfall video, it's all going to become crystal clear. Thank you, Conservinator, to your amazingly super generous 50. So listen to that question again. There's no wrong answer. Don't worry, there's no wrong answer.
What word would you use to describe them if not flirtatious?
The totality of the conversation?
Sure. Let's start there.
My opinion is that it's a angry girlfriend trying to set up a hookup to hurt John.
To
her
hurt John.
jump?
To hurt John.
To hurt John.
Yeah.
To hurt John.
Would you consider the responses from Brian Higgins to be flirtatious in nature?
There are conversation parts that are enticing, maybe a little of advances, but the totality of, you know, to put a label on the whole thing, my opinion is that she's trying to get revenge.
Get revenge
Yes, get revenge.
on John
Yeah.
for what happened on New Year's Eve.
Yes.
Okay. When you say revenge, you don't mean physical revenge.
Well, emotional revenge. She's trying to hook up with Higgins and then hurt John by cheating on him.
And in fact, you did note that John O'Keefe was not privy to these text messages, right?
Objection.
John was not privy to these
I'll
text
allow
messages.
that. Do you know that?
I do not, Your Honor, no.
He's not on these texts, is he?
I don't know if their accounts are synced at this point. I don't know if he's seen them. I don't know.
He's not, his phone, you know what his phone number is. You guys got his phone, correct?
We do have his device, yes.
Do you have any evidence that his account is somehow, how do you know if that ain't synced with Karen Reed's account?
Not from his device, no, but he could have seen the text message.
Okay, so there's no evidence that he was synced. His account was synced with anything, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
There's no evidence.
You were facing the other way. I didn't hear.
There's no evidence that his account was synced with anything.
Not his device that we have, no.
And you don't have, as you sit here, you don't have any evidence whatsoever that he saw any of these text messages, correct?
We don't have that, but I do not know.
Okay. So as you sit here, my question is very simple. Do you have evidence, affirmative evidence, that John O'Keefe ever saw these text messages?
I do not have evidence that he saw them,
Okay.
no.
So would you agree that the text messages show a romantic interest, for whatever motivation, a romantic interest from Brian Higgins toward Ms. Reed?
You have to ask that differently.
In your mind, as you read the text messages, did you determine in your head that there was a romantic interest by Brian Higgins toward Karen Reed?
In my mind, I saw the text messages for what they were, initiated by Karen Reed, and began a text message conversation with Brian Higgins.
And Brian Higgins was responsive to those text messages, correct?
They did communicate back and forth.
He was responsive to the overtures that Ms. Reed made toward him, correct?
Overtures.
Suggestions. Let's get together for a drink, come over to my house, I'll come over to your house, things of that nature. Those went back and forth between the two, correct?
Yes, they were back and forth. Yes.
And did you determine that there was an interest by Brian Higgins in Karen Reed?
I read that he repeatedly asked her, what's her plan, what's her goal, what's her interest, what's her intent.
Did that show you an interest on his part in her?
I think at one point he said he was confused, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, or
He kept asking, where is
what's the
this
term
going?
he used? He was unsure what she wanted.
He called her hot.
He did, yes.
He called her witty.
Right from the rip, yes.
He said he wanted to spend time with her.
Spend time, yes, yeah.
He was interested in going over to her house.
Yes,
He was interested in her possibly coming over to his house.
yes,
He told her that he thought she was hot, his words, from the jump, correct?
from the jump, yeah.
How did you interpret that?
Cringy.
From the jump, I would interpret it as right from the beginning, maybe the first time they saw each other, laid eyes on each other. I mean.
As a matter of fact, he basically said that, didn't he? In the text message, from the first time I saw you, I thought you were hot.
Yes.
He constantly was using phrases, to use your words, phrases interested in knowing how she felt about him, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You to ask it differently, Mr. Jones.
Did you interpret any of his text messages as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how she felt, what she was thinking about him?
Objection.
Ask it again.
When you first saw these text messages and you reviewed them, did you interpret those text messages in your mind? That's what I'm interested in your mind, as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how Karen Reed felt about it.
I believe his statement indicates that he was interested in seeing what her interest was, what her intention were, and questioning the fact that she's dating live-in boyfriend with his buddy.
You're a better detective than you let us believe, Yuri.
He used the word ghost several times, correct?
I do recall reading the word ghost.
How did you interpret that word?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I interpreted ghost in the common slang terminology as to abandon conversation, stop communicating.
He indicated that 2 different times in the text string, correct?
I know I read the text messages, by reading them out loud to a room full of people, I might not have remembered how many times the term ghost came through.
Fair
I was
enough.
concentrating more on the reading, not of the
Oh, and you did such a great
comprehension
job.
of each
Bravo.
word.
Fair enough. But you did note that he used that term in his text messages to her, correct?
I think I recall at least once that the term ghost was present in the communication.
Did you interpret that? I'm looking for what was in your mind. Did you interpret that, the use of that word by Brian Higgins, as showing some level of frustration at her abandonment of the conversation?
No, I did not.
Not at
No,
all?
no.
Have you ever heard the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Yes.
How do you interpret that phrase, just in general?
I've heard it communicated between other people. I've never used the term ghosted. I think it's a little after my time
Nobody
in
ever ghosted him.
communicating with others, but I take it as you stopped responding to my text messages.
Do you take that, do you interpret that, or did you interpret that as a positive or a negative comment? You ghosted me.
I interpret it as a matter of fact, like you stopped talking to me. I never thought about it in a positive or negative connotation. I never gave it any thought.
As you sit here now, if you do give it thought, would you put a positive or a negative connotation on the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Objection.
I mean, I think that's a fair question.
You're aware that based on the text messages that we just saw, there was a series of text messages that went back and forth starting in mid-January and basically ending around January 23rd, correct?
This chain of text messages began in January 12th and ended January 29th.
Right. I'm going to get to the 29th, but the back and forth ended on January 23rd, did it not?
I don't recall as specifically. I can leaf through it and tell you what it is. I know I read the dates out loud, and again, I was concentrating on reading.
Do you have the document in front of you?
I do.
Could you turn to the last page?
Yes, sir.
I believe it's the last page. It may be the second to the last page.
Now he's all, yes, sir, to AJ. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, somebody got him in line. All you had to do was give him a role in an acting gig. And who knew you could get him to say, yes, sir. Thank you, Aaron Ashley. I appreciate you.
Do you see an entry on January 23rd, 2022, a text message from Brian Higgins, "Thought you were all set"?
Yes.
So passive.
And Ms. Reed
aggressive.
responded with talking, question mark, no, period. Correct?
That is her response.
Mr. Higgins then responds, with 4 M's behind the H, correct?
That's correct.
And then he responds again. By the way, did Ms. Reed respond to the
No, she did not.
And then he follows up with, "You sure?" with no punctuation, correct?
That's correct.
Did Ms. Reed respond to "you're sure"?
She did not.
The next text is on January 29th at 11:32 p.m., correct? I'm sorry, January 28th at 11:32 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Is that from Ms. Reed or from Mr. Higgins?
At 11:32 p.m. on Friday, January 28th, it is from Mr. Higgins.
That's all I ask. And now, can you tell the jurors what that text is? And then the next text immediately after it.
Well,
You're doing great, Yuri. You're doing great.
So between January 23rd and January 28th, would you describe Ms. Reed's side of the conversation as having ghosted Mr. Higgins?
5 days of
no,
ghosting.
she initiates the conversation. You had me read the second text message in the chain.
Between January 23rd, when that last text message was sent by Brian Higgins, until January 28th at 11:32, would you describe that as Ms. Reed having ghosted Mr. Higgins for those 5 days?
Strictly looking at the text message communications and not knowing whether they.
Correct. I'm not asking you to speculate. I know there's other stuff you want to say. I'm asking you just to read, but just to answer the question I'm asking. Based on the text that in front of you, Sergeant Bukhenik, does it appear that Ms. Reed ghosted, as you define the term, Mr. Higgins, from January 23rd until January 28th?
One could read into that in that manner, yeah.
And then on January 28th, Sergeant Bukhenik, when Brian Higgins sends, well, did Ms. Reed respond?
No, she did not. They were together at the same location.
Did she respond to the text?
On that day?
Correct.
Not on a text message, no.
You said they were together. That means that Brian Higgins was together in the same room with Miss Reed when he sent his text, correct?
Yes.
And she ignored it, didn't she? Okay.
She ignored him at the waterfall. She did. Thanks, Minnie.
You also received from Mr. Higgins certain text messages between him, Mr. Higgins, and John O'Keefe himself, correct?
Yes, we did.
And one of those text messages, one of the last text messages that they exchanged was, as a matter of fact, the last text message that was exchanged was Brian Higgins at 12:20 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, texting Mr. O'Keefe, "You coming here?"
Right.
With 3 question marks.
Higgins
correct?
to John.
I would have to take a look at the document. I don't have a memory of it specifically. I know I reviewed it, but I don't have a memory of the time and content.
Yep. Higgins to John O'Keefe. You coming here? With like a couple of question marks after it. 12:20 a.m. After the well to Karen. We have a little room to scooch. Real time. Look at us. Well done, my friends. Well done.
Based on this extraction, I cannot definitively say that this text message was sent on January 29th because of the file source time and and the JPEG being so small. I can't testify to that, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has kindly offered to stipulate that the "you coming here" text was sent. I would offer the following stipulation: that "you coming here" text was sent on January 29th at 12:20 a.m. from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe's phone. Quote, "You coming here?" 3 question marks following.
What was
3.
the time?
12:20 a.m.
Look at Hank stipulating to let something in. That's unusual.
May we enter that stipulation with the court's permission?
Sure. So, jurors, you've heard that the lawyers agree that that fact is true.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. So you were aware of the timeline on or about January 29th when, first of all, Karen Reed had not responded to a text message from January 23rd throughout January 28th and into January 29th. sorry, throughout January 28th by 11:32 p.m. or so. She just not responded. Correct?
So the text message that she sent to Brian Higgins, the last time she sent a text message was on the 23rd.
And he responded with several text messages to which she did not respond on January 23rd. Correct?
I believe she sent 2 and he said 3, I believe.
So the answer is yes. There was a text message that she sent, I'm sorry, he sent to which she did not respond. Is that right? On the 23rd.
He was the last one to send a text message on the 23rd.
That was following multiple text messages back and forth between the two of them, spanning a couple of weeks. Correct?
Yes.
Then, on January 28th, 2022, Brian Higgins is at the Waterfall Bar Grill after 11:30 p.m. Correct?
He was.
Karen Reed then walks into that same Waterfall Bar and Grill, accompanied by her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
They did.
Brian Higgins then texted Karen Reed, who's standing in the room. Well, correct?
Correct.
Karen Reed ignored that text, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Karen Reed did not respond to that text.
There's no text.
Brian Higgins then, a little less than an hour later, texts John directly, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
Correct. It's been stipulated.
That is an accurate timeline of the events that we've just talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
Motive. Can you say motive? All they need is reasonable doubt. That's it. Reasonable doubt.
You're also aware of a call, your investigation revealed a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the 29th, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Butt dials.
Did your investigation reveal a call between between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
I don't think it was in their investigation. I think that was provided by the feds. And so I don't think that had anything to do with Bukhenik's investigation. You guys can tell me if I'm wrong, but I think that the butt dials between Albert and Higgins came out during the federal investigation, and those are federally protected TUI documents. I don't know if Bukhenik was ever made aware of that, but it was, it was discussed during the last trial. Hold on. Did she send the jury off? Please tell me she didn't. Thank you, court reporter supporter. And we're back on the fan. I know. You know what, Joanne? I've been thinking the same thing. Those of us that watch the first trial and all the in between know exactly what's happening here, but does the jury understand it? I don't know. They might be very confused at this point. Let me know if you're watching this trial for the first time and you didn't watch the first trial. If you started watching the second trial, if you are picking up what they're laying down here. And if you watch me, it's probably hard because I do explain a lot of the lore and the things and stuff that happened at the first trial. So you might know more than the average bear, but just let me know in the chat if you're watching this for the first time, if you get it. Do you even understand that there's supposed to have been a car accident here? I mean, I have questions about that. It's so weird. Hard plastic and static mannequin says, of course, Brennan stipulated to let it in. He was running around in circles about a shoe at this point, right? Right. Thank you. LH says, yes, first time and so obvious, reasonable doubt. Thank you. April says, oop, I'm watching the second trial for the first time and I get it. It's coming through loud and clear. Good. Good. And tell me also, when you started watching this, did you have an idea of where you would fall on this case? I think that the way that Brennan has laid out these witnesses, it might become It might have been more obvious this time because last time Lally was throwing spaghetti at the wall, right? He had every single person that ever walked by 34 Fairview on the stand talking in chronological. It was painful. Edmund Brown is here for the first time and he gets it. Melanie B says, I knew about the details of the first trial, but I never got to watch it. Glued to this. General vicinity of the truth. Oh, well done. It was in the general vicinity of the area where John's body was found. Once AJ plays the waterfall video, the jury will get it. Just Peachy's here for the first time. Says first time so much in defense's favor. Dirty cops. You guys are getting it. I love that for you. Yep, you're right, John. 2/3 of her charges are double jeopardy, but the SCOTUS did not see it that way. A. Smith says, well, I'm confused. I'm waiting for the rest of the trial. Fair, fair. Brian says, first time for me. I'm shocked by the chain of evidence. You mean lack of chain of custody of the evidence? Yeah, it is shocking. We tried to throw spaghetti at Yannetti too, says Team Brittany. That's so true. Lally had the ball the entire first trial, and it was like he was playing defense the whole entire time. Thank you, Therese. Says first time as well, and so obvious. I enjoy watching your narrating because I don't always understand. Thank you. Matt is here and says, even without any background, I understand what's happening here. Timothy Chapman says, this is like a 1 in 1,000 year trial. You will never see anything like this ever again. This is historic in so many ways. And I caught so much hate and vitriol and, not really bullying, but like harassment from people on the cesspool of Twitter when I first started covering this case in January 2024. They really wanted me to shut up. And I am not shutting up. I am on the right side of this. I knew it from the jump, as Higgins would say. And you are watching a woman be railroaded. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. I don't care how much you hate Karen Reed or Turtle Boy. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car because science, physics, and medicine and common sense. And when you put all those things together, there is no other conclusion. There just isn't. I was going to bring this up, that Stephen Smith in the Low Country did not get knocked out of his shoes. Yeah, I know. I thought about Stephen Smith too when he was saying that, all pedestrians get knocked out of their shoes. It's not true. But Heather, she's like, I legit cannot stop watching. People have had to call in sick to their jobs for 2 weeks.
Sergeant Bukhenik, did you become aware during the course of your investigation, then I'll narrow the time frame, during the course of your investigation, that there were calls between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at approximately 2:22 a.m. on the 29th?
During the course of my investigation, I was not aware of that. If you have a document that I can see, I can tell you if I've ever seen it before.
Did you seek to secure Brian Albert's cell phone to determine what calls he did and didn't make on January 29th or January 28th?
No, we did not.
Okay. In your experience, would a phone extraction, a cell phone extraction of Brian Albert's phone have revealed calls made and received in the time frame that we're talking about, the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
If a phone is extracted, the records of phone calls being made and received would show those records.
You did receive information from Brian Higgins' phone, specifically the texts that he claimed he pulled off of his phone and gave to you, correct?
We received text messages that I read today that Brian Higgins provided from his phone.
Did you seek to secure his actual phone for a forensic download or forensic mirror image to get the actual calls made and received or text messages made and received from his phone?
No, we did not.
Trust me, bro. Trust me, bruh. They didn't ask Higgins. They just trusted him. Here, I picked these out for you. I hope you like them. I will gladly pay you Tuesday for a
At
hamburger
some
today.
point, this is just yes or no. At some point, did you become aware of a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the morning of the 29th? Just yes or no.
No.
As you sit here today, this is new information to you. Let me rephrase that. This is unknown information to you. You do not have any information about that?
Objection.
Sustain. We need a time frame, Mr. Jeff.
I realize that, Judge. That's why I'm asking it this way. As you sit here, are you aware of a phone call between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins at 2:22 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Look, you just shared that with me. I have no memory or record of seeing that it actually took place. I do not know.
Okay, so you've never heard that before. That was what I was getting to. You've never heard that before.
No.
Okay.
He's never heard that before. You know, he watched the first trial. Come on, dude. He's just not calling it a call. He's calling it a butt dial.
You indicated that you did not seek to secure Brian Albert's phone to do a phone extraction at any time, correct?
We did not try to get Brian Albert's phone for any reason whatsoever.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation that Brian Albert destroyed his phone?
I'd like to be seen. Objection.
Jurors disregard.
Brian Albert destroyed his phone. You can't tell me that he's sitting there not knowing like about these butt dials and that it was a whole issue. And come on, Yuri. Since the mistrial, like nobody in like Norfolk County has talked about anything but this case. It proved me wrong. Kubi says I was hit and run over by an SUV and my shoes stayed on. And did you have bruising to any part of your lower body? Because John O'Keefe didn't. The only injuries below the neck to John O'Keefe were those what looked like dog attack marks to his right arm. But I'm sure you probably were bruised. Somebody else said they also were hit and run. And the windshield was destroyed. And I'm sure you had maybe some broken bones and hip, knee, thigh injuries or bumper marks on some part of your body. Thank you, Tracy, for your Venmo. I appreciate you. Oh, please don't kick me off StreamYard. I'm getting the aw snap. You ever get aw snap? It's not a good thing. Aw snap is never a good thing to see on the Google. Carly, thanks for your Venmo, says new viewer on retrial. I can see where they are going, but I could see how a jury might be confused. Margaret on Venmo says, thank you. Love listening. Thank you. Stephanie, very generous Venmo, says, what would we do without you? I ran out of a work meeting to get back to you, dear Melanie. Collective group screams and head popping off listening to this BS. Stephanie, if I could help you find your head, I would, but I had to get mine this morning from Connecticut. Here we are. And I feel like I've been talking for 8 hours straight because there's been so many breaks today. Give me a break today. What was that? Give me a break today. Was that a slogan from a commercial all the way back in the day? Jimmy, thank you. Jimmy. Thanks for all the free Karen Read trial coverage. Jimmy says, Jimmy was the one who was getting upset, right? On the Seinfeld episode. Remember Elaine and Jimmy? And Jimmy was talking in the third person to Elaine while she was like on the Stairmaster at the gym. And he's like, Jimmy likes you. Jimmy likes you. She's like, he does? And she thought somebody else was Jimmy. Oh, McDonald's. Yeah. Let's have a break today. Kit Kat bar? I don't know. Gerald, thank you for your very generous Venmo. Says, great job, Melanie. Being new to this, what I cannot understand is what I cannot understand is that with all the corruption we have seen and hopefully is obvious to the jury. How wasn't Karen acquitted of charges in the first trial? If you didn't watch the first trial, it was so confusing. Lally had, I don't know how many witnesses, 80 witnesses before the jury even learned about a car accident. And several jurors came out after the first trial and gave interviews. One of them, his name is Ronnie. He always wore a bow tie during the trial. He's given several interviews, and he said that some people felt like Karen was there, John was there, she was drunk, she was the last one to see him, and therefore something must have happened and she must be guilty. I know it makes no sense, but that, according to Ronnie, is what some of the jurors thought, not him.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you become aware of a call that was made by Brian Higgins at 1:35 a.m. while at Canton Police Department?
I am not aware of that.
Oh,
No.
the video, the phone call in the video.
So you did nothing in terms of investigating any phone call that Brian Higgins did or didn't make while at Canton PD on the night or the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022?
We never sought to get Brian Higgins' phone. He was not looked at as a individual that we would need to get his information
Nobody was.
for any reason at that point.
Even after you received and read all of those text messages between him and Karen Reed.
Correct.
And even after you became aware of the timeline that you just walked through, starting on January 23rd, going all the way into January 28th and into January 29th. You did nothing to investigate that.
We had the information that we had. We did not need to get his phone.
Really? You just trust
And the
me, bro, on
information
that?
that you had came from Brian Higgins himself, not from a forensic extraction, correct?
The extraction that Brian Higgins provided was a forensics extraction of his communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Karen Reed. We had Mr. O'Keefe's phone and we had Karen Reed's phone, so we can verify and confirm that those text message communications were accurate, unredacted, not deleted, and were true representation of what their communications consisted of.
And that was a representation made by whom?
The totality of it.
That was a representation made by whom? A person made that representation to you that it was fair and accurate. Who made that representation?
It wasn't a person, it was the extractions between the three devices.
Well, an extraction that you were handed on a device by someone, correct?
No, I said that we had all three devices. And as I told Mr. Higgins in our interview together, I said, Brian, we have those two devices.
Meaning
If you,
John's and Karen's.
correct.
Okay.
If there's anything deleted or altered in any way, we will have proof of it. So please make sure that you understand the magnitude of this situation. We're investigating a homicide. It needs to be accurate, and it was.
Higgins.
And you trusted that coming from Brian Higgins rather than simply getting an extraction from his phone. Correct? Yes.
I
said we-
trusted him, yes, because we trust and verify. And after verifying, the extractions were correct.
He said we had 3 devices. You had Karen's, John's, and what was the third one? Trust and verify. Trust me, bro, because he's a cop too. ATF. And Brian Albert is a Boston cop.
And following that verification of the text messages, did that raise any suspicion in your mind about any possible motives Brian Higgins may have relative to John O'Keefe?
Suspicions of motives? Is that your question?
Correct.
No, the evidence spoke for itself. The honesty, cooperation of all the witnesses and corroborating, supporting facts spoke for themselves. So I was not suspicious of his motives. The conversation was documented over text message. Spoke for itself.
Supporting documentation, including a text message at 2:20 a.m., just minutes before John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview
Right.
from BRIAN HIGGINS, right? 12:20 a.m.
You coming here? He was
That's one of the
baiting.
factors, correct?
He was.
That's one of the factors that is part of the entire investigation, yes.
One of the other factors is that John O'Keefe's body was found in the lawn at 34 Fairview, just feet from the front door, the side door, and the garage door. Correct?
That is when Mr. O'Keefe was found on the left side of the lawn, yes.
And one of the factors was you originally said that it appeared that it may be an incident involving a cocktail glass to the face. Initially, please.
Based on verbal reports, initially, that was a possibility. Again, it was before we spoke to
I realize it's before a lot of other things happened, but initially, that's what I'm asking about.
Yes, initially, it was a possibility.
And when you saw John O'Keefe at the hospital, a big contusion above his right eye, correct?
That is not correct.
A big egg.
Like an egg over his right eye.
That is not correct.
You did not see that?
His eyelids were swollen, not above his eye. And there wasn't a contusion.
Two different paramedics, so they saw what they described as an egg above his right eye. Well, let me ask you differently. Did you speak to any of the paramedics?
Yes.
Did they describe an egg above his right eye?
I'd have to see a report to actually
They've testified
The-
already, dude.
described as an egg above his right eye.
Did you notice a laceration at his right eye?
His right eyelid did have a tiny, tiny laceration.
Tiny.
Did you see a small
A ring?
laceration? at his right nostril on his nose?
A tiny, tiny laceration, yes.
You noted that he didn't have any broken bones or fractures other than to his skull?
I did not know that. I didn't conduct x-rays or conduct the autopsy. I'm not a medical professional.
You didn't ask the doctors at the time you went and visited him and saw him in the hospital whether or not he had broken bones or fractures?
I don't believe they reported that.
And another factor that you considered was the fact that in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, around 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., there were no taillight pieces found at that location. Zero. Did you consider that?
At what point?
On January 29th, when say 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m. Consider that?
Once we learned that there was damage to the defendant's right rear taillight,
Sergeant, I'm
I could only consider at that point because I didn't know what I didn't know.
Right.
We don't know, we don't know. We work with the evidence that's presented and we develop the investigation.
And the evidence that was presented at that time, Sergeant, was a leaf blower was used to search the area, the exact area that you described for this jury as being the area around fire hydrant, flagpole, where John's body was, and no taillight material was found at all in the first searches. You're aware of that, yes or no?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you're also aware that no taillight material was found until after that SUV was in Massachusetts State Police custody and sitting at the Sally Port in Kent. Correct?
I believe the first taillight piece was found after it was in our custody. I don't know the exact
Yeah.
time. I'd have to see it.
You're right. That's enough. Based on your lack of chain of custody logs, it couldn't have been any
When you
person's
talked to
taillight.
Brian Albert, I'm sorry, when you talked to Brian Higgins, did you ask Brian Higgins about potentially seeing John's body when he left 34 Fairview and headed over to Canton PD?
Yes, I did.
You knew that at that time, say 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, there was about 0.2 of an inch of dusting of snow, correct? Very light.
At that point in time, there was a coating. I cannot speak to the amount of snow that was on the
I
ground.
can. It was enough to track a cat, according to the expert witness weatherman. It was enough snow to track a cat. Thank you, Karen S.
That he didn't see the body because it was hidden by a snowbank.
Objection.
Wait, what?
Did he say that to you?
I don't have a memory of that, Your Honor.
He didn't see the body because it was hidden by a snowbank? Wait, hold on.
There was a coating. I cannot speak to the amount of snow that was on the ground.
But Brian Higgins told you in that interview that he didn't see the body because it was hidden by a snowbank.
Objection.
Objection.
Did he say that to you?
I don't have a memory of that, Your Honor.
Brian Higgins told him I didn't see the body because it was covered by a snowbank. How did he know that? Well, that's new information and I love it.
May I approach you, Honor?
Yes.
Danielle gifting 10 memberships. Welcome to the 10 new randomly selected members by YouTube. I think you're going to like it here. Well, I hope you're going to like it here.
Take a look at page 3 of the highlighted portion. If you wouldn't mind.
That must be the report of the interview that he did with Proctor of Brian Higgins, which I believe was done. I think it was after Karen was arrested, or I mean, after she was arraigned, right? We'll see what the date is.
May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that Brian Higgins said something about a snowbank at the time when he left 34 Fairview?
He stated the reason he did not pay attention to the grass is he was concerned with his snowplow on his vehicle and was not paying attention to anything over the snowbank, just with the plow in front of him as he operated
There was
the
no snowbank.
vehicle.
And of course, you knew at the time, as a detective and an investigator, you knew at the time that with a dusting of snow, there is no snowbank.
There was no snowbank.
He mentioned plowing the driveway for the Alberts when he arrived. So there might have been coating and he was just plowing it and then creating a line. I cannot speak to how much snow was actually being plowed with the dusting that was on the ground.
Well,
So there
the
might have been a
weatherman
small
did.
snowbank. Again, he was referencing it. He was not paying attention to anything behind.
So you didn't
The
verify.
snowbank,
You
so
just
behind
trusted.
it.
Snowbank being in the lawn. Actually, he said the lawn.
Yeah, he's,
Sorry. He talked about the snowbank being in the lawn, not the driveway, correct? That's how he described it.
he said he was not paying attention anything past the snowbank being the lawn.
But trust and
did not
verify.
pay too much attention to the lawn area behind the snowbank, correct?
Right, off to that area.
Jessica Foley Law, your
Did that
11-year-old
raise
daughter.
any suspicions
or
in your
child.
mind
Very small. Wicked smart.
that Brian Higgins may have been being less than truthful with you?
No.
Trust me, bro.
Getting back to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, you were also aware that Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, correct?
At one point, yes, we learned that.
And you knew that Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were friends with each other. Is that right?
We learned that as well, yes.
You've already indicated that you did not seek Brian Higgins's phone records. I may have asked you this, and if I did, I apologize. Did you seek Brian Albert's phone records or an extraction from his phone?
No, we did not.
Did you look at the entirety of the waterfall video? Did you review the entirety of the waterfall video when you first obtained it? Or have you looked at it since?
I have at one point or another viewed the entire video. Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this has already been marked as evidence, but I cannot write it. It's not my notes. Exhibit 22, I'm told.
Okay.
May we exhibit that for the, or present that for the jurors?
Yes.
Well, Edmund, I'm glad you found
And I'm
us because
asked to advance this to runtime 8:30 to about 11:08, so a couple of minutes with the court's permission.
Yes.
look at poor Edmund tried to survive in court TV and law and crime chats, and he was ripping his eyes and ears out, and he finally found us. So thank you, Edmund, for finding us. Let's take a look at this waterfall video. I'm going to full screen it for you because this, again, law students, if you're out there and you want to be a trial lawyer, you are watching one of the world's best right now. Cross-examine Yuriy Bukhenik with surgical precision. This is how you learn. Watch and learn.
Let's go ahead and play that. Play it with the court's permission.
Sure.
Can you pause it?
Stop it.
Go ahead, Sergeant.
Brian Albert is the individual right there. Right there.
Can you describe what Brian Albert and, by the way, for the record, Your Honor, the witnesses indicated the person toward the left, right under the 2-9 on the chyron on top, the 29?
Yes.
Can you describe what you see the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, doing in this scene?
It looks like they are facing each other, possibly squaring off in a stance.
Can we go ahead and play this forward, please?
Bam. Squaring off in a stance. Look at them now. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Albert and Higgins.
Pause
Getting
it.
jiggy. Higgy.
Sergeant, did you see either of the two men or both of them squaring off in what you would consider to be a fighting stance?
I guess it could be considered that. I would look more like ref housing. It's a couple of buddies messing around.
Not suggesting they were actually fighting, but a fighting stance.
Yeah, no, they were not. They were not fighting. No.
Go ahead and play it.
Because when they're fighting, they know how to kill a guy. And Berkowitz is the guy you'd want to call if you ever needed to bury a body, said Higgins at Berkowitz's retirement party. That's all you need to know, folks.
Can you pause it? Sergeant, do you happen to see in this shot, just for orientation, do you see my client, Ms. Reed?
I'm sorry, I was paying attention to the two gentlemen.
That's fair. That's kind of an unfair question. Could you, if we play this a few more seconds, could you look around, scan around, and tell me if you see someone that you believe is my client?
Yes, I will try.
Let's go ahead and play. and pause it. Do you see anybody that looks like Ms. Reed?
Yes, I believe she's in top left, top right corner of the frame talking to Mr. O'Keefe and I believe 2 other gentlemen.
Long hair?
On your client?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this up to 11:08, please.
All right, notice this is 11:48 p.m. Can somebody remind me, because my notes suck, what time did he text her the well with no answer? Everyone's got a different time. It was 11:32. I thought I saw a couple of 11:32s. 12:20 was when he texted John, "You coming here?"
Is that up to 11:08? Okay, thank you. We can take that one down briefly. This is, if we have the lights, thank you. Sergeant, this is at the Waterfall just before midnight on January 29th, 2022, correct? What you just saw.
That footage is from the Waterfall just before midnight on 28th.
I'm sorry, my mistake. On the January 28th, 2022.
Correct.
Going into midnight, January 29th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right. This would be just minutes before everyone headed out of the Waterfall and went back towards Fairview, correct?
Not everyone. The band didn't go to the Fairview.
Well, obviously, I'm not talking about the band. Or the
Band didn't go
bartenders. I'm
to
talking
the
about
Fairview.
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jen McCabe, Matt
Fairview.
McCabe, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, those folks. Correct?
It's before some of those individuals left the bar and headed to 34 Fairview.
If we could push to runtime 16:35, 17:22, while you're queuing that up, did you see, after I asked you the initial time about the stance that the 2 men were taking, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, did you see them continue to take what could be reasonably described as a fighting stance toward each other, even in jest?
They were squaring off and roughhousing, yeah.
Okay, what does squaring off mean?
Facing an opponent in like wrestling or a martial art, I guess.
Hands up?
Martial art.
Yes, squaring off, yeah.
Thank you, Erica. Brian Albert was on Boston's Finest. There's a video of him wrapping his hands, getting ready to get in a boxing ring.
You are former military
Yes,
and current law enforcement.
yes.
Is hand-to-hand fighting taught in both military and paramilitary organizations like law enforcement?
I had hand-to-hand combat training in the Marine Corps. I had defensive tactics in law enforcement capacity in the Marine Corps, federal, local, and state academies.
Are you aware that Brian Albert is former military?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I am aware that Brian Albert is former military.
And Brian Albert was also a Boston police officer.
I am aware of that as well, yes.
Are you aware that Brian Higgins was former military and a combat veteran?
Now I am, yes.
And are you aware that Brian Higgins, at the time this was taken, this video was taken, was also a federal law enforcement agent?
I was aware, yes, I was,
Okay.
yeah.
If we can go ahead and run at 16:35 to 17:22 with the court's permission.
Okay.
Lorraine is marked safe. Let me go off again.
If you can pause it. Can you describe for the jurors what you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins doing in this footage?
Playing grab
Based on my understanding, it looks like he's giving him the Heimlich maneuver. Or
Oh, dude, they're
Abdominal thrust, I guess. I don't know what he's doing.
Brian Albert's got his hands around Brian Higgins, correct?
Abdominal
That's what it looks like from here. I have no idea what he's doing.
Could it be described as wrestling or grappling?
I guess, yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it.
Oh, you just need him in the chest. Oh. Love you, man. Love you, man. The hug. Ugh.
Thank you. If we can take that down. During the course of reviewing this video, or the entirety of the video, not just the clips that you just reviewed, did you see where John O'Keefe was, generally speaking, relative to Brian Higgins and Brian Albert?
Throughout the entire time?
He wasn't standing still, I understand that, but generally, was he standing with them or was he closer to the bar in the back of the video?
I believe after Mr. O'Keefe arrived and embraced a few people with hugs, I guess if I had to estimate, most of the time he was on the other side of the table, which would be closest to the bar area.
And after you saw Mr. O'Keefe walk in and greet everybody with salutations, did you ever see him interacting with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert throughout the evening again? On this video?
On this video, I did not know.
I'd like to play runtime, one more clip, Your Honor. Runtime 1915 to 1957, about 45 or 50 seconds. Can you pause it? Just to orient the jurors, can you see any individuals that you earlier described, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, any of those individuals in this clip as yet? Or do we need to play it a little further?
I would need you to play it a little bit further, please.
Is it possible, with the court's permission, to zoom in on the upper portion of the video?
Okay.
You could center that just a little bit toward the right.
He's doing whoever's
Other
doing
way.
this is doing a great job.
There you go.
Trained by Craig Bates, our favorite
If we
tiny
go ahead and
desk.
play that
EV
from
man from the last
1915 to
trial.
about 1957. Pause it. Do you recognize the three people center screen now?
I really can't make it out. I would have to be assuming,
I don't
or
want you to assume.
guessing. I can't make it out
Okay, let's
to
play,
identify each individual. If
let's
you
play it forward if we can. One more time. At this point, go ahead and pause it. At this point, can you make out any individuals?
Yes.
Okay.
At this point, I can say that looks like Brian Higgins in the middle of the three gentlemen.
What is he wearing?
It looks like a hooded sweatshirt.
Okay. And the person to his, sorry, let's do it from your perspective or the juror's perspective. The person to the left of Brian Higgins.
I believe that's Brian Albert.
And the person to the right of Brian Higgins.
Mm-hmm. It's Chris Albert.
To the right from my perspective.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I believe that's Chris Albert, but I'm not positive.
Mhm.
I'm not
Let's go ahead and
positive.
play it. Stop. Did you see Brian Higgins just do something?
I was not paying attention to his gesture. We have to replay that, please.
Please do. Shout out to Microdots,
Does
who
it
I
appear
think
he's looking a
found
particular
this.
direction?
He is looking in a particular direction based on that frame, yes.
Is that toward the bar area?
It's in that direction. I don't know exactly where he's looking, whether he's looking at the bar, to the right of the bar. I can't tell from this.
Okay. Okay. And John O'Keefe, you indicated earlier that John O'Keefe, that's where you saw him most of the video, toward the bar area, to the right of the bar.
If you scroll to push the screen to the right, I can tell you where Mr. O'Keefe is.
Oh, he's being very cooperative
With the
now.
court's permission.
Yes.
Can you guys hear me when I'm off screen?
Do you see Mr. O'Keefe in that group of people?
I cannot make him out. Could you play the video? Maybe he is behind an individual.
Let's go back to, if with the court's permission, I'd like to go back to the full video, and let's play it from here.
He's holding him back. See that? Chris Albert's trying to stop something from happening. Trying to stop Higgins and Albert. He's like, dudes, stop, dudes. Yep. This is new because Microdots, Richie from Microdots found this in the video. It was very unclear before.
Pause it. Could you see what was happening with Brian Higgins?
Yeah.
He was gesturing to someone. I was trying to see Mr. O'Keefe. We were talking about Mr. O'Keefe, so I apologize.
Understood. With the court's permission, could I play the video one more time with it focused on the other side of the
Playing
bar?
Yuriy like a violin. He's getting
Last time.
Yuriy to
Can you
say
tell me who to focus on, please,
Yes.
so I'm not looking for the wrong person? Thank
Sure.
you.
Pause it. Do you see John O'Keefe there?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you point to where he is for the jurors?
Oh, you
please,
can see his
on
hoodie,
both televisions?
and his
Mr.
sleeves-
O'Keefe is right there wearing the sweatshirt, multi-tone gray sweatshirt with the hood on it and his hat.
And
And
on the
this
other TV?
right
Okay.
there. He's appears to be at the bar paying the bill.
Okay. With this perspective, could we just go ahead and play that, the 30 or 45 seconds one more time? And then please focus on Mr. O'Keefe.
Yeah, this is good Yuriy now. He's like, it's not about me. I can just happily narrate for you what I see on the screen
Pause
and
it.
read text messages.
Do you see where Mr. O'Keefe is looking at this point?
Yes.
Where is he looking? What direction?
Well, from this vantage point, it looks like he's looking to the left on the screen at the individual he's appears to be conversing with.
Okay, go ahead and play it.
He's looking at the decorated dudes.
Pause it. And what about now?
Same individual.
Okay.
He's
Play it.
still engaged in conversation.
This is brilliant.
Pause it.
He's drinking a
And what
beer,
about
as you
now?
can see. From a
He's
bottle.
taking a sip of beer
Right. Which direction is he looking?
in the same direction.
Okay. Go ahead and play it.
He just did a little thing with his feet. Did you see that? He did like a little jig.
And go ahead and pause it. We could go back out to the full screen. At this point, does it appear in the video that Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Chris Albert have all left the bar?
There's someone standing across the table from Mr. O'Keefe to his rear. I don't know who that is, so I can't testify to that. The others have left.
Given this perspective, now that we've seen both of them zoomed, do you have an opinion as to whether or not it appeared that Mr. Higgins was gesturing toward John O'Keefe just before he left the bar?
Given this perspective, he might have been. I don't know who he was gesturing at.
Okay. We can have the lights up. We'll take that down. I want to change gears for a second. Let me ask one more series of questions, if I could, Sergeant. What we've just seen was literally Brian Albert, Brian Higgins leaving Waterfall to go to a different location. What was the location they were headed to? based on your investigation?
They were heading to 34 Fairview Road.
And shortly thereafter, who else followed to go over to 34 Fairview?
I'm sorry, you said Chris Albert?
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't, okay.
Nope.
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, they went to 34 Fairview, and then
Pretend that Chris Albert didn't go there.
Mr. O'Keefe also traveled there.
Thank you. I
Mr.
want to shift
O'Keefe,
gears if I could.
Mr. O'Keefe also traveled there. Oh, yes, he did. Oh, yes, he did. And he got out of the car and he went in the damn house. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bukhenik, trooper, sergeant, whatever you are now. Shut up and dance.
To another video, did you review certain ring videos specifically relative to one Meadows, the outdoor ring video servicing the carport area?
Yes, I have reviewed those videos.
If we could, Your Honor. This has previously been marked as 12A. If we could, with the court's permission, zoom in on the Chevy Traverse in the upper left-hand, the vehicle in the upper left-hand corner of the video.
Okay.
This video is so much better quality than the
Let's go
Commonwealth.
ahead and zoom in on the upper left-hand corner. Okay, go ahead and play.
Wow, what a difference in quality, huh? The Commonwealth didn't want to show the jury this video. Can you see the wheel move?
Did you see anything happen with the left rear tire of the other car in the driveway?
Which car are you talking about?
The highlighted portion, the parked car, which is the left rear tire that's zoomed in on.
I wasn't paying attention to the tire. Can you play it again, please?
With the court's permission?
Yes, please.
Try
Oh,
that one more time.
Brennan's pissed. He's like, you're playing it again? Don't let him play it again, Sam. Don't play it again, Sam. Watch and learn, my friends. This is how it's done. Shout out to Ricky at Microdots. I think he cleaned all this stuff up. See the wheel move? We all saw it, right? No, not in the
Pause it.
Commonwealth's version.
Okay, you can take that down. Did you see anything happen with that left rear tire of the Chevy Traverse?
Based on that video, it appears there might have been movement there.
Last year, and you've seen this video several times, correct?
I have.
You saw it during the course of your investigation, not just in the course of proceedings, correct?
Right.
Last year, you indicated that you observed the vehicle, Miss Reed's vehicle, come near Mr. O'Keefe's car. Which one in that video was Mr. O'Keefe's car?
The Chevy Traverse.
And that would be the car that was parked and static, not moving, correct?
Correct.
Having seen this, do you still believe that the SUV came near the Chevy Traverse, or do you believe it struck the Chevy Traverse?
With the clarity of that video, there is a lot of movement in the shot. Not with great certainty. It appeared that there was movement of the tire, but I cannot say with 100% certainty that there was movement.
You can't say with 100% certainty that that tire literally shifted and wiggled.
We all saw it.
Some sort of
Dude.
Based on the video, there appeared to have been movement.
Okay. You had this video for the first 3 years of your investigation. You had this video very early on, correct?
That's correct.
And for the first several years of your investigation, did you either deny, well, let me ask it this way. Was it your assessment that the SUV did not contact that Chevy Traverse?
My assessment with the totality of it all was that based on the video, there was no damage that occurred to either vehicle at that point in time.
That wasn't my question, Sergeant. My question was your assessment that there was no contact between the two vehicles? Is that what you assessed during the course of your investigation?
I did not assess that there was no contact, no.
Even as recently as last year, you testified in another proceeding that the SUV came close to the Chevy Traverse, correct?
Yes, I said there's a lot of movement in that shot. It's difficult to tell if there was more for me to observe and push that certainty level up. I would have testified differently.
As you've seen the video enhanced.
Would have testified differently.
zoomed in on.
He would have testified differently. PJ's second chance to look at Brian Albert's shoes. Was he wearing the same black Nike swoosh shoes? I don't want to do it right now, but we'll go back later. But is that what you're saying? That Brian Albert had on the same Nike white swoosh shoes, black ones? Did they have black soles? Did he pick up his feet? We'll have to go back. He would have given different testimony last year if he saw the tire move.
As you've seen the video enhanced, zoomed in on, do you wish to amend that testimony from last year?
Ask it differently.
Sure. Given what you've just seen, what is your testimony now about whether or not that SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
There is movement of the tire. There is
There's
movement.
movement of the tire. Could be an earthquake, could be someone standing there and pushing the car. I'm asking you, based on what you just saw in this video, do you believe that the SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
Logically speaking, the two vehicles had to have come into contact for the tire to move.
They have to have collided, correct?
At a slow speed, yes.
Which area of the SUV collided with the Chevy Traverse? The front, the rear?
It appears from the video it's the right rear area of the Lexus SUV that comes into contact with the Traverse.
What time was this video taken?
I believe that is at 5:07
Yes, it
a.m., if I'm not mistaken.
Mhm. He knows. He knows. He's like, the
Thank you,
Commonwealth
Sergeant.
case is cooked.
I want to change gears
At what
again,
point did he
if I
decide to tell
could,
the truth?
and ask you about a dog. You're aware
He's
that
laughing.
the Alberts,
Wait,
Nicole Albert, Brian
come
Albert,
back to your screen.
had
Come back to your screen. Unless you're the 18-wheeler guy. Don't come back to your screen if you're driving an 18-wheeler down the highway, down 95. Look at the shit-eating grin on him. When AJ says, I'm going to ask you about a dog. Look at this. Look at this grin. He's like, yeah, knew you were going to do that. Knew you were going to ask me. At what point did Yuriy decide that he was going to be completely honest? Did something happen over the lunch break? Were there feds in the hallway? Like, at what point did everything shift? Look at this. Here we go. Here we go. Let's roll.
you about, I want to change gears again, if I could, and ask you about a dog. You're aware that the Alberts, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, had a dog that they named Chloe on on January 28th, 29th of 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow the question. Were you aware of that?
At what point in time, sir?
January 28th, 29th, that area.
Was I aware that they owned a dog on January 28th or 29th?
No. Are you aware now that on January 28th or 29th, they owned a dog? There was a dog in the house.
Now I am aware, yes.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, you learned that, correct?
Ask about
Yes.
the socks. Please ask about the socks, please.
During the course of your investigation, did you also become aware that the Alberts got rid of their family dog?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Sure.
Please do. Because the motions that had to be made by the defense team to get the records from Canton Animal Control, boy, there was a lot of them. And the Commonwealth did like a 36-page opposition to the motion to get the records from Canton Animal Control about Chloe. Can you imagine like a 30-something page opposition? The only thing longer that I think we've seen from the Commonwealth, in addition to appellate records, was the 36-page Canton police report to indict Richard Schiffer in the little rubber ducky gate. He put little rubber ducks around town, like literally this big, little teeny weeny ones that he got from Amazon. And on the bottom of them, he put little stickers that said, Colin did it. Some of them said, and some of them said, IYKYK. Yuriy Bukhenik was involved in the investigation of Richard Schiffer. And boy, 36-page report. They did dumpster diving. They found envelopes in his trash, Richard Schiffer, who owns Canton Fence. I think it's the Canton Fence Company. Shout out to Canton Fence Company. If you need a fence, he's your guy. Trash pulls outside Rich Schiffer's house and found envelopes from makestickers.com. Yeah, they did. They called makestickers.com. Boy, who was that Canton police officer who did such a fine, was he like Tim the Toolman Taylor? I remember calling him Tim the Toolman. I think his name was Tim Taylor. Tim Taylor, the detective from Canton PD, trash pulls at Richard Schiffer's house, found envelopes from makestickers.com, called makestickers.com. They're like, we need to talk to your boss. This is Canton PD. We need to know. We need you to send us any and all orders by Richard Schiffer. And the customer service rep said, hang on, let me talk to my boss. Gets back on, says, my boss's name is Adam. He says, you need to send him a warrant. Shout out to makestickers.com. If you need stickers, they'll never give you up without a warrant. But they did get warrants. They got not one, but two warrants to get all the orders of Richard Schiffer for the stickers that he ordered, for the Colin Did It stickers, and if you know stickers, or IYKYK. And he put those little ducks around town, he said, because he was in his 60s, he's retired, he was kind of bored, and he thought it would be a fun thing for kids to find. Well, they charged him with felony witness intimidation. Not only did they do a trash pull there with their 36-page report, they went down to Canton Fence Company. Oh, yes, they did. And they brought their forensic mobile tech with them. And they pulled the GPS data from Richard Schiffer's Toyota Tundra. I think that's what he drove. I don't know if my details are off. It's just, you're getting the gist, right? Pulled all the GPS data from Richard Schiffer's truck because they wanted to know if he was in the area where these little tiny rubber ducks were found. Oh, yes, they did. And after they got the tech stream data from that Toyota and the trash pull and all of their evidence together, they tried to charge him. They also got surveillance video from the lights around town. They're called flock cameras, showing his Toyota Tundra traveling in the area where some of these little ducks were found. And one of them was found across the street from D&E Pizza, which is owned by Chris Albert, brother of Brian Albert. You just saw him in that video at the Waterfall. And what you might not know if you're new to this case is that Chris Albert is now a town select board member for the town of Canton. He was elected in April of 2023. Try and stay with me. I know this is a lot. It's a lot. They're at sidebar. We got time. Chris Albert said he was being intimidated by these little rubber ducks. And sure as shit, you know what happened? They prosecuted Richard Schiffer for witness intimidation against Chris Albert because Chris Albert was afraid of these ducks. And Tim Bradel represented Richard Schiffer, who also represents, in addition to Mark Betterow, also represents Aiden Carney in all of his witness intimidation charges because Yuriy Bukhenik, too, his feelings were hurt by Aiden Carney, and he has felony witness intimidation charges against Yuriy Bukhenik. But I digress, because the judge in the Schiffer case, and can you guys remind me who the judge was? Dismissed the charges despite all of the really excellent detective work by Detective Tim the Toolman Taylor and the Canton PD. He dismissed it. They did more of an investigation on those little rubber ducks than they did for the murder of John O'Keefe. Let that sink in. Because we went over the police reports for John O'Keefe's murder, and they are very thin, very slim and close to none. As you know, nothing was signed, nothing was recorded, because they wanted to pin it on the girl. Michael Proctor knew that Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe within 12 hours. Before he even seized that car, he knew that he was going to pin it on the girl. And How insane that we are still here doing this again 1 year later. 36 pages for ducks. I have an entire show on it, at least one. It is called What the Duck. It's in the Karen Reed pre-trial or post-trial playlist. We did a whole show on it. And justice for Richard Schiffer. And we were all right. People went to court. They were outside the courthouse rooting for him. And what a nice man, Richard Schiffer. I don't know if he's here today. I don't know if you're here today, Mr. Schiffer, but what a mess. Because in Norfolk County, Massachusetts, my friends, they selectively prosecute their laws. Anyone who thinks that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, they will get pulled over. They will get persecuted, prosecuted for witness intimidation things. Felonies. These are felonies, by the way, because the Massachusetts witness intimidation statute says that if you hurt someone's feelings, and they happen to be a witness in a case, you too can be charged with a felony. But you know what they did? These people, these anti-free Karen Reed people, I'm going to tell you what they did. They tried to intimidate Dr. Wolf, one of the crash daddies, from testifying by finding his wife's Facebook page and blasting her identity all over Twitter. All of these sock puppet accounts that I told you about, boy, they did. Dr. Wolf's wife and his children's photographs were plastered all over Twitter, trying to intimidate him from coming back to testify on behalf of Karen Reed. Did any one of those people get prosecuted? No. No, they sure didn't. But you heard, if you were here, you heard Dr. Wolf come in and testify about how his family was harassed. And what do you think the purpose of that harassment was? Do you think that was to make Dr. Wolf back off and not want to come in and testify on behalf of Karen Reed? I submit to you that it did. That that's what the whole purpose of that was. Because why else would you care about Dr. Wolf, his wife's Facebook? Why would you care? Unless you were trying to get him to not testify. We're at sidebar. Sorry. Hope I'm entertaining you while we're doing this. But this goes so much deeper than the Karen Reed case. And that's what maybe a lot of people who are new to this case don't understand. This goes so much deeper than Karen Reed. This is the tentacles, the twisted roots of the family tree in Canton are so twisted that whatever is going on here that caused the FBI to investigate this case is so much deeper than this case, but they will not pull the plug on this case. The Norfolk County DA's office, because they are in way too deep, way too deep, way too deep. And if you think this can only happen down in the low country, you'd be wrong. Because here we are in New England, in Canton, Norfolk County, Massachusetts. What's going on right before your very eyes. And thank you all who are new to this case for being interested in this case, for being interested in what's going on here, because I've been screaming into a closet since January of 2024 when I started digging into this. And I can't stop screaming about it. And thank you for coming and listening to my TED Talk. And they need the conviction to shut everybody up. You're right. You are so right. I want him to ask about the socks, Kim. I know. He had the socks on. They did not get into evidence. Yuriy did not read them off. The boxers were in evidence. The socks were not. He would have taken his shoes off at 34 because he had a shoeless house. There would be dog hair on those socks. Maybe that's where he's going with this, because now he's trying to ask about Chloe, and the judge is trying to shut him down to not let Yuriy answer any questions about Chloe. Thank you, Texas Prime. Yeah, you can't handle the truth.
I think I forgot where I left off. May I, Your Honor?
Chloe.
Thank you.
Chloe.
Sergeant, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you learn that the Albert family had gotten rid of the dog named Chloe?
Who let the dogs out?
We learned that they no longer cared for the dog. I don't know if get rid of is accurate.
Well, they don't have it anymore, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you call it?
Giving it up for adoption, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a pet owner.
Or what if they didn't give it up for adoption?
I'm sorry?
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
Rehomed, I guess.
Okay. So it's no longer with them, right?
Correct. They no longer own the dog.
Okay, so they got rid of it. It's like you get rid of a car, right?
He's not answering.
Right?
You can get rid of a car, yeah.
Okay. And you can get rid of a dog. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, you can get rid of a dog, yes.
Okay. At some point during the course of your investigation, did you find out that the Albert family got rid of Chloe?
We learned that they no longer owned Chloe, yes.
Okay. When did you learn that?
Is that what it's called, for what it's worth? Thank you, Biatch 44. There's something happening here.
Cannot tell you exactly. I can tell you when we looked into it officially.
When did you look into it officially?
Tell us.
I traveled to the dog's home and assisted with identifying the dog and investigating
just recently.
that animal.
Okay.
When they took the expert there to do the molds of Chloe's teeth, they brought Bukhenik with them?
What documentation did you use to identify that animal?
Oh, yeah. You know, it's Chloe.
It was veterinary record.
Okay, I'm catching you guys up. They hired an expert named James Crosby, who's not a doctor at all, but he's a dog behaviorist, kind of like a doggy shrink, maybe. Like if your dog has problems, you take him to James Crosby, and then your problems, we don't really know what he's an expert in, but it doesn't matter because the judge is going to let him testify that those are not dog bites on John O'Keefe's arm, even though he's not a medical doctor. And she said at the last trial that somebody who's not a medical doctor could not testify about causation of injuries, but that doesn't really matter because James Crosby took Yuriy Bukhenik with him to find Chloe. They found Chloe, apparently, and they did molds of Chloe's teeth. And he's going to say that it's not Chloe that bit John O'Keefe's arm, even though forensic odontology is junk science. But that doesn't matter either because here we are in Norfolk County and the judge doesn't care. She overrules herself all the time. So they took Yuriy to see Chloe, and now Yuri's going to tell us how they knew that it was Chloe. So many of us thought that Chloe was dead, but let's see if Yuri's detective skills, which are so great as he's proved all day, if they can prove that it's really Chloe. Ready? Pay attention.
Records.
Animal. What documentation did you use to identify that animal?
It was veterinary records. I
want to stop you there. Veterinary records from whom? From the Albert family?
I did not get any veterinary records from the Albert family.
The veterinary records that you did get were veterinary records that had been utilized with the Albert name. Where were these veterinary records?
The veterinary records were with the vet that's caring for the dog and also owns the dog now.
Okay.
And those records also had been dated prior to when the dog was owned by the Alberts.
Okay.
So a vet owns Chloe now?
So other than some veterinary records that, and by the way, the dog's not even named Chloe, correct?
The new owners renamed the dog, yes.
Cora?
That's correct. Yes.
And the new owners did not get that dog from Brian and Nicole Albert, did they?
No, they did not.
Dog was rehomed again?
Is that right?
That is
Wait,
correct.
What? Okay. Oh my God. Imagine if the person that they rehomed Chloe to, Chloe bit a bunch of people, and then they had to rehome Chloe again to a vet because the vet was going to put Chloe down because Chloe had bit so many people, but the vet was like, I think I can change her. I think I can change her. Oh, hold on. Thank you, B Crumbs, for gifting 5. The vet did not get them from Brian and Nicole Albert. We're going to rewind. Don't worry. Don't worry. We're going to catch you up.
Chloe, correct? That, and by the way, the dog's not even named Chloe, correct?
This is so exciting.
The new owners renamed the dog, yes.
Cora?
That's correct.
And the new owners did not get that dog from Brian and Nicole Albert, did they?
No, they did not.
They got it from a separate person. Is that right?
That is correct.
Separate person named Riley?
That's her last name, yes.
What happened to Mrs. Riley? Did Chloe bite Mrs. Riley?
And did this person Riley have any records showing purchase of Chloe or adoption of Chloe from the Alberts?
No.
The Albert didn't give Chloe to Mrs. Riley? They give Chloe too. Wow. This gets better and better by the day. What a bang up way to end a Friday, huh?
You did write a report about the newest owner of this animal, this dog, correct?
I documented my trip to the location and the steps I took and services I provided in the investigation.
And in that report, you omitted the name of the new owner?
I'm not sure.
Omitted the name of the new owner?
Did you omit the location of where you actually came in contact with this animal?
You're going to have to show me my report. I don't remember.
He got a business trip to somewhere. He doesn't remember redacting the place he went. And it's now, Cora is now, Chloe is now Cora, is now living with a vet or owned by a vet. That vet got Chloe from Mrs. Riley, but Mrs. Riley did not get Chloe from the Alberts. This, I mean, you could not script this better. Hollywood writers, I'm sorry, but this is comedy gold. Imagine sitting on this all this time as the defense. Thank you, L Star. Thank you, L Star. Thank you, Nancy Rolfe. Wow. I bet you Chloe bit everyone and they kept passing her along. Kind of like the Catholic Church scandal. Keep rehoming the priest. Don't tell them. Don't tell the next parish that the priest likes little boys. Just keep rehoming them. Nobody's ever going to find out. Oh, he doesn't like what he read on that report. He just doesn't like what he wrote, what he read on that report.
I apologize about that.
No problem.
I'm the one slowing us down just a little bit. May I approach?
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. Prosecute.
This, reviewing your report, refresh your recollection as to whether or not the new owner's identifying information is in this report?
It did.
And is that information in the report?
No, it is not.
You've got, there are some
This is must-see TV. If you're not watching this,
veterinary
what are you
records
doing?
that you supplied along with your report, correct?
Yes.
That you gathered?
I'm sorry, what was
That you
it?
gathered along while you were doing?
Yes, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you are not watching this right now, what are you doing? Get your friends, grab your family, and get here. This is must-see TV. It does not
Thank you.
get better
Take a
than
look at those
this
4 documents.
on any courtroom TV show.
Do those appear to be the veterinary records that you gathered related to this animal?
This animal. This animal. That's right, Michelle. Massachusetts citizens' tax dollars were to defend the McAlberts. Court resources were wasted. DA's funding used to defend murderers. An innocent woman was used as a scapegoat. Turtle Boy is arrested for speaking the truth. Makes me sick, she says. Thanks for your 20.
Yes, it does.
Do any of those records, any of the veterinary records, the 4 pages that you're holding, even include the name Cora or the name of the new owner?
I'm catching flies up here. Oh, what are you hiding now, folks? What are you hiding now? Now from Norfolk County DA's office, the world is watching. They're going to have to exclude Crosby and all his junk science molds because this wasn't even Chloe. They can't prove that it was Chloe. There's no chain of custody for Chloe. How many other people did Chloe bite?
I browsed through it and no, it does not appear that Cora or the new owner are included in any of these 4 pages.
May I approach?
Yes.
There are no words. The jig is up, the news is out.
You don't have any transfer
finally
records
found
for
me.
Chloe, correct?
All the records that are provided by the owner.
I'm going to go through a series of questions, Sergeant. If you can answer yes or no, that might make it go a little faster. You don't have any transfer records, correct?
We got all day.
I wouldn't know what it looks like. That's why it's even quicker me telling you that that's all the records that I have.
Okay. I want an answer to my question. You
Okay.
don't have any transfer records.
I don't know what a transfer record would look like, so
the
I
answer
can't.
is no.
I don't know.
Okay. You don't have any rehoming records.
I don't know.
You don't have any purchase records.
I don't know.
The only records you do have are those 4 pages of veterinary records that don't have the name Cora and don't have the new owner's name. Correct?
That's correct.
You would agree, shifting gears for a second, that timely report writing obviously is an important aspect of any investigation, correct?
It is important, but we can only write reports as feasibly and possibly
Feasibly and
we're
possibly?
capable of doing. Sometimes investigations are rapid, so you can't write a report. You take notes, and some time goes by before you actually.
Oh, for the love of the traveling Mary, this was not a rapid investigation. You just did this a couple of months ago with the expert for the Commonwealth. This was not a rapid investigation. Oh my God. Did he literally say that it was feasibly, impossibly, terrifically?
As feasibly and possibly we're capable of doing. Sometimes investigations are rapid, so you can't write a report. You take notes, and some time goes by before you actually document the information on an official report. The information's there, it's gathered, it's maintained by the investigator, it's shared, it's acted on at times, but the official reports might take some time to write.
So obviously, if you're, like you said, things are fast moving in an investigation. It might be that you interview a witness on a Tuesday.
Still didn't write the report.
You're super busy on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It might be Friday before you can even sit down and draft a report about that interview that you did on Tuesday, correct?
Different circumstances dictate differently.
That would be completely normal.
Yes, it is.
But most of the time, it's best practices, and you're taught, and you teach your subordinates that it's best practices to reduce to writing and memorialize a report as close in time to the event in question that's being memorialized as you can, right? Obviously, perfect world.
In a perfect world, we'd write it as it's happening.
He didn't write it yet. Howie Carr tweeted that Yuriy is only a naturalized citizen and could be deported if found guilty of lying on the stand. Howie Carr watches my show.
Are you aware that
shout out? Hi, Howie.
More than 20 official police reports in this case were not recorded for more than 100 days from the time that the event in question was done, was being memorialized?
I did not know the exact date and delay.
Thanks,
Are you
Kyle.
aware that there are 11 reports that are more than 300 days?
Okay, I'm sorry. I was talking
from the
over. I was
time
over talking him. You're going to have to listen to this because it's not about Chloe anymore. Now it's about the actual reports in this case because he said, sometimes things are moving so rapidly that we don't have time. We get busy and we can't write reports right away. What a great segue. Thank you for saying that because this is what a good trial lawyer does. A good trial lawyer can pivot and change their questioning based on what the witness's response is. And this is a beautiful example of a pivot that is so graceful that it's amazing to me. Listen.
Done from in this case, more.
What a pivot.
Are you aware that more than 20 official police reports in this case were not recorded for more than 100 days from the time that the event in question was done?
John King's murder.
I did not know the exact date and delay.
Are you aware that there are 11 reports that are more than 300 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I was not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 3 reports that are more than 400 days from the time that, of the event that was being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 4 reports that are more than 500
Gets worse.
days
4 reports more
from
than
the
500 days
time
old.
of the event that's
I mean-
being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that the longest delay of any report in this investigation was 581 days?
I am not aware of that, no.
You became aware early on in your investigation of 2 individuals named Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson, correct?
Karen Reed was framed.
They are witnesses, yes.
Both Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson, you learned, were outside 34 Fairview in the early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
We did learn within our investigation at some point, yes.
And you learned, Sergeant, very early on in that investigation because you interviewed Ryan Nagel in February of 2022. It's just days after the event, correct?
I'm not sure of the exact date.
Obviously, as you just said, you became aware that Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson were witnesses in your homicide investigation, important witnesses, you'd agree, correct?
They were witnesses.
You learned that they arrived at the house at 34 Fairview sometime after Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived and pulled up behind their parked SUV, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure, you learned that where they fit into the investigative puzzle is that they pulled up behind Karen Reed's SUV when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview. They pulled up sometime after that and pulled up right behind them, correct?
That's not correct.
What is not correct about that?
They arrived simultaneously.
Right.
Karen Reed took a right onto Fairview. They yielded to them and followed towards 34 Fairview, stopping at the driveway as Karen Reed proceeded further up.
Did you listen to the testimony in this case up to this point?
No.
There's a sequestration order, correct? Correct?
Yes, yes.
You can't listen to the testimony of witnesses, eyewitnesses who are testifying in front of these jurors.
Correct. Yes.
You don't know how witnesses have testified from that witness box in front of these jurors, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay. So your information is that they pulled up simultaneously, correct?
Is that what you just testified?
That's my memory from what the interview produced.
You certainly knew that there were eyewitnesses to the condition and the location of Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes, yes, from their interviews, yes.
And you also are aware that they would have been in a position to see the occupants of Miss Reed's SUV as they were behind it and then pulled around it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you become aware that they were in a position behind the SUV and as they pull around it, they could still see the SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
I bet that tie is feeling like a noose right about now, huh, Yuri?
You
He's doing the
knew
pirouettes now.
what potential role they played in your investigation as eyewitnesses, correct? Generally?
Yeah.
When we interviewed them, when we learned of their existence, when we interviewed them, we collected information based on their recollection.
Okay. My question was, you're aware
not
that
my
they
question.
had a certain perspective as it relates to the SUV that night, the early morning hours, right?
Based on their interviews, they had a perspective with the brake light being on constantly.
I'm not asking you what they said. I'm asking you if during the course of your investigation, you learned that Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson had a perspective. They were eyewitnesses to certain things. As
Yes.
relative to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
I wonder if Ice was in the hallway. He does kind of look like he was
You
shaking.
instructed your
Watch his
subordinate,
watch.
Michael Proctor, to interview those witnesses in August of 2022, correct?
I'm not sure when they were interviewed. I don't have a memory of instructing him to go interview them.
It is like watching Who's on First, Bobby T. Abbott and Costello, Who's on First.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Oh, yes, you did. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, you did. Hey, it's me. You missed quite a day. What a way to end on a Friday, though. I'll tell you that much.
Thank you.
Can you take a look at that document and tell me if you, why don't you just tell me if that, whether or not that refreshes your recollection as to communications you had with Michael Proctor specifically?
Jen McCabe's Choose Your Own Adventure story says, my partner is a vet. He said without a chip, there's no way to confirm it's the same dog. And even then, DNA would be best. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. Does that refresh your recollection as to a conversation, or I'm sorry, a communication that you had with Michael Proctor?
Unfortunately, it does not. I will take the document at face value. I do not have a memory of
now you'll do that?
having these communications, but I will take the document if it's authentic and it is true and accurate that it took place. But I do not have a memory of sending these text messages.
When did you start caring about authenticity? Hello, metadata? Are you out there? Is there anybody out there?
Also, my name's misspelled in there. Is that from the extraction or where is that from?
Couldn't tell you.
Extraction? Is it
What do
phone
you mean?
records?
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I can't take credit for that.
Is it an extraction of phone records? What? I thought it was like an investigative report.
If your memory is not refreshed about that particular communication, do you remember in general communicating with Michael Proctor about interviewing Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxon?
It must be messages
I do
between
not
him
know.
and Proctor. It must be messages from him and Proctor that came out, right? Extraction. Now I'm picking up what they're laying down. Oh my God, he's cooking in hibachi
I'm
style.
sorry.
Would that have been something that you would have found important relatively early on in the investigation? Now, these are eyewitnesses. Let's get them interviewed.
Yes, it is important to interview anyone that's an eyewitness. Sometimes it takes longer because are you listening? I'm sorry.
Are you listening?
You asked the question. I just wanted to answer.
Oh my God. He's like, are you listening? Because he noticed Alan Jackson was not like facing him. Meanwhile, he's been facing the jury every single answer. What? What? Here we go.
Would that have been something that you would have found important relatively early on in the investigation? Now, these are eyewitnesses. Let's get them interviewed.
Yes, it is important to interview anyone that's an eyewitness. Sometimes it takes longer because are you listening? I'm sorry.
Listening.
You asked the question. I just wanted to answer.
I know the answers to my own questions. Go ahead.
I know the
So
answer to my own
while
questions.
we want to interview every
I know the answers to my own questions. Is that what he just said? You can't handle the truth.
you asked the question. I just wanted to answer.
I know the answers to my own questions. Go ahead.
Exactly what he said.
Okay.
I know the
So
answers to my own questions.
while we want to interview every eyewitness, sometimes an important fact is already detailed and witnessed by another witness. So in this situation, we had already interviewed one of the occupants, the one that was driving, the one that had the observed the events taking place. And we asked him if we were going to talk to the other two, would they have the same recollection, observations? Did they leave the vehicle to go in the house at all? Anything like that? Anything different? So
Trust me, bro.
that's
Okay, so it would be important, obviously, to interview witnesses in a timely manner.
in some instances, yes, yes.
Do you remember when Trooper Proctor actually interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and, I'm sorry, when Michael Proctor interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxon?
I do not have a memory of that. No, I'm sure a report would
I want to know what's in those
indicate when.
messages. I want to know what's in those messages between Proctor and Yuriy. Anybody else want to know?
Mayor Berkowitz,
Yes.
I may have misspoken. Sergeant, take a look at that. I thought that was a report from somebody else. It's a report from you, actually. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to when Ricky D'Antonio was actually interviewed.
Yes, this report, authored by me, was states that on Saturday, September 2nd, he was interviewed.
September
What year?
2nd. Oh,
2023.
a year and 9 months after John O'Keefe's murder.
So
They
that would have been
interviewed-
a year and a half later, correct?
More.
Yes.
It's more than a year.
Do you believe that's a timely report, or rather a timely interview for an eyewitness, the gravity of which is described in your report?
We again, perfect ideal world scenario, it would be quicker.
In an ideal world scenario,
So
in a
that
murder
would
of a
be-
cop?
Not, no excuses, I'm not throwing barbs, but that would be untimely, correct? Year and a half later.
We do the best we can.
We do the best
You
we can.
indicated that your memory was that,
We do the best we can for a dead fellow brother in blue. We do the best we can. Yeah, that's true. We didn't interview the guy who pulled up behind Karen Reed's vehicle when she was dropping off John O'Keefe. We didn't interview him until a year and 8 months after John O'Keefe's murder, but we do the best we can in the investigation of a fellow police officer who's dead, murdered. We do the best we can. You're an embarrassment, sir. Hand in your gun and badge on your way out of the courtroom. ICE is waiting for you in the hallway. According to Howie Carr, maybe. No, don't start that rumor. Lisa, thank you for gifting 5. This has been must-see TV today. If you guys are tuning in just now, boy, did you miss a whole hell of a lot. I can't wait to see how he responds to this one, Alan Jackson. Here we go. Hear that again.
so that would be, not, no excuses, I'm not throwing barbs, but that would be untimely, correct?
That would be untimely.
Year and a half later.
We do the best we can.
You indicated that your memory was that the cars arrived simultaneously. That's a interview with Ricky D'Antonio. You see how
Jaw dropping. Kiki Marie, it's jaw dropping.
I see it.
Ricky D'Antonio actually told you that the car was
Objection.
parked, correct?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Wait, who told you?
Parked, correct?
I see it.
Ricky D'Antonio actually told you that the car was
Objection.
parked, correct?
Ricky D'Antano told you the car was parked. He was the one driving the car that Ryan Nagel was in. He was the one who was driving. Yeah. Now Hank just woke up. He just woke up. Oh, there's Lally. Baby shark, baby shark. We miss you, Lal. Lally flop, Lally. We miss him, don't we? Do we miss him? Does anyone else miss him? Such a refreshing day. Lally gets to get up and say something. Well, the O'Keefe side of the aisle is not looking so happy today. There's that guy, Brendan, in the back row, all the way on the right. He's been on every documentary that'll have him. He was a childhood friend, I think, of Officer John O'Keefe. And we're looking at the fan again. Is she going to send the jurors home for the day because she wants to get to the Cape? I don't know. What say you? I mean, we're on real time and it is now 3:59 on the East Coast where we are here. And we wait. Let's go to the Cape Friday. So you can't imagine they're going to let Yuriy sit around all weekend thinking about his testimony, but wouldn't that be something? I mean, it's give me a one-word answer to how you think today went, or one word to describe today's court day. Fireball Friday, that's 2, but that was before I said 1. So let's hear one word from everyone in the chat who wants to participate. The one word that you think describes today and what we watched. Fabulous, says Jenna. Terrifically, says Higgins orange jumpsuit. Woohoo, says Melanie's cupcake posse. Stupendous, diabolical,
May I, Your Honor?
Phenomenal.
Yes.
Thank you. Isn't it
Bombshell.
true that when you interviewed Ricky D'Antonio, he indicated that upon their arrival at the home, 34 Fairview, quote, a dark-colored SUV was parked in front of the home facing up towards Chapman Street. That's what he said, correct?
That's what the report indicates for Ricky's interview, yes.
And in fact, you wrote this report based on Ricky's interview.
I wrote that report, yes.
Thank you. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, breaking news is that the Menendez brothers will finally get a shot at freedom after a long court battle. So I'm not sure what that means. It's just breaking. So next Tuesday and Wednesday, court's gonna hear arguments about the for and against the resentencing of the Menendez brothers. So you don't have to go anywhere. I just
Your
told you
Honor,
breaking news.
I'm just about to start.
Why don't we come to sidebar now from?
One word, boom. Nuclear. Revealing Justice Malarkey. Interesting that in those text messages, Karen quoted Good Will Hunting, which is also one of my favorite movies. And we've seen enough shenanigans, tomfoolery, and ballyhoo to last us a lifetime in this case, haven't we? That too. Banging. That too is banging is a good one because of the bang. Did they bang? Did you bang him? Did he bang her? Shenanigans, tomfoolery, and ballyhoo. Also a quote from Good Will Hunting. And haven't we seen it all? I'm sure they're going to be done for the day because he's got a new area to get into. There's Gretchen Voss.
That everybody's in agreement that we are right on schedule. So
Right
we're
on
not
schedule.
behind schedule. Optimistically, maybe we're still a little bit ahead, but we are on schedule for planning purposes. Monday, I'm going to ask you all to come in at 10. So we'll start at 10 o'clock on Monday and we will go a full day. We'll leave every day next week. We'll use a full day. So we will see you next week. Those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use. And have a great weekend. I'll see you Monday at 10.
Cliffhanger. I mean, what a cliffhanger. I'm not coming back until
Goodbye.
Monday at 10 a.m. So it's going to be a full day every day next week.
So Monday, we'll start with the jury. All right, so Monday, we'll start with the jury at 10. If you need me before 10, please let people know so that we can deal with anything we can beforehand. I should be here. I'll be here before 10. So, all right, we'll see you on
Thank
Monday.
you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Come in late from the Cape Monday. So the jury will come in at 10 on Monday and full days every week. And if you're not watching this trial, I don't know what you're doing. Tell your friends, tell your family, get people interested in this if you are, because this is something that you will never see in your lifetime again. I don't think you'll ever see it again. I really don't. We got a lot of questions, not so many that will stay here for 4 hours, but boy, what a day. I mean, thank the moderators because this is amazing. This case should be over. The insanity that unfolded within all day cross-examination, and he's still not done, of Yuriy Bukhenik. At some point during the day, Yuriy decided that he was going to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And boy, did his whole demeanor shift when he was allowed to read those text messages between Karen and Higgins. And I mean, he was, if this MSP thing doesn't work out for him, he's got an amazing job as a cold reader. You can't even tell me that was a cold read because there's no way that he did such an amazing job with inflection and feeling during those text messages that he did not read those before. He absolutely probably was rehearsing those into a mirror for, I don't know, since the last trial, thinking, if only I get my shot. If only I get my shot. How many people does he need? Wow. Just wow. Helene says, Mel, I figured it'll be a bidding war between Richie and Tarantino, and I hope Richie gets it. What about the other guy? The other guy. name I can't think of. I am spun. I am spun right now. Scorsese. What about Scorsese? This would be a great film for Scorsese, right? With Jason Statham, Cillian Murphy. I can't speak. I'm speechless. The Goodmans are here. The gifted membership. Thank you. Bjorn says his English was perfect reading the text message. Yes, and English is like his third language. We found out today that he probably also watches Broken Baker because Broken Baker said that first. Allison says, Yuri, I hear Ukraine is lovely this time of year. Yes, oh yes, oh yes, it is. Pepper, NC, just got here. My niece graduated from Campbell Law today. Congratulations. Oh yeah, you missed a lot. So much that I can't even recap for you. Apologies, but it would be impossible. Congratulations to your niece for graduating law school, and it's Escape to the Cape Friday. Yes, it is. Beautiful disaster. And somebody said Alan Jackson is like a ballerina. And yeah, I said, yeah, who's doing the pirouettes now? It was Alan Jackson dancing all over that courtroom today. It was delicious. It was delightful. It was so unbelievably good. Toronto keeps missing socks. Does the family get it now? I pray the feds are purposely letting this farce of a persecution go on, and then they'll mop the floor clean. It takes the feds a really long time. Look, it took them 3 years to get Matthew Farwell. And we're just a little bit past the 3-year anniversary of the murder of John O'Keefe. So you got to have faith, the faith. Like George Michael used to sing. Oh, how I love George Michael. Eagles fan 88. Anyone who still believes Karen Reed is guilty should question their sanity. Thank you. Well, get on Twitter and tell those people, because the Twidiots just don't get it. Ducking bull. Kids miss another day of school. Well, Dennis, they shouldn't be calling those kids to testify, in my opinion, anyway. So Slow Flow Kiki says, oh, once again, thank you so much for your full coverage and commentary. This is better than watching anything on TV. Yeah, you couldn't. We've been here for 7 hours and 15 minutes. We're not done yet. But I mean, did we take a breath? Did we eat half a banana? I ate half a banana. That is it. And I had some iced coffee. It's crazy. Hang on one second. But wow, Glamis Sue says it's ironic that this is the 13th day of testimony. I said that earlier. That's Friday the 13th day of testimony. Yep. Definitely. This is truly unbelievable, says Denise Michelle. Thank you. Lisa Higgins went to the Cora pub in West Roxbury, a local watering hole. Crib was a typo. Oh, no, but when he was talking about crib, he was talking about her house and his house, right? Or you think it was, I don't know, Lisa, but maybe it could be. But I think he also referred to the house as a crib too, yeah? Nostrovia, Heather. We should all be cheersing about Nostrovia. What did I just do? My sound. All right, wait, I'm gonna readjust my sound because I was on very low mode. So adjust your volume. This is gonna be my new volume. I was on court volume for you. Nostrovia. Ronali, thank you. Real Deal says this is the best channel covering this trial. Well, I thank you for being here, because without you guys, I'd just be yelling at myself to myself in the closet. Thank you. God bless you too, Real Deal. Thank you for watching and taking an interest in watching justice done. And Rain of Joy, if you and your 10-year-old daughter are out there watching today, thank God that you're a good mom. And there's kids who are interested in justice and can see the shenanigans, tomfoolery, and ballyhoo that has been going on here. Hubert says they try to shut everyone up, especially standing up locally. I know you know. They come in here and screenshot comments. By the way, happy Mom's Day, Attorney Mel and all moms. Yeah, they do. I may shut off the chat after we're done here. But they do. I know they do, because the people who live locally don't want to speak out about it. Somebody said to me once, every single woman who lives in Canton knows who you are. And I said, what are you talking about? And they said they do not want anybody to know that they watch your show. They have to be quiet. It's scary times out there. It is under her eye. It is like the Handmaid's Tale. Devin says Ben Affleck needs to direct and star as AJ. I would allow that. Devin, I would. Rescue Puppy. Thanks. It's 18 months. You're an OG. Pokey said, Higgins fist shake. John heel toe. Higgins, you come in here. John went in the house and they jumped him. Chloe, no proof equals not Chloe. Free Karen Reed. Thank you, Pokey. Sorry, I don't remember my lies. Says, considering how the day started, I'm doing the twist right now. I'm most shocked about Cora, says Mickey. Yeah, Cora. What do we know? We know the Alberts rehomed Chloe to someone. And then maybe someone else, and then maybe someone else. And then Mrs. Riley got a hold of Chloe. And then Mrs. Riley gave Chloe or rehomed Chloe to a veterinarian somewhere. We don't know where. We don't know who, because Yuriy Bukhenik, even though he traveled with the prosecution team and their expert, James Crosby, to find Chloe and do dental molds, Yuriy didn't put the name of the new owner or the location where they went to allegedly take the teeth molds of Chloe. He redacted all that info. And so a vet has Chloe now, allegedly. Chloe's now named Cora. And who did the Alberts originally rehome her to? And did Chloe bite a whole bunch of people since? We don't know. Just don't know. Aussie Steve, Hank is a dweeb from Australia, says, I watched a bit of Glare, perfect timing, played sound clip, bang, bang, open up, FBI. Thank you. Thank you very much. Postmenopausal, New Hampshire woman, thank you. Microdots has a new video. Awesome. Everyone go watch it as soon as we're done here. Or I can maybe teleport you over there to watch it. Here is 69617. My show is the bomb. Thank you. Thank you very much. Cora is a character in The Handmaid's Tale. That's right. Cora is a character in The Handmaid's Tale. Isn't she? Can't remember which one she is right now, but thank you, mods, from Jackie and from all of us to all of you. Travis Ryder, $50 super chat. Super generous. Thank you so much. You are very super awesome and generous. Laura, thank you for thanking me. It just says free Karen Reed. Terry, free Karen Reed, you're the best. No, you are. Nope, you are. Cheryl, thank you. No, thank you. Terry, thanks for the matcha latte. Does the defense have to let the prosecution know about any info they have, for example, Chloe, beforehand, or can they spring it on him? Well, they were supposed to turn over all impeachment evidence to the defense. I mean, to the prosecution. It feels like the roles are reversed here, doesn't it? However, I don't know what they know or if they're just trying to impeach Yuriy. They obviously got a copy of Yuriy's report, so they're impeaching him literally with his own report right before his very eyes. Thank you, Maria. Said today is a good day. Donna, thanks for the 3 matcha lattes. Says we're all on this roller coaster together. Truth will shine. Great day. Today was a great day, wasn't it? What a great day. Marie said to throw this case out. Wow, wow, wow. My daughter sent me a video the other day of my 2-year-old granddaughter calling her doll Melanie. My daughter said, do we know a Melanie? If you know, you know. Oh, that is so cute, Marie. I love that. Lady Zelda says, again, Yuri's not a natural born citizen. If he commits crime or perjury, he could be deported. Right. Thank you. Apparently, Howie Carr tweeted that. Deborah, thank you for the super generous Venmo. You're amazing. Lori, sending coffee money. Thank you, Lori. Megan, happy Friday. I jumped on late. What's the deal with the video from the bar and the boys fighting? Go back and watch it, Megan. There's no way that I can take the time right now to explain it to you. You're going to have to rewind. Love you, girl, but can't do it right now. My voice is shot. I have to take the whole weekend to recover. Deborah says, thank you for your coverage of this outrageous trial. Your commentary is keeping me sane. Commonwealth Keystone Cops at their finest. What is worse than a kangaroo court, Deborah? That was super generous of you. What is worse than a kangaroo court? Because that's what it is. Yes, I will take a look at the cash apps right away after this because I can only do one thing at a time. Thank you so much. You're super generous. Let me just get there. Elizabeth, thank you for your cash app. Says great coverage. I appreciate you so. And that is the only one I see from today. So thank you, Elizabeth, if that was you. Nicole says this is strictly for your commentary and laughing about Brian Higgins' texts about his sexual prowess. Yeah, or lack thereof. I mean, guy's not got like literally no game. Murray, thank you so much for your Venmo. I mean, talk to me, folks. Talk to me. Tell me your favorite part of today before I wrap this and rest my voice and or send you over to Microdots. Barbara, 5 matcha lattes. Hopefully they rest your throat this weekend. Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know. I saw something fly by about somebody sending me an email. I have literally 700 emails today in my email. So if you're sending me like someone else's Twitter, thank you. Thank you so very much. But I don't know what it is. You guys can go to Twitter and look it up. something about Chloe in red shorts. I don't know. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You guys are freaking awesome. Siobhan, who changes the name of a 7-year-old dog unless he's in witness protection? That's good. Unless she is in witness protection, yes. Sherilyn, thank you for your cash app. She says truth is on Karen's side. Once a biter, always a biter. Thanks, Kev. Waterfall footage equals 100% altered, says. I still can't believe all of Higgins' texts weren't in the last trial. I know. I mean, wow, Karen is hilarious. Like, I love her humor. Do you want me to drive around just yelling your name? Laughing emojis and Higgy. Yeah, you couldn't make that up. I think Will and I need to do a show reading those because that would be a good dramatic reading, I think, for us. Kindergarten Cop says Anna Kendrick as Karen. John Hamm as Yannette. Oh, you know I love John Hamm. Don Draper forever as Yannetti. Dennis Leary as Brennan. Kindergarten Cop as a court officer. Yeah, you should totally get a bit part. You can be a day player in that. I'll even give you some lines. I feel like I need to be involved in the production of this. Thank you, Kindergarten Cop. Thank you again, Tim Cannon. Thank you. Jenny Luke, check your email. Funny post about Chloe. Thank you. Thank you. Dogtastic. Thank you, Tracy. King Karen reads motion to preclude the dog expert, no proof. Well, I mean, this dog expert is just going to be basically, I mean, they did make a motion to preclude him and the judge just said, no, you're not precluding him. I'm going to let him testify. So I think he's not allowed to testify that it wasn't Chloe. Right now, my brain right now is such mush, but could they renew the motion to preclude? No, I mean, I think they're going to didn't they say they're only calling him on rebuttal? Maybe anyway. It's a great question, but it's too long of an answer for me to even think of, but there is no proof. So that's obviously fodder for cross-examination. Could the motion be renewed? Yeah. Are they going to waste time doing that in the middle of trial? No, I don't think so. I mean, you could see how much work this trial is. It's like every day. A trial is moving parts. So many moving parts. They need to focus on what they need to focus on. You got to focus. Right now it's focusing on Yuriy and what's happening on Monday. And so are they going to start making motions now? I don't think so. Sidebar buffs and Rams fan. The guy in the back row is Carrie's husband, Carrie Roberts. They were something together on their TV show. They have different last name. I don't know who you're talking about. Carrie Roberts. Guys, I really can't play detective right now because I'm like, stick a fork in me. I'm done. Tracy, thank you for your super sticker. But I have to say thank you to everyone because my mother taught me good manners. My wife, I was down. Did the video show Higgins confront John O'Keefe? Yeah, it did. Sharon, go back and watch it later. Suspicious Albert Rock. The craziest thing is the quality of woman that loser drunk men can get in Canton. Thank you. Yeah, that is crazy. RJ, most people aren't going to change 7-8-year dog name. Yep, I agree. All right, before any more super chats come in, you guys are super generous and you know how much I appreciate each and every one of you for watching with me for a whole entire day. I love you all. I think I put up every single other super chat at some point during the day. And so I tried to put it up. Susan, thank you for your super sticker. People get upset if they don't get, the credit for it, but I'm looking at a column of 60. I think I put every single one of them up. B-Rad, Miss Marple, Jenny Lou, Jennifer Scott, Ale, Jess Machado Show, Alicia, thank you. I don't think David Yannetti's Karen Reed was frame speech is going to be, maybe it will be in the closing. I don't know who's doing the closing, so I don't know. I saved that. Kara, yes, I'm sure she's on top of her health. Thank you for that. Best gun losing detective said Higgins said it got awkward and Karen left. He did. He testified that way in the first trial that it got awkward and Karen left, that she went to his house, it got awkward. She left. Thank you, Renee. No, she didn't text John died at 12 a.m. on Saturday, the 29th. No, it was like 11:30 in the morning. It was not 12 a.m. Thank you, Renee. Hopefully that clarified. Thank you, Sarah. Sleuthing around. Is the defense not going to call Higgins? Like I said, I think this kind of crossed over, but I said that I think that it was better to get him in on prosecution's case in chief. Doesn't mean they're not going to call him. Thank you, court reporter supporter. Put this up earlier. Hard plastic and static mannequin. Amanda, I thought they did decide that Garrett Wing is allowed to testify. I haven't heard anything to the contrary. So did anyone check on Bob Clinton? Well done, NR. Well done. I haven't heard anything to the contrary about Garrett Wing. So he's in. Oh, thank you, Miss Jessica NB. If you'd like to be on the permanent mod squad, my email is below in the show notes. Just put your name like in big capital letters in the RE and just send me like an email and I'll tell you what to do. We have to vet our mods very carefully, as you can imagine, because sabotage is a thing. Not that you would ever do that. Luigi, thanks. What's makes sense? The cop took revenge on Karen. They decided she was sorry. Cheap and set, maybe took their aim. Maybe. Yeah. Edmund, I put this up earlier. Victoria, what did Bev say to do regarding that comment that Brian Albert destroyed his phone? Disregard it because Yuriy did not have personal knowledge of it. Thank you, Holly. His testimony did show bias towards Karen. Yep, you're correct. Thank you, Rule 17. From Gary, Indiana at US Steel, we're sending you a shout out for your selfless dedication in providing the world with the truth in this re-persecution of Karen Reed. Thank you. Marines everywhere, disavow Yuriy. Thank you so very much, Free Karen Reed. I'm never getting married by Rodney Marker and 50 peso reward. Thank you. Sorry, I don't remember my lies. Before trial 1, I was visiting my BFF in Mass. I began knowing the case by him, John O'Keefe's cousin. Of course, I don't hesitate on her guilt. Started watching your coverage, and since then, it changed my mind to not guilty. Thank you. Laura Lago Vista. I'm just spewing facts here. That's what I do. It's fact-based. I'm not trying to change anybody's mind. I'm just going to give you the facts and the court documents and the testimony. Thank you, Nina, for your Cash App. Laura, Julianne Moore to play the role of Karen Reed. Oh, that's an interesting choice. I like it. Twilight Zone, Golden Earring. Oh, that's on there. That's on there. That's been on there for a long time. Thank you. Funny Baloney Canoni. My bestie is a first-time watcher. Sees through the BS, but she is a nurse practitioner with critical thinking skills. So who knows? Thank you. 2 visibly different bags. Each had a right shoe. 2 left feet. You put this in here at like 3 p.m. So you must be way behind. No, one had a left shoe, one had a right shoe. Socks were hospitals, possibly. No, they were Nike or Adidas. They were definitely branded. They were not hospital socks for sure. Nope, they sure weren't. No officer down from the start, Ginger says. They didn't want the cavalry to come. Yep, proof it's the homeowners pushing the narrative. Right. They also didn't fill out a crash report because they did not want, in my opinion, Karen Reed's car insurance company sending in their really excellent investigators and really excellent crash reconstruction experts to investigate this. They never would have paid. They would have said it was not a car accident. Would have hurt the criminal prosecution, right? Of course, right. Thank you. Proof it's the homeowners pushing the narrative. Thank you, Ginger. And again, PJ's second chance to look at Brian Albert's shoes. I'm going to have to go back. Happy Mother's Day, Team Brittany. And see if he was wearing those Nike swoosh sneakers, because now I'm curious. Denise, if only a dusting of snow, wouldn't there have been grass under his body? Yeah, didn't Carrie Roberts say there was grass under his body? Denise? Have to go back, but I'm pretty sure she did. Karen said, I think it's AJ taking his time so they don't call the kids today and have the jury think about it all weekend. Also just caught up on 2 times speed. Oh my God, I must sound so fast on 2 times speed because I was talking so fast at some points today when I was like, had some dead air while they were doing the sidebars at the end. I must sound like a chipmunk. Why aren't they talking about the sneakers? They did that early this morning. Melissa, this was at 3:02. So I'm not sure if you were watching behind. I am just not sure. Thank you, Bianch. These despicable people believe Karen would plead out, and that's why they did such a crappy investigation. They thought they would just go about their putrid little lives and not pay any consequences. Thank you for your opinions. I appreciate you. And for your 20. John doing the heel toe. Allison, thank you. Appreciate you so much. Garrett says Jennifer Aniston to play Karen. She might be, I'm sorry, I hate to say it, but she might be a little too old. Jennifer Aniston's like in her 50s, right? Well into her 50s now. And we need someone mid to early to mid 40s, I would say, Garrett, but I do love Jennifer Aniston. Thank you, Collusion. Can't prove a collision. Heather. Sorry, I don't remember my lies. Thank you. Thank you. Let's dance for Yuriy. You're 12, preposterous. Preposterous Mythology said, my 12-year-old got home from school excited to say they watched the trial today. What's the verdict? The teachers say definitely not guilty. That's interesting. Are you local to the area? Kate, this is AJ's witness now. Oh, yeah, he is. You can call him daddy. Erica, my daughter's high school law class is watching this to end out the year. She comes home talking about it, about how they don't understand why this is even a trial. That's amazing. I'm so glad. So many, I think the mock trial competition in Colorado, the high school mock trial, picked this up. Nancy, best work of laying out what happened to AJ. What happened by AJ and has led Yuriy. Bravo. The jury should end now. Jury should get it now. Yep. Ground control to Sergeant Bukhenik. Tell the truth. Thank you. Hostlong to dying cold. Low comps at Hillside. Well done. In my opinion, Higgins' fragile ego hurt because of Karen's rejection and because she said John wasn't jealous of him at all. Yeah. So Microdots is a better investigator than you, Yuriy. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Chloe Albert's revenge. Can somebody track that cat that got Hank's tongue? Do you think they all talked and came to an agreement? Do I think that? My opinions are my opinions. You can all come to your own conclusions on that. Strong leg. Don't try and bait me into saying anything. The jury sees the evidence, sees his obfuscation. They know he's full of poop. Reasonable doubt set in concrete. Yep. We need a sock emoji. Thank you. Farmer Whiteside said he didn't struggle to see Karen's drinking. No, he sure didn't. Not when he was watching those videos. Jess, didn't Chris Albert get charged with vehicular homicide before? Yes, it was in the 90s. He killed an exchange student. He fled the scene, and he turned himself in 30 hours later with his defense attorney, who was Judge Cannoni's brother. Yes, that's true. That is true. Those who are new might not know that part. That part of the lore. Why wouldn't the vet family be called as a witness by the defense? Their name has been redacted from the police report, according to Yuriy, so how can they? Red's daughter said, did you hear yesterday Yuri's testimony about certain types of homicides they investigate? I was appalled. Yeah, I'm not going to go back and watch it now, but I think he did say something about suicides by hanging, which was very insensitive to, yes, the investigation of Sandra Birchmore. Must-see TV, 100%. Protect your ass and serve up the innocent, says Cannoni's baloney. Julia, I already did that. Diane Lane, I think she's too old, broken down it. She's like 60s. He just got caught trying to rig a trial and evidence and frame her more. Thank you, Jay. Keeps missing socks. Red's daughter, am I the only one waiting for Yuriy to yell, you can't handle the truth? I don't think so. Jessica, thank you for gifting. Can Karen read to everyone once she's found not guilty? She may have a very excellent, very, very large, very, very lucrative civil suit when she's acquitted, if it can be shown that this was a malicious prosecution. So yes, the answer is she could. Yes. Marie, thank you. Matthew, thank you for watching from the Cape. You're awesome. You're all awesome. I love you all with all of my heart. If I don't see you soon, I'm going to die, but I'm sure that I'm going to see you soon. So don't miss me too much. One more, last one. Clark brothers are here from Canada. Both things happened. She backed up to scare him. He walks into the house and says that crazy bitch just tried to run me over. And after they beat him to death, they used that info to frame her. Well done. I'll allow it. Thank you, everyone, for coming today and for spending your whole entire day with me. What a wild day this was. You can't make it up. Make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you have your bell hit to all notifications. Thank you to the moderators. Happy Mother's Day to all of you who celebrate. Happy Mother's Day to all of you whose mother is no longer here, and I feel for you. Better Rose on the Young Jerks tonight, they're telling me, and you guys are amazing. We hit 94,000 today. Oh my gosh, we're getting there. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy, do all the things YouTube likes, and I'm going to see you real soon. But you won't know unless you have your bell set to all. Okay? I'm getting dizzy. I'll talk to you later. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. I love you with all of my heart. Peace. You guys are amazing. So grateful for each and every one of you. You have no idea. Good night, everyone.